Okay, we're going to jump right into it. Good morning, Caroline.
Good morning.
Bright and early here on the West Coast. A warm welcome to all of you for joining the Discover the Standouts virtual all-day webinar. I'm Melissa Berry, principal and co-founder of IR Labs, and it is truly an honor to host you today. My business partner and co-founder Caroline joins us also, as well as Angela Holloway-Chuck, our Chief Marketing Officer, and Paula Ricardo, Investor Relations Manager at IR Labs. Please note that this session is being recorded and a replay will be made available. Our purpose in hosting this event is simple yet profound: to connect the investment community with the unique and diverse portfolio of companies that we're privileged to work with. We'd like to acknowledge that our incredible team at IR Labs, as well as our partners, clients, and community, have all participated and made today's event possible, so thank you. As we navigate this all-day experience together, we encourage you to join the sessions that pique your curiosity. Our agenda is packed with presentations from some of the most innovative minds and groundbreaking companies, each ready to share their stories of growth, their visions for the future, and the transformative technologies that fuel their success. We have companies representing food and beverage, sustainability, technology, healthcare, wellness, and media, transportation, mining, and cannabis. Throughout the day, we invite you to engage and ask questions and share your insights. I'm going to pass it over to Caroline.
All right. Well, our lineup of speakers and panelists is nothing short of exceptional. At any point throughout the day, if you're wondering who's on stage or what's happening next, visit our website, www.irlabs.ca/roadshow. It will guide you through every session and ensure that you don't miss a beat. As a matter of housekeeping call for today, if you'd like to ask a question, please type it in the Q&A box. We will endeavor to read all questions. However, given our tight schedule, or should we run out of time, we'll be sure to follow up with you offline. For today's presentation, we would be happy to coordinate one-on-one meetings with any of the companies presenting here and address any additional follow-up questions. Our contact details are available on our website at irlabs.ca. Ourselves and the rest of the team members can also be found on LinkedIn. We look forward to connecting. Before we get started, please be advised that this presentation, including the question and answer session, may contain certain statements or disclosures that may constitute forward-looking information under applicable securities laws with respect to the companies. We refer you to the disclosure documents for each presenting company, which are available on SEDAR+ or the SEC website.
All right, we're going to
get started with the first company.
Yeah.
Just one moment.
I think we're going to go through the event schedule for today as well. Just giving you a sneak peek of today's schedule.
It's a really jam-packed day. We've got, in between all of our presentations with our portfolio companies, we have some really cool guest speakers that are joining us as well, subject matter experts that will be in between each of the sessions. Our first guest will be joining us just shortly. We're going to invite him in to our live studio. Lots of action today.
Yes.
We've got our companies from all parts of the world from a geography perspective. So we've got pretty much every time zone covered today.
That's why we're starting so early here on the West Coast.
Still dark outside here. All right. I know, Ange, you're just getting us set up in the live studio. We've got our first guest joining shortly.
Yes. Next slide, please. So hi, everyone. My name is Angela. I am Chief Marketing Officer for IR Labs, And with these ladies, I'm very excited to kick off today. So we have, as you saw from the agenda, we have a very big day today. So this is live in studio. You'll see myself and my fellow colleagues from the IR Labs team from coast to coast, recapping the sessions in between the presentations and sharing more highlights. And today, so at IR Labs, our daily mantra is focused on building relationships and building community. And so with that in mind, we have a very interactive event going on today. So as you see the presentations coming at you from all of our wonderful executives, you will see QR codes. So you'll be able to scan these with your camera on your phone. It'll pop up a web browser, and it's going to lead you to connecting with them on LinkedIn and also to their corporate presentations or their news releases and more. So watch for those throughout the presentation. And you can also join in the conversation as it happens live on our social channels. So come and find us. Next slide, please. So this isn't the only party. We will be talking about it a little bit later, but we are also, after this, we're going to be hitting 4 cities across Canada. And as you can see, these are the dates that we have scheduled in. We're really excited about these events. They're the in-person events, and they are filling up fast. So book your spot. Next slide, please. And so before we get started, really quick, we'd love to do a shout out to all the partners that were helping make this event possible. And it's a big shout out to Canada Jetlines for their contribution of 2 tickets that you, the viewer and attendee today, have a chance to win anywhere Canada Jetlines flies. So personally, I would probably go to a nice beach somewhere after this fall weather setting in. And yes, joining today as an attendee, you are registered to win. And you still have time to invite friends and share the link into the registration, because if your friends attend and one of you wins that trip, I mean, you can go together. So we really thank Canada Jetlines for this opportunity. Next, please. We will be announcing the winner on September 14th, so tomorrow. So we will do that before the end of the day, and we'll reach out to the lucky winner on email. And next slide. So other partners that helped us out today to make this such a wonderful event is we have them here. It's Blossom Social. So Blossom Social is a social investing community with over 40,000 Canadian investors sharing insights in real-time trades. So their app is absolutely intuitive. It's really great. I highly suggest that you check it out and connect with the community over there. We would also like to thank Women Capital Markets. They have a community of 3,500 members working together to promote and increase equity, diversity, and inclusion. And both of these parties share a common objective to create accessible community for the Canadians to learn and share knowledge promoting financial literacy. And of course, many of you might know him, our friend Neil Locke at Investor Events. He has some great upcoming events and packages that you have to check out. And there'll be some collaborations, of course, in the future to continue to have more fun with our communities. So next, please. And so, the theme of this event is Discover the Standouts, and I'm here with 2 of the best standouts we have, Alyssa and Caroline. So we're really excited to have everyone join today, and thank you so much. And we're excited to kick this off. So in about 5 minutes, we have our next presenter.
Awesome. Thanks, Ange.
No problem.
And Ange, are we just waiting to get Robert brought into the room?
Yes.
Okay,
So we can click right over to his slides, please.
Okay, perfect. Great. Thank you very much. We're really excited and grateful for all the partners who've supported us. Canada Jetlines is one of our clients, and so we thought it was pretty cool that they were excited and willing to offer a cool prize for everyone. We know everyone loves the opportunity to win something, so hopefully someone is on their way soon, somewhere hot.
Yes.
All right. So I guess just while we wait for Robert to be brought in, and we'll introduce our first company in just a second. We're really grateful for everyone's support and for being here. It is challenging markets, as everyone knows, and being able to create visibility and provide opportunities like this for our companies to showcase and tell their stories is absolutely critical. And we're just so grateful for everyone who has registered and participated or is joining us today. We'd love the opportunity to talk offline about some of our companies as well. We're also excited to showcase our absolutely incredible team. We're very proud of the group that we have at IR Labs. We think they're all top-notch, coast to coast, all the way from Vancouver to Atlantic Canada. So there's probably some of our team members in in a city near you or where you are. So if you'd like to sit down and have a coffee or a drink or a meal with one of our team members, we'd be happy to host you. So I think, Ange, I guess we'll move over and you can introduce,
we'll introduce
our
Beyond
first
Oil.
company.
Okay.
We'll just give them a couple minutes.
Okay, we'll wait for your cue then. Thank you. We just got back from Toronto this week where we celebrated a bell ringing ceremony for one of our new issuers, Web3 Ventures, which you're going to meet very shortly. We've had the good fortune of taking about 10, almost 12 companies public over the last 2 years. Some virtual bell ringing ceremonies and some in person, and it's always nice to be able to do the in-persons. We're back again in Toronto next week and the week after that. And hopefully you will all have a chance to meet us and meet our team members in person in Vancouver, Calgary, Toronto, and Montreal.
Yeah, we have a full lineup of upcoming events and roadshows in the next couple of weeks. So make sure to check out our website for upcoming events and book your spot.
These events that we're going to host in each of the cities, they're meant to be more of a social and a connection. We aren't having formal company presentations, so please come down, have a drink, have a bite to eat, and many of the CEOs and executives of the companies that you're going to see today will be there in person, and we're happy to be those matchmakers for you in the room and make those introductions. So please reach out in advance if there's anyone you see today on our webinar that you'd like to meet in person. We know everyone's busy with roadshow season. I know everyone is getting on flights these days for conferences. So Caroline and I often will post on our social or LinkedIn and let everyone know which cities we're in next. So if you see a message from us and would like to connect in person, we'd absolutely love that opportunity to see you.
And we now have Robert joining you guys.
All right. The first company we have is Beyond Oil. In a world grappling with unprecedented challenges like the pandemic, inflation, and supply chain disruptions, we're here to focus on solutions. Beyond Oil presents a game-changing solution for the global food service industry. Cooking oil shortages have hit fast food operations hard, impacting revenue and food prices. Beyond Oil's revolutionary patented formulation extends frying oil life by up to 1,000%, cutting costs, enhancing nutritional value, and reducing waste. This year, they signed commercial agreements with distributors covering over 22,000 restaurants and hotels in Canada, the US, and Israel, along with successful pilot programs. Joining us today is Robert Kiesman, Vice President of Beyond Oil. Robert will now share with you further Beyond Oil's disruptive innovation for the restaurant industry, as well as company developments, highlights, and growth strategy. Over to you, Robert.
Thank you, Carolyn. Good morning, everybody, and thank you for joining us. If we could move on to the next slide, I'll make some introductions on what our company is and what it does. So many of you watching have worked in restaurants, maybe you've worked in some industrial food factories. And you will know that after you fry food in oil for a day or 2 days or 3 days or more, the oil starts to get very dark, it gets very smelly, and it gets smoky, and it has to get dumped out every 2 or 3 or 4 days because it's got a lot of toxins built up with food that's being refried over and over. And so what happens in this case is the restaurant has to spend a lot of money buying oil and dumping oil. Over the last few days of frying, you're eating food that has a lot of toxins in it from that oil. And there's a lot of health problems that come from that. So what the team at Beyond Oil has done in Israel, they have created a powder that gets dumped into the oil at the end of every day. And what the powder does is it removes all of those toxins from the oil so that not only is the oil healthier and the food healthier that you're eating, but the oil, instead of getting dumped out every 2 or 3 or 4 days, can continue on for 10 days or 15 days or sometimes 20 or 30 days. So what you have, if we can just go to the next slide, is we have a outcome where you have an ability to produce healthier food for the public. You're reducing waste, food waste. You're reducing water use for oil production. So you have some real environmental outcomes. But while you're doing all of those things, you have a very rare scenario where you're also saving the food industry and restaurant industry money because they're using so much less oil. So many people here are familiar with a lot of these ESG companies. I mean, you have, for example, electric cars. So electric cars are better for the environment because of the reduction in emissions, but the public has to spend a lot more money to get those cars. They're more expensive to produce. But here with Beyond Oil, you have a very rare case where you're actually saving money for industry while producing health and environmental outcomes for the public and for the consumers. So it's a very rare situation. Just to show you some examples of what this oil looks like before and after, here's one example of a restaurant in Israel. That's our CTO, Mikal Werner. In her left hand is oil that's been fried without any treatment for a few days. And on her right hand is the same amount of frying days in the oil that's been treated with Beyond Oil. So you could see how much more clear it is. And I can tell you from experience, the bad smell is gone from the oil as well. And it's also thinner and there's less greasy film on the food when you fry with the Beyond Oil treated product. I want to speak for a minute, if I could, on the reduce waste aspect. A lot of companies claim to have environmental outcomes, and some of them are maybe a little bit fluffy or exaggerated, but in our case, all of our environmental outcomes are very measurable and very real. If you're extending oil life by 5 times, 6 times, 10 times, you're dumping less oil. So you have less food waste, which is a huge issue for a lot of these large industrial companies in the US and in Europe. But other things that aren't as well known or maybe as obvious, it takes thousands of liters of fresh water to make 1 liter of food oil in many cases, from the time it's in the seeds, in the fields, until it's refined and processed. So if you're reducing oil consumption by 2 times, 3 times, 5 times, you have less water usage as well. And of course, the refining process, the transportation process is very carbon intensive. It needs a lot of electricity to do that. So what we're finding as we go out and start testing their product with a lot of these big US companies, they're equally as interested in our environmental outcomes as they are in saving themselves money, because they are under pressure from their shareholders and their boards and some of these NGOs to show some measurable reductions in their environmental footprint, whether it's water use, food waste, food dumping, or carbon emissions. So we can provide them with all of these measurable environmental outcomes, while at the same time saving them money on their oil, and they can go and proclaim to their customers legitimately that they are producing healthier food for them by us removing trans fats and other toxins from the oil. We can go to the next slide, please. Here's another shot of restaurant oil in Israel, a chain called Cafe there. The oil on the right is fried food oil over 3 days only. You can see how brown it is. But on the left is the same restaurant that fried oil with 9 days, for 9 days, so 3 times longer than the other oil with our product. And you can see how much cleaner and clearer it is. So this is a legitimate customer of ours. You can see the outcomes. Now, one thing I want to point out, as the oil fries for more and more days, it gets black and smoky. And one of the reasons it gets black and smoky is because plastic molecules, polymers, start forming in the oil as it refries the food. So when you go to a restaurant that's using black oil to fry your French fries or whatever you're eating there, you're eating plastic molecules. Beyond Oil removes those plastic molecules and other toxins from the oil. So we have a very legitimate health story here as well. On the cost savings, just briefly here on the left, we have a case study of a typical American high volume frying restaurant. If we extend their oil, just to demonstrate to you how much money we can save these companies, from 3 days to 21 days, they would have a net savings of $18,000 a year, and reducing their dumping by over 11,000 liters of oil a year. So these are very serious numbers. Next slide, please. We have a very tight share structure. So we're traded on the CSE and the OTC. We have 52 million shares out. Most of those shares, the vast majority, are held by the founders, the insiders. We have a very loyal and close base of shareholders in this company. It's highly unusual how tight the share structure is. Most of the investors at this time are long-termers with us. And a lot of them are, knowledgeable in the industry and wealthy, high net worth people who really believe that this company is going to transform the food industry. And we are working on that now. So that brings me to the last slide. If we could just slide over. Growing our distribution network. So our growth plan, we have announced some deals, one in Israel, one in America, and one in England, that we are now moving forward with in the restaurant industry, some of them with recognizable brands. So we are now penetrating the market in the US and in Israel, and soon to be in London. We are demonstrating our product with some of the largest industrial and fast food chain companies in the world right now as we speak. So we're going to have a nice pipeline of sales, and a lot of the news releases that we will be able to put out over the next year and 2 years and beyond are going to be with recognizable brands that the public and our shareholders and potential investors know about because they're eating there. And so we are very confident with our business model. Our product is quite high margin. We have a relatively low burn and a tight share structure, and a company that has a rare outcomes of environment, saving money, and health. We have a three-pronged solution that we think is quite a sexy story, actually, and a unique story in the Canadian capital markets. So we'll be looking for funding over the coming months and years as we increase our capacity for production in Israel. And we will be focusing much more than we have been in the last year as we start announcing these commercial deals in getting the message out on our stock with IR and also on our product with PR. So we invite you to check out our company. Our website's beyondoil.co. Our symbol is BOIL, easy to remember on the CSE. And we've got all kinds of customer videos and other testimonials on our YouTube channel as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Robert. As a reminder, anyone who would like to ask a question, please type it in the Q&A box. Well, we have a few questions from the audience today here. So the first question is, we've observed recent progress on shipments being delivered based on commercial agreements in Israel and other markets. Could you perhaps elaborate on how these will affect recurring revenue growth and market penetration?
Absolutely. So I'll give you one example on our deal in Israel with an oil distributor called Fandango. They have 8,000 customers in the country of Israel that they're selling oil and oil treatment to. Some of them are mom and pop restaurants, some of them are medium-sized regional chains, and others are international global chains based in North America. And so he has been, over the last 3 months, starting to penetrate the market, demonstrating the product and impressing all of them. We have a very high customer take-up rate once we do demos. And now that we've just announced in the last month our deal in the United States with Oil Solutions Group based in Texas, and Vital Hospitality in London, they will be doing more and more market penetration now, particularly in the American deal, with highly recognized brands in America. And as we start getting more and more penetration and announcing these deals, it's going to be much easier to penetrate the market with even bigger chains as we expand our production. And while we're doing that, I have to emphasize, while we're doing these deals publicly with the restaurants, we are quietly doing demos with the longer sales cycle customers, meaning the big industrial companies, which are the ones that are really going to make our company a much bigger win.
Thanks, Robert. How easy is it for restaurants to make the transition to your product? Is there any equipment upgrade or investment that a restaurant needs to make in order to use your product?
So generally speaking, it's very easy to adapt, but our strategy is going to these distributors who are already in the oil treatment business. So for example, Oil Solutions, Fandango, and Vital are already treating oil and filtering oil for their customers. So what they're doing is they're adding the Beyond Oil product to their existing processes to make them much better and more effective. So it'll be relatively seamless.
Great. In terms of your market opportunity, I think it's a really big one. Can you just explain a little bit more in terms of market opportunity for the food service and the industrial side?
Absolutely. So the food service it's unlimited. We have some competitors out there, but none of them produce the outcomes that we do in terms of oil life and actually eradicating those toxins from the oil that I mentioned. So the food service is really unlimited. We have FDA approval, we have Health Canada approval, we're clear to sell in Europe and Israel. It's very easy to get regulatory approval and penetrate the market in these countries. But on the industrial side, the opportunity is even bigger because of their motivation, not only to save money, but they're hungry. They're really, in some cases, desperate to find legitimate ESG outcome solutions for their companies that they can report back to their boards and their shareholders. And so we are able, uniquely able to leverage all three of those prongs that we're providing these companies in order to penetrate the market. Not to mention the health side, which is very important overseas to a lot of these industrial companies.
Yeah, I know there was a report that went out recently by one of the professors in Israel. Can you discuss a little bit about that and some of the health benefits that he mentioned in the report?
Absolutely. So we put out a report in May from the Hebrew University in Jerusalem by one of the world's top chemists in food oil, who in fact has been a professor to a lot of the CTOs at these companies that we're looking into. And he basically did a comprehensive study of all of our claims that we're making about reducing the free fatty acids and the metals and the plastic molecules. And he validated and confirmed all of those claims we're making. And on top of that, went a step further and said, actually, Beyond Oil's process and its product has the ability to reduce some of these cancer-causing agents that are developed in the oil and the food over time. So we've obviously shared that report with a lot of these companies and these CTOs. It's not our report, it's his, under his letterhead. And we're pleased that he's validated it. And as we penetrate the market more and more, we'll be producing more and more data like this to confirm everything that we're saying and claiming.
That's great to hear.
Robert, there's a question here around the taste. So
Yes.
you described a little bit about how this works with the powder. Most of us on this call haven't had a chance to try the food after it's been fried. Maybe just talk a little bit about that to give people a taste.
Yeah, I'd love to. So first of all, I'd say go to our website. There are a lot of videos and photos of you can see the French fries and stuff before and after, but just briefly, I can explain to you that the French fries, for example, are crispier and they're lighter. There's no greasy film and there's no oily, smoky aftertaste. So it makes the food taste more natural and crispy.
That sounds great. And I think sometimes we don't realize almost everything, especially eating out and those Uber Eats deliveries. A lot of it is just fried.
Yes.
Oil in all of it. So
it is. Well, we're going to make that. We know that's not going to change. People love fried food, but we're just going to make it healthier for them and cheaper for the companies producing the food.
It makes sense to me.
Robert, in terms of the trial, period for some of these restaurants? How long does it take for these restaurants to try a product? And
So it's up to them. I mean, some of these restaurants are dumping their oil every 2 days. Some of them are dumping them 5 or 7. So it's really up to them how long they want us to take it in order to impress them or not. So on average, a demo will go for 10 or 15 days. And some of them have wanted to do it again because the results were so good they didn't believe them and they want to try them in a different context. And so and then, you know, some of them are just frankly following other leads. Like in Israel, some restaurants are saying, well, so-and-so is using it, we're just going to trust him and we're going to use it, and there is no demo. So it just varies from case to case.
And Robert, when you're out, I know you're very involved and connected in making sure that the product gets out there. Really admire the connections you've been able to make for the company so far. What are some of the, I guess, challenges or the pain points in some of the conversations that you're having to date?
Yeah, I would say for the challenges, there have been a lot of competitive products out there that have made claims and they aren't that good, frankly. And so we've run into a lot of cases where they say, yeah, okay, we've heard this before, you know, didn't work as well. And I know, you know, that is the case. I mean, we've actually tried some of the competitive products ourselves, of course. So that's kind of been the main one. But you know, once we get in the door, all we need to do is say to them, we don't need you to buy this product. We don't need to sign anything. Just let us test the product in your own facility. And once they do that, everything changes because the results speak for themselves.
Okay. Thanks, Robert, for that. Yeah, I guess in terms of, I know you mentioned at some of the hotels, you sign a agreement with Vital.
Yeah.
Can you talk a little bit about that market?
Yeah, so Vital is concerned with hygiene in a lot of these larger kitchens, hotels and airports and so on. And so when they heard about us, and they heard about us, I believe, through our deal in Israel, they were compelled because they're not only, you know, trying to make oil cleaner and healthier, they're trying to make kitchens cleaner and healthier. So a lot of where our hope is that a lot of these distributors that we've signed with and we're going to sign with are going to use our product as a means of expanding their own businesses. And we know that's starting to happen in Israel, and we're expecting it's going to happen with our deals in the US and in England.
Okay, great. Well, this concludes our question and answer session. Robert, do you have any last words before we leave the session today?
I would just say go to our website and our YouTube page. We've got a lot of great videos that are actually fun to watch. They apply to people because everybody eats this food. And our team is working to create what we think has a very good shot at being one of the greatest microcap IPO stories in Canadian history.
Excellent. Thanks, Robert.
Thank
All
you.
right. If anyone would like to connect with Robert, please reach out through their investor relations website or reach out to one of us, and we would be happy to connect you. Don't forget to add Boyle on the CSC to your watch list.
Thanks,
right.
Robert.
Thank you, Robert.
Nice to see
Thank
you.
you.
That's great.
Okay, we're going to pass it back to Angela for live in studio.
Hi, can you hear me? We're live in studio. Hi, Jamie.
Hi, Ange.
Hi.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I'm unable to, the host just has to turn me on. There we go.
Can you see me?
I can. Good morning. Hi.
Good morning. How are you?
Great, great. You are my first live studio today.
Woohoo.
Yes. And so for those of you who are all just joining, we are going to break into live studio in between the presentations. We have the Dream Team IR Labs joining us in every session. And so to kick it off, I have Jamie here. And so that was a really great presentation by Boyle.
Yeah.
And I don't think I'm ever going to look at a French fry the same way again. And
That's
just
right.
with what Robert said, there is some really great content on the website. I did go through that report and watch some of those videos, and I definitely am a changed person on the health benefits. So yeah, I'm going to throw it over to you, Jamie, put you on the hot seat a little bit.
No
You've been
worries. Yeah.
working with you've been working with Boyle, and so what do you think about the product?
Yeah, absolutely. I've been working with Boyle and Robert and Jonathan Orr, CEO, I would say since January of this year. So a good amount of time. And what an amazing story. I don't know how else to put that. It's a great story, or in Robert's words, it's a sexy story.
Yeah.
It's all about innovation. It's sustainable, it's cost saving, and it provides healthier food. So I think this story is really going to resonate well with not just investors, but also the customers. It kind of ticks off all those boxes that you're looking for. So they're doing a great job. They're out there hustling right now, growing the company and the business in Israel. They have tons of product testing demos on the go right now. They're building new relationships, they're creating awareness, and they're doing everything right. And now the plan is really to keep growing the business and focus on distribution deals and growing that network. So the fact that they've recently announced some news by signing some big distribution deals in the US and also the UK is unbelievable. These are huge milestones that are being achieved as we speak, and the future is looking bright. They're going to increase production capacity, as Robert said, and secure some more financing, and then continue building out our IR plan, which is what I've been working on quite a bit recently. We've got an amazing strategy in place, some fresh new ideas on how to create awareness and get the word out globally, and tell the story to the investor community. This is one that people are going to want to hear, and it's going to be a strong finish to the year. I can guarantee you that.
That's great. Yeah, no, it is a very exciting roadmap ahead for Boyle. And so we're excited to see their success for sure. And this is a wonderful platform to share their story on. And Boyle will be joining us across on the Roadshow further. And as
Yep.
and definitely, if anyone in the audience is interested to learn more about them, they can reach out to Jamie or at capitalmarkets@irlabs.com. And so, or also you can find their QR code and make sure to scan those QR codes throughout the event today, and you'll be able to grab their corporate presentation and connect with them directly on LinkedIn as well.
Absolutely. And I will say they can be found on the CSE under the ticker BOIL, BOIL, or the OTCQB under BEOLF. Those are their ticker symbols. And yeah, this is going to be an exciting quarter ahead. I can tell you that.
Yeah, lots of the companies are definitely under pressure right now, as they were saying, for converting over to more sustainable business plans. So yeah. Great,
Awesome.
they're in a good space. Okay, well, that's it for Live Studio. Thank you so much, Jamie, for being my first hot seat. So we're going to switch
Thanks,
over to
Ange.
commercials right now, and we will be back with our next presenter in a couple minutes. So thanks, everyone. See you soon.
All right. Good morning, everyone. It is my pleasure to introduce our second company, Plantify Foods. Presenting today is Plantify CEO Suzette Ramcharan and CFO Gabby Cabazo. Plantify Foods is committed to providing consumers with nutritious, clean label food options while pioneering innovation in the food and beverage industry. The company has a simple mission to ensure that everyone has access to high quality food alternatives that are clean and healthy, nutritious and tasty, that use whole natural ingredients and are easy to prepare. Plantify Foods, through its wholly owned Israeli subsidiary, currently sells its diverse range of products in Israel and is actively expanding its footprint across Europe and North America. With its new manufacturing facility, the company can increase production and create new clean label food products to meet the growing demand for health-conscious consumers from all walks of life. Suzette and Gabby, over to you both.
Thank you, ladies, and thank you to everyone that's joining us today virtually. You guys did a great job. I don't need to do a presentation. You touched on all the high points. But I am the new CEO. I officially started September 1st. Very excited to be here. And I'll start with just a brief background about myself. I've spent 21 years in capital markets, working for small to large cap companies, mainly in the metals and mining sector, from explorers, developers to producers in gold. So I was essentially a gold digger. I then consulted, which allowed me to support cannabis and tech companies. I worked with a colleague and business partner on a tech startup where we created a mobile CRM platform. And then in 2021, I started working on a non-alcoholic beverage company called Drink, where we produced in an RTD format, so ready to drink format, low sugar mocktails, and we gained national distribution last year. But I'm here now with Plantify, and I'm very pleased to introduce you to the story. This company and the opportunity is one I consider very unique and one that resonated with my own core values. I had an opportunity to visit the operations last week and sample all of the food products, which were amazing. Unfortunately, I wish we could sample it virtually, but we can't. But one of the things I wanted to look at was where we could have some challenges down the road. And I can't stress enough how important it was to understand that as we're in a growth phase. And I have to say that the Israeli operations, they've done an excellent job in the development of the products and in prepping and planning for our inevitable expansion. Growing pains for a small company like us have a tendency to derail and sidetrack, but our team have gone the extra mile. And I truly feel they've set us up for success, and gives me a lot of comfort coming into this role. Next slide, please. So one of the first questions that I asked the team was, what was the mission? I wanted to really understand what was the impetus for starting the company. What was the problem that they were trying to find a solution for? And the answer was quite simple. We want to feed our family better food. And so at Plantify, we are focused on developing products made from whole natural ingredients without the use of preservatives. We are a true example of a clean label food company, meaning that our products are as close to their natural state as possible, as if you were to make it at home yourself. Next slide, please. So we have some unique selling points, and I think they're quite simple. First and foremost, food should taste good. We don't want to compromise on taste just because something is considered healthy. I switched my diet about 10 or 12 years ago. I became gluten-free. And back then there were not a lot of products on the market, let alone products that tasted good. And it was extremely difficult for me to embrace this new lifestyle, let's call it. I, first and foremost, really don't want to sacrifice taste. I'm a foodie. I think a lot of us, majority of us, we eat for sustenance, but we eat for pleasure too. We eat in company. We eat for good times. We want the food to taste good. And I think, the team has spent a lot of time investing in our recipes and our process to ensure that our products taste amazing. Secondly, clean label food. As I said before, we're utilizing whole natural ingredients and minimal processing. So you can be assured you know what it is you're eating. It's clean label food that's in high demand because consumers, again, are looking for quality, are looking for health. We don't want to see chemicals and preservatives and, ingredient lists that we really just don't understand. And I think that's a competitive edge that we have here at Plantify. You can read the ingredient list and you're going to understand, you're going to recognize all of the ingredients. And when you're eating the food, you're tasting the whole food ingredient. If it's parsley, you're going to taste parsley. It's not a parsley extract. And that is really the vision for clean label food. We've also developed quite a broad range of products. I can't remember how many I tasted, but believe me, I probably gained like 5 pounds on this trip. But they're easy and convenient, and they're for almost every meal or any occasion. So we've got dips and spreads, which can allow you to spice up your appetizers, your snack offering, your sandwiches, to the main meals, which come in the form of our balls and nuggets, our soups and our stews. You name it, we've probably got you covered with the broad range of products that we've been able to develop. Next slide, please. So talking about our competitive advantage or edge, again, healthy and nutritious. While you've probably not seen us in your grocery stores here in North America, that's just a function of us starting to develop our sales channels over in new markets such as North America and Europe. But again, we're healthy and nutritious, clean label food. And one of the key differentiators for us is that our products, without the use of preservatives, carry a similar, if not better, shelf life than our competitors who do use preservatives. So our lives have gotten busier. We really don't have time. Like I said, when I went gluten-free, I had to almost adjust my entire lifestyle. Today, we don't have time to do that. We want something that's going to fit into our regular shopping routine, our regular cooking routine. And I think Plantify offers a variety of products that answer that question. So consumers are seeking both health and convenience, and we are here to provide that for you with not just great tasting foods, but something that is healthy as well. We do have an omni-channel sales strategy where we are able to penetrate new markets quite quickly. And we are servicing direct to retail. We're servicing the professional markets through food service. And we also have white label options. Our new factory, and I think we've mentioned this already, is built to scale, which allows us to maintain growth and mitigate any challenges with that growth. So our current capacity allows us to support our North American entry and gives us enough runway that we can plan for any additional growth that we may need. So for example, the current capacity that we have can be doubled quite easily. We can then double it again with some small expansion and minor capital investments. But that's going to give us a runway where we are continuously testing the products that are selling, streamlining the products that are coming into new markets. And then we have more than enough time to make a decision whether a manufacturing facility somewhere maybe on this side of the world makes more sense for us. So again, I think the team has done a really good job of just setting ourselves up for continued growth. We can see extreme growth and still meet those demands, and we mitigate a lot of the challenges when it comes to growing and expanding your operations. And then our R&D team are constantly working on new products, refining the current products and new products. And one of the philosophies that was drilled home to me during my metals and mining days is continuous improvement. And it's something that I actually like to employ in my personal life as well. I love to grow. I love to innovate. I love to just be a better person than I was yesterday. Well, when it comes to our process, our food, anything like that, we will continuously look at ways to improve. If something tastes good, could it taste better? If something needs to be tweaked, can we tweak it and make it even better? And I think that is something and a philosophy that a lot of companies should employ. As well, we want to make sure that we're continuously bringing out new and exciting products so you don't get stale with the product line that we have. So R&D is very important to us. And I think one of the most exciting things for us is our foray into functional foods. And when we're talking functional foods, we're talking food tech, but we're talking food tech so that we can look at food as a way to heal. So food not only has the ability to maintain one's health, but with functional foods, we have the possibility of treating chronic illnesses. And I think this is really the future of food and beverage. And I think this is going to be quite a game changer for us here at Plantify. Next slide, please. So, as I said, you probably haven't seen us in North America. We've just started to penetrate this market. We're working on increasing our sales here. And we're fairly new, but as our products get better known, I see strong demand and growth. Our revenues, as illustrated on this slide, have grown 102% over year-to-date 2022. With our new facility, we're able to increase production to meet the growing sales demand. which should see us profitable next year. I would say probably in the latter half of next year. The share price has been trading in around the 3-cent range, but I think that the marketing outreach we're going to do, the products that we're going to bring to market, additional products that we're bringing to market, sales increasing throughout Europe and North America, and our food tech division, which is our functional foods. I think we will see a lot of interest and demand in the stock side start to increase. Next slide, please. So why am I so confident sitting here and talking to you about Plantify Foods? I think, we can look at consumer trends. We can look at the consumer demand, and lifestyles and needs are changing. We are seeing a lot of people change their eating habits based on health concerns, and also most recently based on inflation. Everything has gotten more expensive, and we're looking for ways to mix things up while not spending an arm and a leg on feeding our families. So we've seen all the projections. We look at the target for plant-based food markets is expected to hit 162 billion by the year 2030. And then when we look at a subsect of that, of the clean label food market, it's also in the billions. It's expected to grow to 32 billion by the year 2026. But simply put, I like to say Plantified is a food company, and I think we can stand against any company, whether they're meat or plant-based. I think we have a product that is in demand by any and everyone. And again, given the variety, I think you'll find something that you will enjoy no matter what. We are set up to scale, as I spoke about before, and we are able to meet the demand as we continue to grow in new markets. We've already started to penetrate Europe. We've started to penetrate North America. North America will be quite big for us, given the size of the population, not just Canada, but obviously the US. And I think, it's a product that's in high demand on this side of the world. And we are set up to meet that demand quite significantly. We have staying power. We will continue to create new products. We will create a community. We will start to promote recipes and menus for our customers so that you don't have to think about how to prepare the food or allow you to have variety in what you serve your family. So we want to create this community to follow us. And while this is not the core of our business, I think the R&D into functional foods will maintain the excitement for us as we go forward and could be a possible significant catalyst that'll truly set us apart. So I want to thank you for taking the time to listen to this, and I've done it probably under time, so we're open for questions.
Thank you, Suzette and Gabby, for that overview, and welcome to the Plantify family. As a reminder here, anyone who would like to ask a question, please type it in the Q&A box. So we have a few questions here. So Suzette, you talked about having no harmful additives to your product and keeping the taste. Can you elaborate more on that? I know that's really important for your company to keep the taste, even though without any additives.
Yeah, well, it's interesting, and I'm glad I had an opportunity to experience this myself with the beverage company. I didn't understand the preservatives and the pasteurization as well. So when we were building drink, I wanted something that used natural ingredients and that was minimally processed, but we needed to preserve it, especially for beverages. We wanted a 12-month shelf life. So we went the pasteurization route. With pasteurization, you're essentially heating up the product, so you're losing a lot of flavors. So in that process of the R&D, when we were doing that, we had to bump up flavors to mitigate the result of pasteurization. So again, for Plantify, we have developed a proprietary process which allows us to develop the food, and the process in creating that food doesn't require the use of preservatives, which are chemical additives, or pasteurization. And because if you were going to use chemical additives, you're going to change the taste slightly. So sometimes there's an aftertaste, or there's just something that hits differently. It's not like if something you were cooking with whole ingredients at home. When it comes to pasteurization, you're heating it, so you'd have to bump up the flavor profile, and that's where you get into adding extracts and things like this. So this is what we mean by clean label. It is as minimally processed as you can get.
You talked about the company being a food company. We understand in terms of your market, I think you're targeting the flexitarian. Can you speak more about this market opportunity?
Yeah, and again, the numbers that we showed on the plant-based projections for demand, it's mainly driven by flexitarians. And for anyone that's not familiar with the term, a flexitarian is someone that's a vegetarian but also still eat meat. So I would consider myself a flexitarian. I don't sit here and plan out my days of vegetarian days or meat days. It's kind of just go with the flow. But I'm incorporating a lot of vegetables into my meals, and not every meal has an animal protein associated with it. So this subsect of consumer in the food industry was, I think, really driven by the shift in our view on how we eat and the health concerns we had around consuming a lot of mainly red meat. And we've, over the course of the evolution of food and society, we learn and we adapt, and we learn and we adapt. And this is where the consumers for food demand are going. And so the flexitarians are really driving demand, but for everything. And that's why I say Plantify is a food company, not just a plant-based food company. We are plant-based, which is great. So if you are vegan or vegetarian, we are going to allow you to eat comfortably. But if you're a flexitarian, it's going to fit into your lifestyle. If you're a carnivore, you're still going to want something to go on the side of that meat. I think we have something for everyone. And that's why I like to say we're a food company.
Great. That's great. Thank you. What is your geographic breakdown of your distribution today, Suzette or Gabby?
Yeah,
Gabby, do you want to take that one?
Yeah, I will just had it open here. 1 second, sorry. We have a new market, as Suzette referred to earlier. In 2023, we started to sell in France and Belgium, thus Europe. So far, our sales are about 45% USA, about 30% Europe, and the rest in Israel. So, and the growth both in the US and Europe is quite significant this year compared to next year. So this is where we see the future. Israel is a small country, and there's a limit how much we can sell there.
Okay. And how many of your products are white labeled versus your own brand?
Majority is white label. So the majority of our sales is white label. Then we also sell to institutions, and then there is a minority of our own brand. So it would be around 60% white label.
Yeah, and if I can just add to that, for us, white label is low-hanging fruit. Let's put it that way. It allows us to produce and scale and penetrate markets. But the more people get used to the products, whether it's white labeled or not, we can point it and say, yeah, that's a Plantify product. We'll start to see the demand on the direct-to-retail side. And I think direct-to-retail is going to be huge for us over in North America.
Okay, thank you. And Suzette, I know you're new, but question here, what's Plantify's strategic roadmap ahead, specifically in terms of how management is thinking about scaling the operations?
Geez, who asked that question? Thanks. I'll be honest, there's high level things that we've already discussed, but there's no decisive roadmap. But when I look at it, like I said, visiting the operations was key for me to see the way it's set up, to see the way it's scaled. And I think the benefit for me is working on large capital intensive projects like mining. When you're developing and then putting a mine into production, there are so many things that can go wrong. And then I've also been involved in a number of M&A transactions. When you're growing, either through organic growth by scaling your operations or through acquisition, there's a lot of room for error. And there's a lot of things that aren't usually thought out, because as you're running your business, you want to keep that end goal in sight. You want to keep all those plans, but you're kind of focused and your head is down. So that's one of the things that I said gives me comfort is the team have done an excellent job in, I would say, being very cautious, but setting ourselves up for extreme growth. So we have been relatively cautious. And again, that's why we were doing mostly white label. But now that we have the new facility and that facility is scalable and we can really just go out there and push the sales are going to drive the production, but we're not selling, driving production, and then stopping to expand. We have that runway and we have that platform. So on an operation side, I don't see any issues with our abilities to grow and scale and meet demand. On a capital market side, we are working on a 12-month program. Obviously, with the help of IR Labs, we are going to start to really sell the story, the benefits. And again, I like this story because it fits my lifestyle, it fits my core values, and I want to heal the world, and I think we have an opportunity to do that. So really just getting the story out there and then being a thought leader, providing information, providing knowledge so that people can make informed decisions. That's something that's very close to my heart. So tying all of that in and utilizing whatever avenues we can to get the story out, I think it'll be one to watch for sure.
Thank you so much, Suzette and Gabby. It's been a pleasure to having you here. And next we're going to pass it back to Angela and in the live studio. Thank you.
Hi there, everyone. We're back in live studio, and I have joining with me, we have Huss. Thank you so much to Suzette. That was a wonderful presentation. And Gabby, we're just waiting for Huss to come on. But that's an incredible story. 1 second here. Huss, are you there? Hi, there you are, Huss. Welcome to Live Studio. You're in mute, buddy.
Hi, how's it going? Hi, everyone.
Hi,
How are
hi.
you?
All right, we have a quick live studio today. We are
Great.
back to back, but that was a really great story. Can you give me a quick answer? How do they set themselves apart from the competition?
Yeah, for sure. I hope that was informative for you, Ange, and those not familiar with Plantify. As Suzette was alluding to, I think one of the things that's striking is where the global demand is going, especially in the plant-based foods market. So just to reiterate that, going towards that, north of 150 billion by 2030, which represents a massive growth opportunity. And that market's supposed to be about close to 10% of the global protein-based market. So truly, I think with Plantify specifically, the innovative trade secrets and know-how really sets them apart. And the time that they spend in the R&D and to really get the product right, but at the same time not sacrificing shelf life with no preservatives, right? So truly looking at that healthy, nutritious taste. But also with functional food. I think it's a truly unique opportunity. And also spending the time to get it right is something that they really have been focusing on. And they're ready to scale, so this demand can be met. So with these kinds of key pillars to their strategy, I think it really sets them apart. And not to mention the omni-channel strategy of having retail ready packaging, but also white labeling, right, to get that product out there.
Yeah, that was a really strong part of the story. But overall, really great story. So again, to anyone that's listening out there in the audience, definitely check them out. You can contact Huss or see them, find them through our website, or also scan those QR codes throughout the presentation and be able to connect with those companies. So thank you so much, Huss. This was a quick live studio. We're going to cut over to commercial and we'll be up next with our next presenter. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Ange.
All right, everyone. Good morning. We're just waiting a moment for our next speaker to join us. Just a reminder for those who've just joined us recently, we've had several presentations so far, and we will make all of these presentations available after the conclusion of today's webinars. Hey, Bill.
Hi there, Alyssa. How are we doing?
Excellent. How are you?
I'm doing great, doing great.
Awesome. Well, I'm going to give you an intro here, Bill, and then over to you. So I'm going to jump right into it. The Fresh Factory is a vertically integrated company focused on accelerating the growth of fresh, clean label, plant-based food and beverage brands of tomorrow. From recipe formulation to sourcing ingredients, production, packaging, and getting those delicious products to the end consumer, they are there every step of the way. And then an analogy I like to use when we're talking about the Fresh Factory is they're kind of like the Shopify of the fresh, clean label space. Fresh Factory owns or partners with emerging and established brands in the plant-based, fresh, clean label space to develop, manufacture, and sell products made from fresh produce and recognizable ingredients. Exciting recent developments. The Fresh Factory just received its conditional approval today to move over to the TSXV from the CSE, where they've been very well supported in their journey so far to date as a public company. And after almost 2 years trading in Canada, this November, they're taking this next step. Here to present today is Bill Bessenhofer, the co-founder and chief executive officer of the Fresh Factory, where he oversees daily operations, strategic planning, and shareholder engagement. Over to you, Bill.
Thanks, Alyssa. I really appreciate that. That was fantastic opening. Why don't we go to just the first slide? We can have that sitting up. Morning, everybody. It's great to be here today. You know, as Alyssa mentioned, you know, really at the Fresh Factory, you know, we've built the infrastructure for the future of the food and beverage industry. You know, really our focus is on clean label, plant-based, better for you products, utilizing fresh ingredients. And I'm sure you've heard from other places, you know, one of the most important things as we started to see today, it's more and more important to be eating fresh and clean. That's where the market's going. That's what the data is showing us and has been showing us for the past 10 years, quite frankly. And what we've been able to do is really build this vertically integrated platform to basically take product from farm to shelf, as you see there. So, you know, we're not just your typical food and beverage manufacturing company. You know, we're doing things that not many people are out there doing, and that's creating and producing food without additives or preservatives. We can go to the next slide. You know, so I think one of the things that, you know, to try to have a better understanding is, you know, how do we really stand out? And, you know, there are three ways that we stand out. One, just unique. You know, we're unique in the sense that we do handle and work with fresh ingredients, dealing with, you know, some of the largest category leaders out there in the industry, working on plant-based, again, clean label and better for you, high quality products. Secondly, you know, again, it gets to manufacturing. I think in general, manufacturing is difficult in any industry. You know, it's definitely in any industry, you're going to have, you know, things that come up and things that have to be done. When you get to the food manufacturing, that becomes, you know, harder. But then when you get to fresh food manufacturing, you know, that's one of the hardest things out there. And then one of the reasons why, you know, my partner and I started this, you know, 8 years ago, we realized that there was an opening in the marketplace for fresh, clean label manufacturing products. And so when we saw that opportunity, we felt like there was a huge value add that we could provide to the marketplace by being able to do that. So really taking something from just being a concept all the way to scaling it to be able to put it on shelf. You know, that's definitely something that isn't easy. And there aren't a lot of people out there doing it. So we felt like this was an opportunity for us to really go out there and do that and take advantage of something and help have it grow. And then 3 is its flexibility. So while people are looking for fresh and clean label, they're also looking for flexibility and the ability that what we've done is build an infrastructure and a facility that allows us to be nimble and quick, to where the past, I'd say the legacy infrastructure that's been built within the food industry isn't that way. You know, we kind of built this thing from the ground up, with food safety being the most important thing. So we are an SQF level 3 facility, which is the highest form of food safety certification you can get in the industry. That's not cheap. And so for us, we had the advantage of knowing this as we built this from the start, whereas a lot of legacy infrastructure didn't necessarily have that opportunity. So to have to go back and re-put that in, that's very cost effective to them. So what we've been able to do is actually being able to build this fantastic facility that's been able to be flexible to where we can get product to shelf much faster than what legacy infrastructure can do. We're able to get products to shelf in 3 to 6 months, where in some cases, some products, when you look to larger corporations, it could take 2 years to get to shelf. We can go to the next slide. So, what's our edge? There's three things that I think that we have an edge. I think one, I kind of mentioned a little bit, we make original food. Like I mentioned, we've built this platform for the future of food, really providing honest food for all in a sustainable way. And so what do I mean by that? But providing honest food is clean. It's no preservatives, no additives. It's utilizing the fresh ingredients to make product healthy. Secondly, I think our biggest edge is we have a path to profitability. I think if you've seen in our earnings, this first half we just put out, we did $15.2 million in the first half, which is a 30% year-over-year increase from last year. But I think what we also saw is that our margins have continued to grow. So our adjusted gross margins increased to 29%, which is about 3.5% more than what they had been before. And then lastly, again, it goes back to our innovation. By being able to have this agile manufacturing prowess and our expert food scientists, it's really enabled the rapid product launches that we've been able to see and have with the high quality food and safe products to marketplace. That innovation allows us to get the edge that we see in the marketplace versus other competitors. Next slide. Just a quick financial highlights and capital structure, as I mentioned a little bit. We did do $15.2 million in the first half of this year. Again, the adjusted EBITDA that we had in Q2 was a loss of $100,000. So we're definitely on the right trajectory. As you can tell, we're very close to our profitability. We've got about 52.2 million shares outstanding. As of yesterday, our share price was at 95 cents, which gets us to a market cap of close to $50 million. Next slide. And then we get to our growth outlook. I've mentioned this before. One, it's our flexible capabilities. We've built this platform with a wide product range across sales channels and packaging styles. Again, like I had mentioned before, with the way that we've set our facility up, with the equipment and the flexibility that we have, it's really allowed us to ensure efficient product manufacturing for all our customers. So while we've been able to do some great things for us, we've been able to do some for our customers as well. Second, it's growing demand. I think you probably heard it before, the fresh food industry is definitely on the rise, and people are looking for clean label products. I use this example all the time. I've got 2 young children, and one of the things that they do constantly is look at the backs of labels. That's the youth of America today. By us, people are looking at the labels, and children are looking at labels. And if they can't pronounce what's on those labels, they're not eating it. And so, for us, that puts us again at an advantage. But we know that the demand is going to continue to grow because it is the youth that is pushing this forward. So, we're really excited about the demand and growth that we have. So then nextly, we get into our diversified verticals. I think for us, we've been really, really lucky to be very diversified. And I say that in meaning, when COVID hit, we've got customers in the retail, we've got customers in quick service restaurants, we've got customers in direct to consumer, and then we've got customers that are food service. When COVID hit, unfortunately, we lost about 30% of our revenue because a lot of our customers were in Manhattan and San Francisco, which were the quick service restaurants. But because of the fact that we're diversified and we have relationships with direct to consumer products and companies, we were able to, within 3 weeks, gain back all the sales that we had lost in a matter of in quick time. And so for us, by being as diversified as we are, we actually have revenue streams that are protected all across the board. So if things were to hit in one area, we're able to be okay in another. So it's no different than a stock portfolio with your stocks and your bonds and things of that nature. So we've kind of built that similar to the way that we're doing it with our food company here. And then lastly, I think one of the things that, I think we're really proud of is, we've really focused on profitability, right? Growth is extremely important, but I think with today's market, profitability is clearly the most important thing. So we've really focused on being a profitable company. We've got no debt, and we've got a strategic objective to be adjusted EBITDA positive by the end of this year. And then we'll be net income positive in 2024. And as you can tell, based upon our Q2 earnings, we are right there. And I can tell you that we've continued that progression as we move forward into Q3. So obviously very excited about when we present financials for Q3 in a couple months, but we're definitely on the path of on the goals that we've set for ourselves. So with that, I'm going to turn this back over to Alyssa if there's any questions out there.
Thank you very much, Bill. That's great. Just a reminder, if you'd like to ask a question, please feel free to do so by submitting through the Q&A chat. And Bill, first question here. For those who haven't had the opportunity to come see the facilities in person, can you just sort of describe what's going on? I know you've got a lot of really unique equipment. Maybe paint a picture. I'm also going to, in addressing this question, there is a video on the Fresh Factory's website that'll give you a little bit of a tour, but Bill, over to you.
Perfect. Yeah. So we've got about a 50,000 square foot facility where we've got 5 lines running. And when I say 5 lines, we've got a juice line where we do cold pressed juices. We've got a shot line, which are up and coming in the industry, which are 2-ounce little shots of maybe like wheatgrass or ginger shots that you'll start to see everywhere, quite frankly. We've got a bottling line, a larger bottling line that allows us to fill anything from salad dressings all the way to potential baby food, sauces, teas, drinkable soups that we can run either cold or we can run it hot fill. And then also we've got a cup line, which is basically a rotary filler that allows us to fill anything from a 2-ounce cup into what would be a larger size, like 32-ounce cup that you'd see in Costco. So, I'll give you an example. A lot of companies have come to us to do small 2-ounce packets because salads are extremely important. And so with those salads, people need dressing. So filling out 2-ounce cups full of dressing and putting those in a packet, has become a pretty large opportunity for us. And then lastly, we've got a bar facility, which ironically, we bought a bar business, a fresh, healthy bar about 2 years ago. And that facility is about 7 minutes down the road from us, where we produce healthy bars for customers, as well as some brands that we own for ourselves. So we have a facility that can produce quite a bit. And again, not a massive place, but a large enough for us to be able to be very flexible and produce as much product as possible. I would imagine that as we continue to grow, which we see our pipeline is very deep right now, that there's a good chance that we will need to be looking to get into a larger facility so that we can take on all this growth that we see coming.
Excellent. Thanks, Bill. I can attest to the lemon ginger shots are sort of my midday go-to. So I absolutely love those in particular. And I'm a mom. I'm always trying to find interesting options, healthy options for the kids in their lunch boxes. Your bars are a hit. We had the good fortune of being able to sample some of those. So thanks again.
Thank you.
So Bill, you've had really significant financial success over the last couple of years in recent quarters, putting out some really great numbers. Can you talk a little bit about what's driving that success and help us understand? We're in an inflationary environment. Food prices are rising. You guys seem to have the formula down.
Well, I wish it was as easy as you said it, but honestly, I think for us, it was really just about, focus. It was focus on making sure that we put the right structure in place with the right KPIs and the right goals within each of our departments. As you can imagine in a test, early on as a startup, you're doing everything you possibly can to get yourself in a position to be successful. And as we've continued to grow up as a company and as an organization and have brought some talent in while also mending with the talent that we have, it really was just setting the framework and putting KPIs in place and setting the goal for our team. And it's no different, and it's very cliche. When you have everybody beating to the same drum, it makes things a lot easier to accomplish your goals. And so, one of the things we've stressed to our team is making sure that we have clear vision and a clear understanding of what the expectations are of each of our employees. And quite frankly, doing that and setting that tone from the top, and taking it all the way down to all our employees has been really successful for us.
Excellent. I've had the opportunity of meeting quite a few of your team members, and you are a very strategic and high performing team. So I can endorse that for you.
Thank you.
So can you talk a little bit about, Bill, there's a question here. Are you doing any business in Canada or serving any Canadian brands?
At the moment, yes. We do have, we work with a publicly traded large company, direct to consumer company, that has brought product to Canada. We have started about 2 months ago producing a couple SKUs for that company. And they are being delivered, I believe, to consumers in the Canadian space.
Excellent. Well, we hope that you can do a lot more in Canada. On that note, and this is just last question to wrap it up here, Bill, what's the turnover in customers like in your business?
It's a great question. I think it's funny you asked, what was, strategically, what have we done? One of the things that we've had to do is we've had to actually be very strategic in the customers that we have. We are at a position because of the growth of what we're doing. We've had to look very difficultly at some of the customers that we've had. And in some cases, we've had to turn some customers away. But our turn as it relates to people leaving us is darn near nothing. Usually if people are going, it's mostly because of the fact that, one, we don't feel like we're able to service the customer the way we need to service them, so to speak. And maybe, quite honestly, just not a fit for us anymore. But in those cases, we will do everything we can to help the customers find other places to go to, because in some cases, they're just not a fit for us.
Excellent. Well, Bill, thank you so much for your time today. This concludes our question and answer session. If anyone and everyone would like to connect with Bill, reach out through the Fresh Factories Investor Relations website or reach out to one of our team members directly. We'd be happy to connect you. And don't forget to add the ticker FRSH on the CSE. Soon moving over to the TSXV. So more to come on that. Thank you again, Bill.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thanks for those who've just joined us. Welcome. We're going to be moving over to our live studio in between our presentations today. And getting set up here for our next guest. Just give us a minute to transition. Thank you. All right. Just waiting for our next guest to join here, and we'll get started in just a minute. Manuel, hello.
Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I know it's afternoon for you right now in the UK, correct?
Yes, that is true.
Excellent. Well, I'm just going to introduce you here, and then we can get right into our discussion. So moving over to our very first panel of the day today, in between our presentations, we're bringing in some guest speakers. And today, this session to kick us off is focused on sustainability and ESG. Our guest panelist is Emmanuel Palacucha, Managing Director, Head of Sustainability Advisory at Alliance Advisors. Emmanuelle is managing director, where she leads the firm's sustainability solutions. She's a senior ESG leader and has a track record of partnering with executive leadership and boards of global companies to successfully develop and execute on environmental, social, and governance disclosures, strategies, and performance goals. She is highly experienced at engaging with corporate issuers across all sectors on ESG, materiality, ratings, and global framework alignments to manage changing investor expectations. Prior to joining Alliance, Emmanuelle was a group manager on the sustainability advisory team at ISS Corporate Solutions, where she led a team of specialized ESG advisors and was instrumental in the growth of the client base and service offerings as part of that business. Emmanuelle has also worked closely with institutional investors to advance ESG engagements through previous roles on the climate team at the Interfaith Center on Corporate Responsibility and on the carbon asset risk team at CIRRUS. I might have pronounced that wrong, so you can correct me, Emmanuelle. Today we gather to explore a pivotal topic that I'm sure is on everyone's mind, shaping the landscape of business, society, and the world at large. ESG, which stands for environmental, social, and governance, represents a commitment to responsible practices that go beyond financial considerations. It's about creating lasting value while embracing ethical principles, fostering social equity, and safeguarding our planet. Together, we can catalyze positive change and contribute to a future that's not just successful, but sustainable. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to Emmanuelle to say hello, and we'll jump into some questions here.
Thanks so much. Really great to be here. Appreciate the opportunity to speak about ESG and sustainability.
We're so happy to have you, and thanks again for taking the time to do this and accommodate time zones as well. Just to kick us off here, can you share some insights into how sustainability initiatives contribute to long-term shareholder value from your perspective, and how this message is conveyed to investors?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the most important place to start before diving into some of those insights is actually defining what sustainability is and what ESG is, because while they're often used interchangeably, they are distinct concepts that warrant the unique definition that each of them have. When we talk about ESG, which, as you said, is environmental, social, and governance, that's really a tool or a framework that companies and investors use to understand the way that risks and opportunities that are typically considered non-financial are being managed. I often like to refer to them as pre-financial, meaning they might not have a financial impact today, but they will manifest as a financial impact down the line. Sustainability, on the other hand, is a bit more focused on a broader principle of impact. How does the company have an impact, both positive and potentially negative, on society and on the planet? So with these two things in mind, there are a number of ways that ESG or sustainability management of those risks and opportunities or understanding of the impacts can really have an influence on long-term shareholder value creation. One of the, I'll say maybe smaller ways or low-hanging ways is in terms of efficiency or cost savings. Resource management, such as reducing water, reducing energy, can result in meaningful cost savings. Having the right practices in place to retain talent and not have to spend more costs on attracting and training new talent are easy cost efficiency measures that relate to ESG and sustainability. It's also a really meaningful risk management tool, being able to identify and monitor these risks as part of an ESG framework or sustainability program can help to make a company more resilient in the long term and create that longer term value. There's also the opportunity to build a better reputation. We're seeing a lot of consumer preferences change around wanting more sustainable products or wanting corporates to be responsible stewards. And as a result, companies can build a stronger reputation and also mitigate any risks in terms of negative reputational damage. So maintaining that social license to operate is another key way that in the long term, these programs can really play a key impact. And finally, just the innovation perspective, the opportunity to tap into new markets, new products by focusing on the way things are changing and being able to see where there might be opportunities to move in a new direction associated with sustainability, or by looking at some of these ESG related topics, and being ahead of others in the industry in doing so is certainly a way that long-term shareholder value can be created as well.
That's great. I was writing down here as you're speaking, the word risks comes up a lot. And I'm glad you brought that up. And I think you're the expert here. Absolutely. I know when I'm having conversations with investors and some of our issuer clients around why ESG and how does this factor in, I think starting with the conversation around risk management is a great way to approach it. So just moving on to a question here about how can companies most effectively build a sustainability strategy and a narrative to meet investor expectations, and how should this be addressed in their investor relations efforts?
Yeah, I think what's most important to begin is understanding what the priorities are. That is core to building an effective sustainability strategy. So understanding what is most material to your business is going to be fundamental to ensuring that you're focusing on the right matters and you're allocating resources in the right way. And I would say that there are three kind of facets of that are really key. The first being engaging with your stakeholders. What is most important to your stakeholders? That's such a key influence in identifying what should be a priority, what is most material. So this is vital in terms of having robust year-round stakeholder engagement processes, including investor engagement strategies. So are you building long-term relationships with your shareholders? Are you actively communicating with investors? Or is that just happening once a year around the time of the annual meeting, in which case it's going to be a lot more difficult to understand what investors care about and what you should be prioritizing in terms of your strategy. A second piece to that key sustainability strategy or an effective sustainability strategy is whether or not the board or executive leadership has buy-in and oversight over sustainability related matters. We know that leadership comes from the top. There needs to be a strong tone from that leadership level in order to effectively build a strategy and implement the strategy. So are you training your board and leadership team to understand what ESG and sustainability is? Are you establishing the right committees, either executive level committees or board level committees, even assigning sustainability related responsibilities to existing board level committees? And are you preparing those leaders to be involved in those stakeholder conversations so that they can have informed discussions with what you're doing as an organization and what investors expect from you as an organization to continue developing your ESG efforts? And the final piece that I would highlight for that effective strategy is, are you looking at the areas that best align with your business strategy, activities, and objectives? So to have a truly meaningful program, it's important to align that with your overall business strategy. And all three of these components really fit together to create a well-rounded and holistic approach to developing that strategy, implementing it, and continuing to improve it over time in a way that, again, matches up with what you're trying to achieve as a company as a whole.
Thank you for that. And I love how you frame that. It all starts with the education and having those conversations in the boardroom. I could probably take a little bit of a guess here, but which sectors are the most progressive and which ones are the most behind when it comes to ESG?
Yeah, it's an interesting question, and it's one that certainly comes up a lot, but I would actually say that it's not entirely possible to decide on one sector that's ahead or one that's behind. I think each sector has its own material risks and opportunities, and you certainly have leaders within sectors that are more effectively identifying and managing those material risks and opportunities. But it's apples and oranges to compare some industries against others when their fundamental material risks and opportunities are different. What I would say is that leaders across sectors really are similar in that they are able to have that stakeholder oriented approach to determining what's most material to them. They have that approach that's aligned with their overall business strategy in terms of addressing material topics, and they're able to tell their story in a really meaningful, unique way. So to give an example of one sector, I think the biotech and pharmaceutical and life sciences industry is one where we see lower levels of disclosure, which to me is fascinating because it has one of the most implicit sustainability stories to tell in terms of the way that their operations, their products, their services have positive impacts on human health or need to manage potentially negative impacts related to product quality and safety. So ultimately, the leaders and any company need to be able to articulate that unique story, how it aligns with their overall business, and any sector can then be a leader if that narrative, if that story is in place.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. For those who've just joined us, welcome. I am here with Emmanuel, Managing Director, Head of Sustainability Advisory at Alliance Advisors. In between all of our presentations today, we have the good fortune of having some very, very special guests, and Emmanuel is one of them. Wrapping up here with the last question here for you. From your perspective, how is sustainability reporting evolving, and what role should it play in shaping investor relations strategies?
It's a really important question because the landscape is just changing so completely at the moment. We're seeing such significant shifts in the expectations around sustainability reporting. And one of those elements requires it to be more aligned, more embedded in overall company messaging. And that's where investor relations professionals are definitely going to be expected now more than ever to be able to articulate that sustainability story or integrate sustainability related matters into communication channels that go beyond an ESG report, such as, apologies for the lights here, such as the management information circular, quarterly earnings calls, or other channels of that kind. But some of the major shifts we're seeing is around investors expecting more consistent, standardized reporting. And that's in order to have more comparable, complete sustainability information that they can use to make investment decisions or engagement decisions. So we're seeing that from a voluntary standpoint with the establishment of the ISSB, or the International Sustainability Standards Board. Their newly published S1 and S2 standards are really setting the globally consistent benchmark, if you will, for what companies should be reporting around sustainability. But we're also seeing it from a regulatory perspective. In the EU, we're seeing the CSRD, the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive. In the US, we're seeing the SEC's climate disclosure rules. And in Canada, we're seeing the Canadian Security Authority's disclosure on climate-related matters push, which is in the process of being developed. So the landscape is changing completely, and there's going to be more of an expectation for that to be published by companies, and again for IR professionals to be able to communicate what they're doing and what they're reporting on to investors and other stakeholders.
Emmanuel, thank you so much. Should anyone have any questions or wish to connect with Emmanuel to have any follow-up conversations, please feel free to reach out to us at IR Labs, and we're happy to make the connection. Again, Emmanuel, thank you very much. There's a lot of really great pieces of information here that we can all take away. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me.
Take care. Okay, for those who've just joined us, we have some incredible guest speakers in between all of our issuer presentations, and you'll see a few more over the next little while. For those who've just joined us, welcome. Very happy to have you here, and please feel free to pop in and out throughout your day. We will also be sharing all of the presentations today in bite-sized pieces once we're concluded. So with that, we're going to now turn it over to our next presentation. Caroline, welcome back.
Hello, everybody. All right, well, we're excited to introduce you to our fourth company today, which is TLGY Acquisition Corp and Verde Bioresins. TLGY is a special purpose acquisition company, or a SPAC, with deep roots in private equity and transformational operations that recently announced a proposed business combination with Verde Bioresins, a visionary in sustainable product innovation and full-service bioplastics production company with its innovative and proprietary bioresins known as polyethylene. With a strong focus on driving value creation over the long term, the partnership between TLGY and Verde aspires to offer sustainable solutions to address the global plastic pollution crisis. Joining us today are Jin-Gun Kim, founder, chairman, and CEO of TLGY Acquisition, and Brian Gordon, chairman, president, COO of Verde Bioresins. Brian and Jin-Gun, please go ahead.
Great. Brian, do you want to start? We should go to the page.
Yeah, why don't we? So my name's Brian Gordon, and I founded Verde Bioresins about 4 years ago. We looked, when looking at making a bioresin company, we spoke to national brands, we spoke to converters, and we looked at all the analysis of what's going on in the industry, and we found that only 5 to 6% of bioplastics are ever recycled, or of actual plastics are ever recycled, and 85% of all plastics in the US end up in landfills. So as a result of that, we created a polyethylene resin, which is a bio-based resin that's curbside recyclable and landfill biodegradable. And we did this not only to replace traditional bioplastics, but we also did this to replace traditional plastics as well. So we're looking at a market that's 600 billion, and polyethylene can replace roughly 300, our total available market is roughly 300 billion. That focuses on polyethylene and polypropylene replacements.
Great. So before we go into some of these exciting things about why we stand out in the next page, I want to just tell you a little bit about TLGY and our transactions. TLGY is a very special SPAC. It really is a private equity in its DNA and approach, mainly from my background as a long-term partner at TPG and a transformation CEO of multiple market-leading companies in Asia, mostly. And I created a business using SPAC to exactly do what I did, pretty well in TPG, to find these great diamonds in the rough or the unicorns in the making. And after looking at dozens of companies, we got very excited with what Brian is doing. And it had all of the things that is required to make a successful transaction. So our SPAC has made an announcement in June. We have filed and have gotten back comments from SEC. We're ready to go now on a very intense sort of roadshow to really help Brian get the capital that he needs to build a market leader in what is, in our opinion, one of the best macros. And we believe that what Brian has put together is one of the best opportunities that exist in that market, which today hasn't really seen any winners take over. So if you go to the next page, please. So Brian, maybe you can walk us through a little bit about the technology and the market, and then I'll talk a little bit about the SPAC.
That sounds great. So to begin with, on this page, basically, polyethylene was created as we just discussed, but ultimately it was due to demand by forces like governments, social and environmental groups that have pushed national brands towards sustainability, and now a lot of these companies have chief sustainability officers. They have mandates for sustainability within the next 3 to 8 years, and ultimately that's why we believe that we're positioned very well to take a significant portion of the market. We looked at other companies, we looked at other bioplastics, and we determined that for us, we need to make a product that is drop-in ready so that converters can put our product, our polyethylene resin, into their existing manufacturing equipment as a direct replacement to traditional plastics, that it has to be economically feasible. And we've done that by taking predominantly off-the-shelf ingredients and off-the-shelf equipment and modifying it to meet our needs, and then making it highly scalable. And as a result, we're looking at raising about $55 million for Verde to enable us to grow from capacities of tens of millions of pounds a year to capacities of hundreds of millions of pounds a year. So when you take a look at our market, which is tremendous in terms of $600 billion plastics market, our focus is 300 billion, pounds of polyethylene and polypropylene. Ultimately, we can make products like thermoform applications, which bioplastics traditionally can't do. We can make durable goods, which again is not something that a traditional bioplastics company that's biodegradable can do. Living hinges. And then, of course, we can make bags and blow molded products. So ultimately, we covered the gambit, and we're working with dozens of national brands to create their products in a more sustainable and renewable fashion.
Yeah, and as a spec, we are very unique, as I said in the introduction, that we take a private equity approach of looking for long-term investments that we believe is going to have a breakout. The way we have used the earnout and a performance-based hurdles that will allow the company to later on make up for its economics as well as sponsors. It also allows a very low valuation compared to the market comp and the TAM and the potential that it has. So that is a very unique component that we are using as a part of our private equity approach in the spec market. But also there's something else that we've innovated. As I come from a transformational complex deals, we've looked at spec as a blank sheet of paper that can literally create any solutions that you may have. And today's market, as everyone knows, has a problem with redemption and a lot of bad deals. So what we've done is we've created a structure that actually mitigates that overhang. So a lot of the people that are looking at spec today do not want to invest before de-spec, mainly because a lot of them, they think is going to go down. So there's no reason for them to invest really before de-spec. What we've created, of course, is a great deal that we believe is fairly valuable at a discount. But more importantly, we've created this instrument, which there are a lot of details in the 8K, probably too much to go into in this presentation, that allows both the upside and or downside protection for investors as the redemption goes up. And we are going to expect redemptions in this market, so that at some point, these investors will get so much economics with high redemption in a naturally mitigating mechanism that it gives them a compelling reason to actually come in before the spec. So it actually gives the opposite reason when they look at our spec structure. And we've had a great reception from the market and the banks and other investors that we've been talking about. And so this is one reason why I think that investors might want to take a really good look at both the Verde as a long-term great investment, but also trying to make an investment before the de-spec is conclusive. So if we go to the next page, let me just summarize very quickly what Brian has said and why in my and our team's due diligence, we've looked at this company and said, this is really a game changer. And for anybody who's been following the sustainability market, you will get to understand very quickly that what Brian has put together is very innovative, and the way he's approaching is very commercial. So first of all, he's offering a product which is not a scientific experiment that will take years, hundreds of millions of dollars to get there. And that's one of the reasons that you don't see these companies be successful today. But it's something that is both biomaterial and biodegradable in landfill, where most of the plastics actually end up, as opposed to very limited compostable or recycling facility. And then he's got products that actually fits right into the infrastructure, and then makes the whole thing work without having to change anything. Unlike a lot of these early stage scientific experiments, in our view, which we believe requires a lot of development of manufacturing and overhauling of the existing infrastructure to get there. And the final thing that we think is very interesting is that we are offering this at a very good price as competitive to the traditional plastic, unlike a lot of the others, which could be 2 to 4 times more expensive. And it delivers the performance of the plastics that's out there. So if you really think about the huge TAM and a great demand and a regulation that is really pushing the market for a solution, and yet it is only about 2% market penetration. So we looked at all these things and said, wow, what Brian has really done is really amazing. So we are backing this company. And if you go to the next page, please, next page. This spec right now has a valuation that we've given to Verde at 365, which is, in our view, at a huge discount to what some of the other peers that have gone public at multi-billion-dollar valuations for something that we believe is not as interesting in terms of the technology, the commercialization, and all the things that Brian has talked about. So we're very excited. We have about $80 million in trust, and we're also going after some pipe with some strategic interest that we believe is going to materialize over the next few weeks. You know, Brian, do you want to say anything else about some of the momentum you're having in the market? I know that we can't disclose anything that's not public, but you got some really exciting things that's going to be happening, and all of the pipeline and the things that is happening because of your product will be great, and also some partnership.
Sure, we do. So we're working both directly with very large brands, global brands, as well as through our distribution partnership with Vinmar International and Vinmar Polymers America. So they're distributing our product as well. And so together we're looking at probably 6 dozen opportunities currently, and our sales pipeline is really phenomenal right now. It's in excess of $250 million at the current time, and growing every week. So when you take a look at it, we've partnered with Vinmar, who's one of the largest plastics distributors in the world, and petrochemical companies like Braskem that are making the move and have made the move into sustainable products to help to bring about this change. We're working with great equipment providers that are helping us to achieve the initial production equipment that we're looking to achieve, as well as strategic raw materials providers that we can then manipulate those raw materials as well as the equipment and enable them to suit our needs. And that's what enables us to scale. And that's also what enables us to achieve the price points that we're looking at, which are substantially below many of the bio-based bioplastic products in the industry today. So ultimately, we believe that will drive in the second year, 6 months after, starting 6 months after the de-SPAC, 60 to 80 million in revenue, and EBITDA margins in the 15 to 20% range. And over time, we expect both the price and the margins to increase based on scale. Jingun.
Due to the limited time that we have, I think we kind of use up all our time here. But please do go to our website, either Verde or TLGYF websites, and you'll see a lot of details. As a private equity in DNA, we really did a lot of due diligence, have put out a lot of information and thoughts behind this transaction. And for any of you who are interested in having a conversation with us to be part of our exciting journey, you know, we really welcome that. And thank you, Caroline and our labs team, for an opportunity to speak this great story.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brian and Jingun, for being here today and telling us about your exciting story. As a reminder, everyone, anyone who would like to ask a question, please type it in the Q&A box. See, we have a few questions here. Brian, you talked about the potential market opportunity for Verde, which is $300 billion. But when looking at the short-term potential TAM, it's now currently at 100 billion. What are the primary drivers that will propel the TAM to 300 billion in the long run?
Well, ultimately, we're continuing to develop other bio-based resins that are biodegradable. We're currently working on coatings on paper. We're working on foam products, and that'll help drive the growth as well as just time and market and the ability to scale will just continue to drive demand. And we believe that 100 billion, 300 billion, they're both huge numbers. And if we can take 5% of that market over the long run, we have a tremendous business.
Thanks, Brian. Very helpful. In terms of the forecasted revenue that you mentioned, you talked about the 250 million. And is that confirmed by a client sales pipeline backlog? And if so, maybe can you elaborate on the sales pipeline? What are the different stages of customer testing or purchase orders, if you can?
Sure. So those are based on our customer, either the numbers that they've provided us with based on what we expect to be replacing of their traditional plastic or bioplastic products. That's also numbers coming from our distributors, as well as ultimately most of our products in that range are in late stages of testing. Either they're testing in their volume manufacturing facilities, and we've tested these products for the most part in volume conversion facilities to begin with. We worked with the leaders in the industry, companies that convert 100 million to 500 million pounds to create the products that you've seen here.
Thanks, Brian. Jin-Gun, question for you. This de-SPAC redemption rates are notoriously high in the current environment. What makes this proposed transaction different? How has it been structured? I know you talked a little bit about that in your introduction. How has it been structured to encourage people to invest before the de-SPAC and hold for the long term? Can you dive deeper into this?
Yes, I actually is pretty complicated mechanism. It will be explained in 8K presentation. If you go to our website, happy to also have a separate conversation. In a very simple nutshell, there's 6 million shares of warrants for those who value it, which is fundamental investors, which can be converted into 1.2 million shares of common for those who don't value warrants because they don't trade well in the market and they want to get out now and they want to get common. So it's a 5-to-1 ratio, which basically creates the value of warrant into $2 as opposed to, say, 20 cents. It's like a 5 to 10x increase for those who don't believe in the deal. And so 1.2 million common, if you convert all of it, will be given to anyone who's standing. So let's say that there was only one person standing. That one person buys that $10 share and he gets a windfall of $12 million of common, which obviously is not going to happen. So therefore, there's some number between $12 million and then 90% redemption. You'll be protected down to $4. Your cost becomes $4 when you buy it at 10.9 right now, because you're getting about 2.6 shares for free. So there's some number between $10 million and 2.5 shares and something that's maybe better or worse, where the market will settle. This is a very unique structure that no one actually that I know has created, which does not pull from the future, meaning you're not issuing anything new to do this. We're using the IPO warrants and cleaning up the cap table 5-to-1 to give these economics to people who actually don't redeem. So I think this is a mechanism that provides a huge upside for those who actually get lucky and everyone else redeems. they end up with millions of dollars. And so therefore, it's a compelling reason for somebody to come in before the SPAC.
Yeah,
Thanks,
and
Steve.
and Carolyn, this is a strategic advantage, and that's part of the reason why we chose TLGY and Jingoom's innovative structure, as well as his private equity background.
Great. Well, no, that's very helpful. I think that you give a lot of context to the audience here. If anyone would like to connect with the TLGY or Verde team, please reach out to us or go to their investor relations website. Would be happy to connect you with the team here. And don't forget to add the ticker TLGY on NASDAQ to your watch list. Thank you, Brian and Jingoon.
Thank you so much.
All right, live in studio back here. My name is Angela, I'm CMO of IR Labs, and joining me in studio right now after that wonderful presentation is our Josh from IR Labs team. I do have to say TLGY and Verde have a great story. You definitely should check out their corporate presentation on their website. As a mindful consumer myself, I am very interested in the plastic statistics, and as we know, it's kind of shocking what is those statistics, and so they have a really great solution. We're just bringing up Josh now. Hi, Josh.
Hello,
Thank you
everyone.
for joining. Thank you for joining.
Hi, Ange.
So yeah, right into it, Josh. Can you give us a recap of TLGY and Verde?
Yeah, first of all, Jingoon and Brian, thank you so much for joining. It was so excellent hearing the story and really understanding how Verde is so innovative. For me, the main takeaways from the presentation are really that Verde has created a product designed for existing plastics manufacturing infrastructure. And that's what really makes it applicable to so many broad applications, is that fundamentally the resin itself is durable and can work in various applications that other incumbent bioplastics cannot. And it doesn't require significant overhaul and expense incurred by plastics manufacturers themselves to use the resin. I think that's really great. In addition, the costs being competitive with existing plastics that are not biodegradable is excellent, further boasting reasons for adoption. And then coupling this great product that's ready to go into market at mass scale and with initial customer interest and that $250 million backlog of customer interest is the unique SPAC structure that Jingoon and the TLGY team have developed that really takes a private equity approach and mindset to the SPAC instrument to really make the reasons to invest now compelling pre-de-SPAC and to support the transaction and the future of Verde as they look to scale up their product and business to mass market adoption. So, really great presentation. Thank you, gentlemen, and really appreciate having you both on.
Yes, definitely. And thank you so much, Josh. So many highlights in this story and definitely worth checking out. And really great to see Brian providing some examples of how it can be applied to all those different products as well. So Josh, we'll probably see you later today. Thank you so much for joining Live Studio. We are going to cut over to a break right now, and we have some wait for the next presentation. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Ange.
Welcome, everybody. Good morning. It's my pleasure to introduce our fifth presenter for today. Regen 3 is the clean tech company commercializing its patented technology to recycle used motor oil into high-value Group 3 base oil. With a focus on creating sustainable solutions that generate better environmental outcomes and compelling economics, the Regen 3 process is expected to reduce CO2e emissions by 82% as compared to virgin crude-derived base oils combusted at end of life. Operating in an underserved segment of the base oil market, Regen 3 aims to become the world's largest producer of sustainable Group 3 base oil. Here today to discuss other of the fascinating advancements is Mark Redcliffe, President of Regen 3, along with Kimberly Hedlund, Vice President of Corporate Finance. Thank you for being here today. Kim, Mark, over to you both.
Thanks very much for having us, Carolyn, and appreciate the opportunity to present today. Hopefully the stage lighting is great. With that, yes, I'm Mark Redcliffe. I'm the president of Regen 3. I'm a CPA CMA, and I'm based in Vancouver. I joined Regen 3 just over 5 years ago after our CEO, Greg Clark, had secured the intellectual property as well as recapitalized the firm. And I was initially attracted to the business because of both its environmental and financial impacts. Prior to joining, I spent 21 years in the capital markets in various roles, including several as a venture capital investment banker. It's important to understand that our team has evolved dramatically over the past 5 years. And if I can make it akin to a mining project, we've discovered the deposit we're now replacing and sifting through all of the exploration geologists, if you will, and now putting in place more of the technical people to actually build out the facility. Our team has a broad scope of depth in not only finance, but oil and gas operations, as well as project execution. Presenting alongside me today is Kimberly Hedlund. Kim is also a CPA CMA, and she's our VP of Corporate Finance. She's based in Calgary. In Kim's previous roles, she was a financial analyst at BMO, as well as Canaccord Genuity, where she covered special situations, oil and gas, and exploration and production. So we met Kim a few years back. We were doing a roadshow with Canaccord Genuity internationally, and Kim traveled with us. We were fortunate enough that she joined us. I always refer to Kim as our Swiss Army knife. She wears so many hats in our organization. She covers financial analysis, market and peer research, corporate communications, and she's also leading our work on the Department of Energy Loan Programs Office application. If you could go to the next slide, that would be great. Thank you. All right, so first and foremost, we are a clean technology company. We're in the final engineering and fundraising stages to develop and build out a 5,600 barrel per day used motor oil recycling facility in Texas. Cost is roughly $300 million capital cost. We have already established a patent suite to back us up as far as 32 patents issued and or pending globally. Our project payback is less than 3 years. The project has a 55% adjusted EBITDA and a 25-year unlevered IRR of 28%. Most importantly is our project is not reliant on government subsidies, unlike renewable diesels. So that's a good thing. We can stand on our own and become profitable on day one. On the environmental front, we chose to engage with a firm known as GHD Services out of Houston, roughly 10,000 employees. And we had them calculate our plant emissions as well as our greenhouse gas emissions being avoided by what we're planning on doing here. So they did 3 life cycle assessments for us, and they determined that by recycling used motor oil in Texas, we'll avoid 900,000 tons of CO2 equivalent emissions each year versus the burning or current disposal methods for used motor oil. Go to the next slide, please. So I think it's important that you actually understand what I'm talking about when I talk about used motor oils and base oils. Right? Everybody understands that when they take in their car, the majority of you, you have a black oil sitting in there. Well, what's happening is it is not the underlying base oil that was wearing out. It's actually the additives package. And the additives package is about 15% by content. So you can understand that there is a large demand for what we're producing. Effectively, our products, our base oils, are a group 2 or a group 3. The group 3 is a synthetic base oil, and it looks like a glass of water. Where we go from there is we clean that out, and we can do this over and over and over again. And this is also important to understand that you're looking at passenger car motor oils, heavy-duty engine oils, greases, wind turbine lubricants, metalworking lubricants. So there's demand from across the spectrum that's not going away anytime soon. And the neat thing is that because we have this patented process, we can extract the group 3. Now, the group 3 is one of the fastest growing sectors of base oils and lubricants globally. And it trades at a 70% premium to group 2 base oils. And that's what gives us our advantage. We have significantly higher margins than our competitors. And we have spent a considerable sum, certainly since I've joined the company, on de-risking the project and protecting the intellectual capital. And I will get into more on the de-risking side of the project, but in the short term, I'll pass you back to Kim.
Okay, thanks, Mark. Next slide, please. Okay, so one of the key things that really sets Regen apart is our environmental benefits of our process versus the status quo. So that begs the question, what happens to your oil after you leave the service station? So shocking 800 million gallons a year in the US, or 60% of all oil generated, is either burnt or dumped. That's more than 50,000 barrels each and every day. So why is this? It really comes down to economics. There's not a lot of value in UMO based on its current end uses. So depending on WTI prices, your service station will either have to pay to get that oil collected or will receive a small credit for it. So for economic reasons, they may opt to burn that oil on site as heating fuel or dump it to avoid the expense altogether. The second reason is that in the US, industrial burning is still considered recycling, which is not the case around the globe. So a lot of oil in the US goes into the asphalt plant market, cement plants, or is reprocessed into marine fuels. Now, this is disappointing because, as Mark mentioned, base oils don't break down. They can be re-refined over and over again. In our case, we can produce a high quality, high demand product that's short in supply. So we know our process is significantly better for the environment. We've had GHD Group conduct LCAs to quantify that for us. So just looking at a few of those numbers. So compared to dumping down the storm drain, we're 99.7% less ecotoxic. We have 82% lower CO2 emissions versus burning. And then considering production alone, you're looking at a 36% reduction in CO2 compared to standard refining. In absolute terms, our 5,600 barrel a day facility has the CO2 impact equivalent to taking roughly 200,000 cars off the road. It would also address about 10% of the UMO burnt or dumped each year in the US and would displace about 13% of imports into North America, which would have a higher carbon footprint given the long distances that they need to travel from the Middle East and Asia and the fact that they come from virgin sources. So obviously, there's fantastic environmental benefits, but the second key differentiator for Regen is really our economics. By cost effectively producing 53% Group 3 base oils, we capture the 70% price premium, or roughly $1 to $2 a gallon over Group 2 that our peers make. So why is synthetic so much more valuable, or Group 3? It really comes down to being synthetic. It's better for your engine. It provides better fuel economy, lower emissions, and you can go longer between oil changes. So as a result, consumers are switching and automotive manufacturers are mandating it in their new vehicles. Given the demand profile, it's actually quite shocking that only 1 in 250 gallons of used oil in the US is refined back into a Group 3. This tells me there's a massive market opportunity and that our ability to produce Group 3 is a key competitive advantage. It's also why we're forecasting adjusted EBITDA margins for our project of over 50% versus our re-refining peers that are going to average at about 14%, looking at consensus estimates for next year. So with that, I'll pass it back to Mark, who can just walk you through a little bit more on our process and the project. Next slide, please.
Thanks, Kim. All right, I think it's important that you understand what we've accomplished to date in order to bring you up to speed. So just before I joined the firm in late 2017, the IP was secured, the fund, the company was recapitalized. And since that time, just on Texas, not any other projects or any other investigations, we've spent over 20 million US on advancing the engineering and the patents. We currently have over 32 patents issued and pending globally, big push into the PCT and EPO market on the patenting side. We also constructed or had constructed a 5 barrel per day pilot plant. It was built and run for 6,000 hours in Texas. That's since been disassembled, but many studies that came out of that. I think we conducted at least 2 pre-feed studies on that, and we secured samples for the Group 3 at the time. Moving forwards, we've completed our work with Stantec and WSP. We've been working with Koch for the last 2.5, 3 years on the EPC contracting side. And in Q2 of 2022, we completed not only our FEL2 or our pre-feed study, but we also advanced into value engineering, where we basically looked at all of the components of the process and adjusted them in order to bring down costs and increase efficiencies. So in that highly inflationary environment, we did our costing. We know what our project costs. We're not talking to you about five-year-old issues here. We're talking to you about 1 year ago. We're already working with some of the largest firms in the world, including, as I mentioned, Koch Industries, Advario, which used to be known as Oil Tanking. They're a large private German terminaling services facility and or company, and we're working on their site in Texas City. PCL, who would be familiar to most Canadians as the largest EPC contractor in Canada, but also in the top 5 in North America. And we've also started a recent partnership or work partnership with Northern Trust, which oversees over $14 trillion of assets on the banking side, and we're working with them on greenhouse gas emissions and trading credits, quantification, things like that. So we're building our business against a backdrop of growing demand for greener lubricants, greener transitionary businesses between the old economy and the new economy of EVs. And there is a distinct drive towards the Group 3, which our competitors don't make. But as I mentioned, we're one of the only re-refiners in the world who can produce the Group 3, and our facility in Texas will be the largest in North America once it's fully commissioned. If I just quickly tackle some of the points that are key to most investors on the feedstock front, we've negotiated and or signed up to 66% of the feedstock LOIs, and we're continuing to work towards about 150% of our needs. On the offtake front, we're under NDA with several, I can't give you a number, but several super majors, and global blenders. Those would be household names to most of the people on the call. We've shipped samples of our Group 3 to them over the summer. We have received feedback on the majority of them. We're also in discussions on offtake as well as strategic investment with those parties. On the financing front, we engaged with National Bank Financial. We've been dealing with their Canadian and US offices, and they are focused on both equity as well as debt on the Texas City project. While we have also engaged with Raymond James out of the United States and their team, who has experience in base oils and re-refining, they are taking a more opportunistic approach for add-on projects that can complement Texas City and or wholesale takeouts of existing re-refineries where we can go in and retrofit them. Raymond James is also working with our team and led by Kim on this, as I mentioned earlier, for the Department of Energy's Loan Programs Office, and that's under the Inflation Reduction Act. So you've probably seen that in the news a lot. and that's primarily debt. We've also received a indicative terms proposal from Export Development Canada for US $108 million towards the project. And again, we are not reliant on government subsidies, which is a really big point for this. On the greenhouse gas credit side of things, we did engage with GHD Services. We continue to work with them. They conducted the 3 LCAs that Kim's already mentioned. And as I said earlier, we're also working with Northern Trust. We put out a press release on Monday, the 11th. You can go to that on our website at www.regenii.com or regen3.com and take a look at the details there. But working with one of the largest financial firms in the world to have a trading ecosystem for our platform, for our credits, it's a pretty nice place to be. And I'll push you back to Kim. Next slide, please.
Okay, there we go. Thanks, Mark. So just a quick overview of our cap structure. We've got about 118 million shares outstanding, 132 million fully diluted, which gives us a market cap of just over 50 million. We've got a large following in Europe and Germany, which they've been a great support to us and very much speaks to our sustainability aspects. Lastly, we've got 20% insider ownership, including very recent buying by some of our directors. So we're aligned with shareholders and committed to seeing this project through. We do believe that the stock is trading at a fraction of our project's potential EBITDA, and we see significant upside as we deliver on our growth strategy, which Mark will touch on next. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Kim. Okay, so very quickly, we have engaged with National Bank working on the Texas City Greenfield project. We have brownfield opportunities coming through the pipeline as well under Raymond James. The Department of Energy is another application that's going into the process. We also working on our own efforts with Export Development Canada. We have 32 patents pending and or awarded globally, and we see those coming online because they do take years, but we see great forward momentum on that. We're working through additional greenhouse gas credits quantification and verification in addition to the trading and forward sales and work we've done with GHD as well as Northern Trust. We are continuing to work on LOIs for our UMO feedstock, but keep in mind that we have the leverage and the margins, so that's not an issue for us. We are working towards the completion of FEL 3 or FEED, and we have been gathering different proposals to keep the engineers honest, and so that's moving forwards. Obviously, reaching the FID is important, but all of these things are coming into place to backstop that. And that at that point, we'll move into final permitting and construction. And of course, we also have national opportunities and international opportunities, and we are being approached daily because we do have a disruptive technology or a disruptive process. And last night we were on with Geneva and Singapore. A couple days ago, we were on with teams in Japan as well as South Korea. We've been approached about South America from a super major. So I think, well, I know you're actually joining us at an inflection point in our business, and we will continue to deliver on corporate milestones and shake up the re-refining industry as a whole. At this point, that ends our presentation, and I'll pass it back to you, Carolyn.
All right, thank you so much, Mark and Kim. And we're right on time, but we're going to throw you one question here. So you've talked a lot about your process, everything going on with the offtake, with the engagement with the banks and the latest news releases. Why should potential investors consider investing in Regen3 at this time?
Well, you can make a lot of money and you can do good things for the environment. So I don't know of many projects that, without relying on subsidies, that can come forward, can clean up an 800 million gallon per year problem in North America and make a lot of money for the business, for the shareholders, at the same time as reducing CO2 equivalent emissions, 900,000 tons per year. and truly have a circular economy where you can actually go out and take the same product, purchase it from collectors, and clean it over and over and over again until it's not necessary. And we don't see peak oil really demand for at least 20 years. Kim will correct me if I'm wrong on that, but we just see a growing demand for this. These base oils are going to be used in EVs for shock absorbers. They're going to be used in wind turbines, as I mentioned. There is a paradigm shift coming, but it's going to take a long time. And in the meantime, we need to help keep stuff out of the ditch. We need to be able to make a really industry-changing EBITDA margins. And we're working with some of the largest companies in the world. So I think any one of our milestones that comes on in the next quarter or two, you will see a dramatic shift in the price.
Thank you so much, Mark. And again, thank you for having have both of you here today. If anyone would like to connect with Regen 3, please reach out to one of us here or go onto their website and reach out to the investor relations team there. Be sure to add the ticker GIII on the TSX Venture. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks very much, everybody.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Hey everyone, we're just getting set up here for our next panelist. For those who've just joined us, welcome. For those who've been with us all morning long so far, thanks for hanging in with us. Really appreciate you being here. We have the opportunity to have some special guest speakers in between all of our issuer presentations. So I'm going to dive into it on our next panel. So this conversation is going to focus a little bit more on tech and innovation. We've got someone here who we've had the opportunity to get to know over the last year, our special guest, Joanne Fedayko, founder and CEO at Connection Silicon Valley, an organization that helps accelerate Canadian startups from seed to scale. And she's also the founder of the Canadian Women's Network, an exclusive community for Canadian female entrepreneurs that connects founders into an influential network of Silicon Valley's VCs, executives, and successful founders. She is the co-founder and general partner at Women's Equity Lab, Silicon Valley, an angel investment fund with the mission to increase the number of female investors in early stage startups. Joanne hails from Alberta, and she has lived in Silicon Valley since 1999. With that, let's dive right into it. Joanne, welcome.
Great to see you. Thanks for having me.
So I'm going to throw a few questions at your way, and we'll just see where this conversation takes us. We've seen a dramatic shift in the markets over the last year with interest rates rising, sustainability and VC funding, substantially VC funding has been down. What are VCs looking for today, and has anything changed with how they're evaluating opportunities?
Yeah, and I think I saw a report out maybe this week that globally VC funding is down like 53% year over year. We had a good run during the COVID, didn't we, with that? So there's obviously lots of interest in AI, as we've seen in some of those financings. So there's a bit of look into that. We see a lot in biotech here, still pretty strong, and in particular where I live, there's biotech and therapeutic companies kind of popping up all over the place. So there's some stronger interest in some sectors there. Lots of the VC funds were pretty well capitalized and had lots of money. And so while they, through COVID, buckled down and really made sure that their current investments were, able to sustain themselves, because, the VCs have to prove their returns as well. Many, still have lots of capital to deploy. So we're still seeing interest out there for sure. There's been a more cautious eye, I'd say, and longer timelines when looking at investments. So they still want to see all the deals, but they're not as quick to move on some of those unless again, it's in a hot area like AI, they might be a little bit quicker there. They are. And then just really making sure that they're spending their time on their current investments and portfolio as well, because some, are definitely looking for funding or next rounds of capital out there. So, it's I think it's the same but subdued a little bit, and we got out of that crazy stupid valuation mode and are in a bit more reasonable valuation type of outlook. Yeah.
It's great to see that level set a little bit for sure. So I hear that if you want to break into the Valley, you kind of need to be in the Valley. What advice do you have for companies, entrepreneurs looking to secure investment in Silicon Valley?
Yeah, I agree with what you just said and what you hear. There's nothing better than in person, and thankfully we're back to that. Lots of VCs will still take initial calls and might want to over Zoom, just, instead of coming down here and doing all of those in person. But, there's a lot of the events are coming back and those opportunities to meet in person. And you really do, like, I think business gets done a lot face to face, and we're getting, we managed through COVID pretty great, but people are craving that and want to be able to meet in person. So we pre-pandemic used to say, come down every 6 weeks, build a cadence for that. We still say that, find events that you can wrap a trip around and opportunities that are existing. So you have kind of some anchor things if you're just new and breaking into it. But Silicon Valley VC see thousands of decks a year. And so you've got to figure out a way is to stand out and in front of them. And one way that you can do that is by physically being here and showing up and being able to meet them and getting your name kind of out there, right? And meeting people. So I don't think it's like any other community though, right? I think if I want to break into the Vancouver market, I probably need to spend some time in the Vancouver market.
You're exactly right. And we're finding with, so we have the good fortune of representing many companies in a variety of industries. It really does come down to building those relationships. I hear it time and time again, I just want to meet that VC or that family office, but those relationships, finding that warm connection but allowing yourself that time to build that relationship prior to perhaps even needing the capital, I think is really important.
100%. Yeah, it is a long game in relationship building, and that's sometimes what, as an early stage founder, often, or you're looking for those first rounds of capital, you've not raised venture before. You're sometimes a little bit quick to like, I just need the capital, but it can take a year or more to build those relationships, show your milestones, be able to prove that credibility.
Absolutely, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned coming in and planning to be in the Valley around other events. I know you have some stuff coming up. Do you want to give a plug for anything that you're working on?
Oh, great. Absolutely. Yeah. Well, first of all, we've got some stuff in Canada happening. So October 3rd, we're in Vancouver. We're actually talking about the changing landscape of women on the cap table there. October 12th, we're going to be part of Edmonton Startup Week, and we're going to be hosting a panel discussion on basically going global and how companies, Canadian companies, have been able to expand their teams or raise capital globally while still obviously having their roots and HQ in Canada. And then in November, we're going to have a roundtable in Calgary that we've started called Table at 12 with kind of more scaling stage companies and senior women leaders to make connections that are outside of capital. And then our big one is November 28th to 30th in Silicon Valley, Canadian Women's Network, Pathway to Silicon Valley, 3 immersive days for Canadian female entrepreneurs. And then November 15th and 16th is the Cells Canada in the Valley Showcase. So that's for biotech, therapeutics, life science related companies, even digital health, to come down here.
Excellent. Well, we will be there for some of those events. I know Caroline and I have a few of those in our calendars. For those who've just joined, I am here with Joanne Fedeko from Connection Silicon Valley. We're just having a discussion in between our issuer presentations. Joanne, investors in Silicon Valley, do they invest differently than investors elsewhere? Bigger risk appetites, more aggressive, more friendly? Maybe just give us a little bit of a profile.
Well, just like everything, the two markets that I know are really Silicon Valley and Canada. And so, California is the size of Canada when it comes to population. So there's a lot more quantity and there's a lot more dollars that are here in general. So that encourages and allows to be a little bit, riskier than maybe what we see in Canada and other regions where there's less capital to deploy and it's a little bit more conservative. As you know from valuations and stuff, like I think we lean into crazy here. And it's very much this yes and ecosystem. So no idea is too out there. Somebody will entertain it or offer advice or know somebody that's doing something maybe similar or adjacent. And we consistently see time and time again, the comparison of what we know, Canadian entrepreneurs coming down here where it's a breath of fresh air, hugely needed. Where in Canada, they're asked for higher revenue, like a minimum revenue, like $1 million in revenue, lower valuations and just a lot longer of a timeline in order for folks to invest. And while you don't come to the Valley and sit down after a lunch or a 3-day immersion program and walk away with a check, there is just a lot more networks here for you to connect into. So from that standpoint, I think it is a little bit, a lot more sort of riskier, just because there's way more capital to deploy and FOMO really exists here for sure.
Well, the Canadian capital markets loves FOMO too, Joanne. So I think we've got some of the most venture exchanges in the world. So there's a lot of really great ideas that get incubated globally that trade on the Canadian exchanges. And hopefully we'll have an opportunity to connect with some of your companies that start on their founders rounds and move their way up and eventually go public.
It's good, good reminder of like what else, what other markets are like too. Yeah.
So Joanne, any final thoughts as it relates to Silicon Valley and some of the work that you're doing that you'd like to share?
We always say that if you're building a global company, you need a global network. And so I think with some of the companies that you guys work with in some of these presentations already, you're seeing that it's just so important to get into other markets, build those relationships early on before you need them. It could be with investors, customers, could be with potential board members, other, critical needs, future team members. So I feel like Silicon Valley is a place that most companies shouldn't miss coming to and seeing if it's what they can garner from here for sure.
Excellent. Well, Joanne, thank you so much. If anyone would like to connect with Joanne or has friends, companies, other stakeholders in your network who'd like to meet Joanne and see how you can collaborate together, please reach out to us. And if anyone wants to join us at one of those events that Joanne is hosting, please reach out and we'd love to have you there with us. So thanks again, Joanne.
Thanks so much. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Take care. Okay, thank you everyone for sticking with us. For those who've just joined us, welcome. In between all of our presentations today, we have some guest speakers on the roster, and we're just teeing up for our next presentation. Super cool company trading on the NASDAQ that I can't wait to tell you about in just a minute. All right, we're just getting set up here with Dave Cross. Thanks everyone for your patience, and welcome to those who just joined us. Hi, Dave, how are you? Oh, I think you're on mute, just waiting for your sound to kick in here.
All right, good morning, how are you?
Hey, Dave, how are you?
Good, good.
Where are you based today? I know you're all around the world all the time.
Actually, I'm in Midtown Manhattan.
Oh, nice.
Ready to check out and rush off, and I'm leaving for India tomorrow.
Excellent. Okay, well, I'm so happy that you're able to join us today. I'm going to jump right into it, give an intro, and then Dave, I'll pass it over to you to walk us through Mogo.
Okay, thank you.
We are here to talk about a mobile esports company with a gaming and social platform that includes proprietary compression technology, as well as holding trademark and IP rights for collegiate esport tournaments and players in India. Esports are the competitive playing of video games by amateur and professional teams for cash and other prizes, typically taking the form of organized multiplayer video games that includes real-time strategy and competition, including virtual fights, first-person shooter, and multiplayer online battle arena games. Competitors participate in large in-person events, small in-person events, and virtually from home or computer cafes. Interest in esports is rapidly growing in 2021. The global audience for gaming video content, including esports, grew to 1.2 billion viewers, an 18% increase from 2020, as gaming streams became a popular social activity and distraction during the COVID-related lockdowns. I can attest to my children playing video games and getting into the esports arena as well. So I'm here with a lot of intrigue to learn as well. With that, I'm going to pass it along to Mogo's CEO, Dave Pross. Take it away, Dave.
Good. Thank you, Alyssa. I am the CEO and also one of the co-founders of Mogo or Mobile Global Esports. I've lived and worked in India before, as well as Pakistan and Switzerland, and I've lived in Egypt and Lebanon, and worked in Russia and Bulgaria and Romania, Brazil, South Africa, Morocco, Tunisia, the Persian Gulf. So there's nothing in India that really is scary anymore. So can we go to the next slide, please? Our focus is on India. That's where we have some unique advantages. And obviously our name Mobile Global Esports, we certainly have larger ambitions. But what's important is that we have exclusive rights to the Indian University Esports Championships through licensing agreements with our parent company. There are 118 universities as part of that athletic system, and we have the right to do all the esports championship events for these universities. We also have the rights to do the esports championships for the Association of Indian Universities, and this AIU makes up 854 of the 996 universities in India. This is a unique advantage that we have for Mogo. Let me skip over to the third item on this slide. The proprietary game platform and the challenge app that we have are an important part of our business. When we were doing the Roadshow events a year ago prior to the IPO, one of the investment bankers said, you're going to become more of a data company than an event company as you grow. And we thought about that, and that's probably true. When we were streaming events prior to the IPO, streaming through Facebook and YouTube, obviously Facebook and YouTube took all the user data. So we've invested in a platform that will allow us to keep the data and also allow the users to stream events or games, to watch other games, to interact with each other on social media without even leaving the platform, and also to try some new games. And so this will give us an advantage with the users and the data. And the data is really important because that's where the long-term value is going to be. Let me go back 1 minute to the platforms. We do have some technology that we're doing with the compression technology on the files that are streamed and stored. Our compression technology reduces the file size by 65%. And this also gives the advantage to the gamers who may be using an older smartphone or in an area that doesn't have great coverage. It gives them an advantage they wouldn't have with one of the other platforms. The second item is the challenge or the social wagering app that we are working on. We bought the rights to the old youbetme.com app that was very popular 7 or 8 years ago. The company imploded, but we're picking up the pieces, and we're developing that as a social wagering platform or app. We're not involved. There's no money involved. We're not the house because we have to be very sensitive, and because we're dealing with universities and with university students, and also some of these students are going to be underage. Okay. Our unique approach to the Indian market with the platforms and the data gives us the edge. But our main approach is going to be putting the gamers first, because if we lose the credibility with our audience, we're not going to have anything. So we're working hard to make sure that we keep the gamers always top of mind. The third item is the strategic alliances. With our social media, we're teaming up with Seoul Esports. This is a world-class company. They won their Content Group of the Year award last year. They won the Global Impact on Mobile Gaming Award at the Mobies in Los Angeles early this year. And they also are up for 2 awards in Las Vegas in November. So this is a company that can be really important to us as we go forward. Sky Esports is doing all the production for us for our big national championship event coming up next week in India. And we're also expanding our global footprint with an arrangement we made with Infinity. Infinity is the 3rd largest esports company in Latin America. They're involved in 11 Central and South American markets. We co-produced their big event in July, and we're very excited about the possibilities of bringing them to India and for us to expand into their markets as well. They have a great list of brands that they work with. They have 4 gaming centers. They have a seasoned management, and also some professional teams that are very successful on the world stage. Okay. At the end of Q2, we had $6 million. We have no debt. Our share price is somewhere around 40 cents a share. Our capitalization is $9 million. Obviously, we think that this is undervalued, and with our story to tell, that we think we can do better than that. Okay. The other incredible thing about what we're doing in India is the addressable market. We're dealing with universities that have 37 million students in the system. And not only do they have the 37 million, but also another 8 or 9 million are coming into the system every year as first-year students. And what's remarkable is that we don't think that we'll lose a lot of our audience as they graduate, because India has the highest retention rate of adult gamers of any country in the world. And these gamers are important to the brands that we hope to attract, because they're 18 to 24 years old. They're proficient in technology. They can afford the mobile phones, the data consumption charges, and the game subscriptions. And they're also linked with each other through social media. The mobile market in India represents 91% of the Indian game market. And right now, there are 507 million mobile gamers. EY thinks that that's going to grow to over 700 million by 2025. The size of India itself is another important factor in our growth possibilities. India is now the largest country by population. It's also likely to be the 3rd largest by GDP by the year 2030. And as the consumer market is also projected to grow to be the 3rd largest consumer market in the world. So the basic demographics are there, the growth factors are there, and we're coming into a sweet spot, not only in the country, but also in the esports segment. Okay. Thank you for listening. I'd be happy to answer any questions if anybody would like to ask something.
Hi, Dave. It's Alyssa, just coming back in here. Thank you very much for that. Really appreciate it. It's a great story, and it's exciting to watch your success. I'm going to jump into some of the questions coming in here. So first one, with rapid growth in the Indian esports market, what percentage share of the market do you realistically forecast Mogo capturing in the next 2 to 3 years?
It's hard to tell, but even if we capture a sliver of it, we think we can be really successful. The market is that big. It dwarfs really anything else.
And Dave, with Mogo, what really makes you different or distinguishes Mogo from other players in the esports space?
Well, let me elaborate a little bit on the data, because nobody else is developing the data aspect in the same way that we are. We have the registration data. We've done some geo tracking, and we have 51 million data points. We've opened the Trade Desk account, and with COA IR that going through that, they've done their assessment of the data, and they've been able to match us with some brands such as Coca-Cola, Amazon, and Unilever. So we think that we have a good match with some of these brands that are looking to expand their business, and really nobody else is approaching it the same way that we are.
Dave, you've mentioned some pretty big brands, and you've had some significant partnerships over the last little while. You're obviously involved in negotiating those and putting them into place along with your team. Shout out to your team who have also met globally, or some of your team members. Absolutely incredible group, and folks who really know the space well. Maybe talk a little bit about how you're exploring partnerships, how partnerships is so important to your business.
Well, the thing is, we could grow this business organically, or we could work with established companies who actually are coming to us for potential arrangements. And that just makes it move that much faster. I mean, India is a very dynamic market. And for us, I don't feel like we should be sitting around and trying to build every little piece of it ourselves. There are good partner possibilities, both in India and outside. And we think that we offer a really attractive way for companies to expand their business in India. I'm in the middle of a microcap conference right now in New York, and the feedback that I'm getting from many of the analysts is that they're very excited about the story that we're telling, and they see it's a great possibility.
Thanks for that, Dave, and it's great to see that momentum growing for you guys as well. Just a reminder, if you'd like to ask a question, please submit that question through the Q&A chat. Dave, I'm just filtering through questions. Expand on what about Mogo's tech and approach makes it unique.
Well, the tech, it would be the game platform. It would be the first thing, and that's in beta testing right now. Again, that will allow us to keep the data within our system, and will allow us to, for the users, they can stay within the platform for everything that they want to do. The second platform is that challenge app that could be really good. I mean, and the challenge app is not really esports specific or even India specific. That can be used in any market, in any kind of circumstance. As long as two people want to wager on something and trash talk, and this app will record it so nobody can weasel out of it. If you bet me and I lost the bet, You know, I can't say that, oh, I forget, or that's not what we wagered. Well, there's a record of it. And we have some AI that will layer on top of that, which will prompt our users maybe to enhance the wager or add more specifics to it. You know, we could have been, you know, wagered on the pro football game on Monday night. You know, rather than the final score, maybe it would have prompted us to wager by quarters or something. So this add-on is a piece of the IP that we'll own. So that's, you know, that's exciting, and just a wider application, and the fact that it's not esports or India specific, you know, gives us a really wide reach. And you know, again, that's a great way to secure the data of the users.
Thanks for explaining that, Dave. I just want to go back for a second to your team. And I remember the first time you and I spoke, you really emphasized to me just how you've surrounded yourself with a really incredible team globally. You've got some gamer extraordinaires. Maybe talk a little bit about the
We do. Well, many of our team have just arrived in India for this national championship event that is starting on Monday. The guy who's producing it comes from Riot Games, Devin Murphy. He's won several awards, Emmy Awards, for his production in other esports events. He's experienced. He knows what he's doing. Kim Meltzer is the mother of esports. David Campos is experienced on the logistics side. So they're in India right now. Rishi Jaitley comes to us from Google and Twitter India. So you know, we've got people who now, you know, are in place who know what they're doing. We've got a good team on the ground with Sunny Bandarkar and Pranav Prabhu. So you know, we've got where we want to be, and now this event for many, you know, for us is sort of a trial run, you know, sort of a, you know, you take a ship out for sea trials, and this gets us ready for the, you know, the big events that really count coming up next year. So we've got big ambitions, and we've got the team that can take us there.
You absolutely do. Questions come in around, is monetary betting and wagering not allowed in India? Can you clarify?
There are restrictions. 18 states have different laws. You know, we've got to be careful. You know, we really don't want to get into betting with the money. You know, as long as it's social wagering, you know, between friends and there's no money involved, then that's fine. But yes, there are restrictions, and it could become more restrictive going forward. So we have to be, you know, careful that we're not running afoul with the government authorities.
Got it. Dave, last question here. Tell us a little bit about the Mogo National Championship that is happening, and what goes into making it all come together.
There's a lot of moving pieces. We had 111 teams that registered for the event. We verified 80 of those, and they started sort of single elimination matches virtually that leads up to the final 16 that are coming to the lovely professional university in the Punjab for a 5-day in-person live event that we're producing there. Now, this is in conjunction with 3 other national championships produced by Elite Four conferences, and that is for basketball, volleyball, and kabaddi. You know, probably the best way to explain kabaddi for people who haven't seen that before. It's, you know, as children, we may have, you know, played that Red Rover, I dare you to come over. I'm not sure anybody plays that anymore, but that's probably the closest thing in our culture that explains kabaddi. So that is wrapping up now, and then we're producing the esports component that starts next week. So this, you know, this is an interesting way to to showcase university sports that has a much wider reach than simply doing one sport.
Dave, this has been a fascinating conversation for sure. Really impressed by the innovation and all the partnerships that you've been able to assemble. So thank you very much for being here. I'll just remind our audience, if anyone wants to connect with Dave, the Mogo team, Mobile Global Esports, please reach out to us directly. We're happy to connect you, and please be sure to add the ticker MGAM on the NASDAQ to your watch list. Thank you, Dave.
All right. Thank you, Alyssa. Take care. Bye-bye.
Have a great day. Safe travels. Take care. All right, that was exciting. And we're going to set up for our next discussion in just a minute. But in the meantime, we're going to head back into the live studio.
Ange.
Hi, Jamie. We're back together again, live studio. So for those of you who are just tuning in, we do this in between presentations and just recap the great discussion that we just had. Mogo, wow. Such an amazing platform. And also in an emerging tech hub, India. Jamie, can you tell us a little bit more?
Yeah, well, they're a new client of IR Labs. So we had our kickoff call with Dave and his team in the middle of August. And I remember when everybody on their team introduced themselves and my jaw was absolutely dropped. I mean, the experience that they bring to the table, they are stacked full of industry, professionals who have deep experience in this huge market of gaming. So that's one thing that, people should take note of is their experienced team. And they're getting into this massive market in India right now. So it's an exciting time for them. The numbers are impressive. I mean, you heard Dave say that they're trying to, India's en route to capturing 10% of the esports audience. That's 725 million people by 2025. I mean, that is unbelievable. And then there's strategic alliances that they have set up on the go right now with Infinity.
Yes, big one.
Sky Esports and then Soul Esports. I mean, they're making all the right moves and making some good traction right now.
I have a big product background. So also when he was mentioning about the compression technology for his, really focusing on the infrastructure and making sure that it works for all players, definitely in such a gaming intensive on a platform. Really great to hear that. And I mean, fun fact, right? India is the second country, the biggest users of social media. So we're great to see that they're also adding a lot of adoption features into it as well, like that social wagering. So lots of
really cutting edge technology and the data aspect too. I mean, these are the things that I think are going to set them aside from the rest. They've got the diverse esports portfolio, and they're really focusing on that collegiate level tournament. Sort of niche market, and then their growth potential, the brand partnerships, and then of course this data aspect and the tech to underline all of that. So this is an exciting time. Buckle up. It's going to be an exciting end of the year.
Yeah. Have you ever watched one of those esports tournaments?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah, right. So much fun. So I'm excited to see them next week. I'm not going to be there, but I'll definitely watch out for their stuff. So
yeah.
Oh,
we'll have to go to one of these events in person one day, Ange.
Yes. Okay, Jamie, once again, thank you so much for joining us. Watch the slides here. We have some exciting news. There it is. We're launching the Pulse Report, and we'll have some more information on that a little bit soon. So we'll just take a break, and we'll be back with Alyssa and with our next presentation. Thanks so much, guys.
All right. Hi, everybody. Welcome to our virtual webinar today. Our next company is TerraZero Technology. TerraZero is a vertically integrated metaverse development group and leading Web3 technology company specializing in helping brands create immersive experiences. The company's metaverse agnostic vision is to develop and implement products and services with scalable commercial applications to flourish engagement across gamified experiences where enterprise-level businesses, metaverse platforms, and Web3 creators can seamlessly bridge and actionably grow their virtual world and the physical world endeavors together as one. I now want to introduce the leader of the team that is driving the growth of TerraZero, Dan Reitzig. Dan is Director and CEO of TerraZero Technologies. I'll now pass it over to you, Dan.
Good morning. Thanks, guys. So as everybody mentioned, I'm Dan Reitzig. I'm CEO of TerraZero. Prior to TerraZero, I was the CEO and founder of DMG Blockchain. DMG is one of North America's largest Bitcoin infrastructure companies and data analytic companies. We trade on the TSX Venture under symbol DMGI. While at DMG, I raised more than $100 million, took the company to about a $700 million market cap, and we were the second highest traded stock in 2020. In 2021, I left DMG to start TerraZero. And TerraZero, and maybe go to the next slide, please. So TerraZero is a group of about 45 employees at this point, and on the left here, you'll see a bit of an example. Basically, what we're doing is we're creating a 3D version of the internet. People call it the metaverse. We call it the introverse. One thing that I like, how do I like to explain what we do is with today's internet, with a 2D world, we consume content. In tomorrow's metaverse and introverse, we experience that same content. So imagine this that you're looking at right now. It's simply a web page is really what it is, but it allows an avatar to move through it, to gather information. This was designed for Warner, and I'll get into what they're going to be doing with this. But essentially, everything is touchable, everything is clickable, everything is interactive. So essentially what we do is we create an omni-channel strategy to link social media, websites, experiential, all between brands and consumers. Maybe go on to the next slide, please. We're pretty proud of the clients that we've managed to acquire. We started the company in late 2021. And since then, we work with Atlantic Records, Fidelity International. You'll see something on Fidelity shortly. Estee Lauder is an ongoing client. Bacardi and some of their sub-brands, CVS. PwC is a big partner of ours. Jimmy John's, we did the Meta Sandwich of the Year last year. Miller Lite, this was a very successful campaign. It was the Super Bowl last year. We created a virtual bar, and people were invited to interact with different games and learn more about Miller products. What was interesting about this campaign is the average time spent by a consumer within the Miller Lite bar was 22 minutes, which in any type of experiential marketing is unheard of. It's a real opportunity to connect consumers with their brands. Today's Show, Salesforce.com, Warner Records is a very strong client of ours. So essentially, a lot of these projects that we build in a decentralized metaverse world. I'm just going to explain a little bit about the difference between a decentralized metaverse world and a centralized metaverse world. A couple of years ago, everybody got excited about the metaverse. And what was the metaverse? How it was perceived at the time was as a blockchain-based virtual world that was decentralized. There was no central authority. It uses crypto as a means of commerce and transactions. And this is one of the reasons, obviously, with my background, why I started this company. Having worked with all of these clients, something became very apparent. And what became apparent was that the decentralized metaverse worlds, as much as there's some great benefits in sense of things like autonomy. Every piece of land, every item, every building is represented as an NFT that is managed by a blockchain. The problem with that companies like PwC and Miller and Warner and others, is that there is no KYC. A company like Estee Lauder cannot have cannot have crypto on their balance sheet. They can't transact in crypto. So how do you monetize this new version of the internet? Other problems were data and IP protection. So what we did is we set out to build our own introverse. This will reside at introverse.com. And what it is it's built on a Web 2 platform, and working with Stripe and PwC, we've integrated fiat payments. So people can basically buy and sell products and services using credit cards as opposed to crypto. We have data and IP protection throughout. And we also have the ability to add crypto if and when needed. So we have some clients that would like to give away wearables, for example, or a limited edition customized apartment or whatever it is. We can certainly add that. We've just signed a deal with Polygon to be the blockchain that provides that. Maybe next slide, please. So as I mentioned earlier, what we're building is really just tomorrow's internet. It is an internet that we interact with. It's an internet that's gamified. On the bottom right there, actually, we'll just go with this one. So this is BB Rexa. BB Rexa, for the people my age and older, is a huge star. This was a recent collaboration with Snoop Dogg. And this was part of her album release. It was a activation that Warner presented and promoted. Many tens of thousands of people went through the activation and loved it. And it was a better way for people to experience the music and otherwise. The one below, this is Fidelity International. This was about financial literacy and gamifying some things that are pretty boring, like budgeting, how do you, et cetera. One of the challenges with banks and financial institutions is their products are pretty boring. And so what we set out to do with our banking clients is to gamify a lot of these elements. One of the unique aspects about banking is that it is a true cradle to grave industry. In other words, when you open an account at 17, you are most likely going to have that account when you need student loans, when you need car loans, when you need a mortgage and small business loans. So it's a way for banks to develop a relationship with younger consumers that will hopefully lead to long-term customers. So these are both decentralized metaverse worlds. These were built on Decentraland, and you can see that the fidelity is not amazing. The graphics are not perfect. There is some lag. This is due primarily to consumers' hardware as opposed to the technology itself. Introverse itself is built using Unity Engine as well as a tech stack that we've developed internally. We have an in-house studio of artists, designers, developers, programmers. We create the 3D models. We then design and use generative AI to create the different environments. And so Introverse Pro, sorry, I should just come back to this. So we talked about the metaverse as a decentralized world. Where Terra Zero is going is a centralized metaverse world, which we call the Introverse. There are 3 products that we're launching over the coming months, all of them using the same tech stack. And all of them, by the way, were built with our clients' feedback. So our clients are telling us what they need in this type of an environment, and we're building those tools for them. Introverse Live is everybody in the world will have their own free apartment. They will be able to invite their friends over. They will be able to listen to Spotify, which we've now integrated into the game platform. They will be able to play games with their friends, and their apartment essentially serves as their starting point into the Introverse. And from there, they can go and explore other activations and other e-commerce stores and everything else in the Introverse world. Introverse Pro is the second product. This is designed for small and medium businesses. We talked a lot about Warner Music, Atlantic Records, and others. One of our advisors is the CEO of Napster. You guys might remember Napster. Napster has rebirthed itself as a streaming Web3 music company. But anyway, the general point is that in Introverse Pro, which was the very first, if you can go back to the very first slide, or the very second slide, I should say. There, that one. So if you could just press play on that, be great. So this was designed for the music industry. There are hundreds of different templates, but think about this as a combination of Wix. And you guys might remember Wix. Wix is a company that allows any business or any person to set up a website using templates and clicking and dragging different objects in order to customize the environment. This is launched now for the music industry. So artists, in addition to their Twitter page, in addition to their, their Facebook page, LinkedIn page, whatever, they will also have an Introverse page. It'll be introverse.com/U2, for example. And this will be where they can meet their fans. Their fans can come and learn about them, sample their music, buy merchandise using our fiat payment on-ramp, and et cetera. This will also be used by content creators. This will be used by small businesses. So you might have Tom's T-shirt vintage store on Wilshire Boulevard in LA. Tom's T-shirt can sell T-shirts, but have it in a more interactive environment. We're not talking about just selling digital goods and services. These are physical goods and services. So as I said at the beginning, this is the next version of today's internet. It is an immersive internet, but it has all the same functionality that today's internet has. I can buy products, I can sell products, I can navigate, I can develop a relationship with my customers. For consumers, they enjoy it because it's a gamified experience. Instead of going to Albertsons.com and looking at a 2D and shopping for your groceries on there, why wouldn't you walk through an Albertsons and be able to sample different products, learn more about them, but also still buy them and have them product order fulfilled to your home? Maybe let's move on to near the end. And then obviously the final version of Introverse is Introverse Enterprise. Introverse Enterprise, and we'll just stay right here for a sec. Introverse Enterprise is what you guys have seen us build that's been in the media, which is the stuff that we do for Warner and Fidelity and PwC and Bacardi and Estee Lauder and all the rest of them. But instead of being built in a decentralized metaverse world, we're building it on our own platform, which we call the Introverse. So as I mentioned, we've been around for about a year, year and a half. Our revenue in the first year was about 800 grand. Our revenue this year is already over 1.6, I believe 1.7. Our product launches, Introverse Pro, which is for small and medium businesses as well as the music industry. That will be launching very soon, so watch out for that. Introverse Live, which are the free apartments that everybody can have. Just think about it like your Facebook, but instead of it being a simple page where you display your photos and tell the world how amazing you are, it's your own apartment that you can customize in any way that you wish. You can still display your photos. You can still have your friends come over. You can play games with your friends. You can listen to music with friends. Eventually, you'll be able to stream Netflix in your apartment with your friends. And then obviously, enterprise is an ongoing thing. You'll obviously see news from us about different clients that we have onboarded. Something of note here, you may wonder why Big Digital Assets is on the left-hand side there. So we signed a definitive agreement. When we started TerraZero, we raised 15 million privately, 10 million of which came from Big Digital Assets. And Big has now entered a definitive agreement to acquire the rest of TerraZero as a wholly owned private company. And you can see the deal structure there. Maybe the next slide, so I can talk a bit about Big. Obviously, exposure to TerraZero would come through Big digital shares. Big, one of the reasons, people ask, why would you merge with a crypto company? Well, there's a few reasons. One is I know this company very well. I've known this company since before I started DMG blockchain. In fact, we competed on the data analytics side. We bought Blockseer out of Silicon Valley. They have Blockchain Intelligence Group. Both companies have analytics software that's used by law enforcement and others. But one of the main reasons is they own Netcoins, and Netcoins is a fully licensed and very heavily regulated exchange. Licensed throughout Canada, but also in 20 of the US states, and working on the rest of the United States. The metaverse and Introverse doesn't have an exchange that has dominated the environment yet. We believe that when we have everybody, hundreds of thousands of people and hopefully millions with their own apartments, there's no reason why they can't trade right in their apartment. So we feel that we have a huge opportunity to help Netcoins be the exchange of record within the introverse and metaverse as a whole. Another reason that that's important is, a lot of people think about the metaverse as Meta, which is Facebook, or Decentraland, or Sandbox, or Roblox, or any of these different platforms. Well, they're all different and they're not connected yet. Eventually, they will need to be connected, just like the early days of the internet. But the general point is that many of them still use a crypto as a form of commerce. TerraZero uses fiat payments, also crypto. So we offer choice to our customers. But what's important is that there's an opportunity for trading between metaverse and introverse worlds, various currencies, in order to be able to operate in the different worlds. So that's one of the reasons why we decided to join up with Big Digital Assets. The other reason is their massive shareholder base. Their shareholder base at last count, I believe, was 30 to 40,000 individual shareholders in the US and Canada primarily. And, it's an industry that, when it gets exciting, it gets really exciting. And so we wanted to have the ability to mobilize that shareholder base with the TerraZero story and the kind of brands and clients that we bring to the table, because they're obviously their shareholder base is a loyal shareholder base, but definitely would benefit from the TerraZero angle as well. So I think that's it. Any questions? Oh, we have one more slide. So like we talked about, it's an expanding market. This is very new. As you guys saw, these are Fortune 100 and Fortune 500 brands that we've started working with. There's a lot of others that we're in the process of working with. But the general point is this is just beginning. Like I said, this is the internet in 1993, 1994. And it is just a new version of today's internet. There's nothing amazing. There's nothing special. It is simply a 3D version of the internet. We have e-commerce payments. So through our partnership with PwC Global, and PwC is also a client, but also a partner, and Stripe, we allow for proper KYC, which is very important for gaming companies, for example. I know the previous presenter was a gaming company. We've started talking to gaming companies. We're not talking about crypto casinos that are unregulated and unlicensed. We're talking about the household name brand casinos that are looking for a way into this immersive type of internet, but need to be able to adhere to their regulations and licenses and everything else that is specific to a Web2 environment. That's exactly what we've built. We built the Web3 benefits of 3D immersive technology and experience, but on a Web2 backbone, which is what allows us to integrate Stripe and Visa, MasterCard, et cetera. Introverse is what I'm really excited about. Obviously, it's fun to do these projects with these large companies and brands, but Introverse is scalable. As I said, Introverse is a social media network as much as it is a version of Shopify. It allows any small business the ability to have for very small cost, by the way, it's $50 a month, plus we take 7% of credit card transactions, for them to have a presence in a 3D world. So on their business cards, on their websites, they may have a link to their Facebook, their Twitter, but they'll also have an Introverse icon that you will click on and then be immediately brought into an immersive 3D version of their e-commerce store. And obviously, strategic partnerships. We were very fortunate to gain some real notoriety at the beginning of the craze of what the next version of the internet was going to be. And we were one of the only companies that not only owned all the land and technology stack, but we also had the full-scale studio of 3D modelers, designers, and programmers for all the different technologies that are incorporated, which allowed us to gain a significant market share that we can simply expand on. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you so much. That was a great presentation and great overview of the company. There's so much going on, lots of activations, lots of initiatives, technical milestones that you're working on. So congratulations on all of the success that you've had. We've got a couple questions here from the audience. The first one is, with over 20 activations completed, what's your target number users or activations over the next couple of years?
You know, this is not an answer that a lot of CEOs would give, but I've had a lot of experience in this world. You know, we decided to hold back on a ton of brand activations in decentralized worlds about 6 months ago when we started building the Introverse. And it was because of these brands, the Estee Lauders, the Salesforces, the PwCs, and the Millers and the Bacardis were all telling us what they needed. And so we said, you know what, hold on till 2024, because we're going to build exactly the same functionality, the same experience, but we're going to build it in a private world where your data and IP is protected, where you can accept fiat payments. You know, one of the challenges in crypto is that 97% of people in the world have never even owned a crypto wallet. So it is a huge disadvantage to have a product that is targeted specifically to 3% of the global population. Introverse is accessible to anybody with a computer, anybody with a mobile phone. And so the general point here is that you don't need to hook up a wallet. You don't need to have any knowledge on crypto. And so 2024, how many brand activations are we going to do? I don't know. 20, 40, 50, who knows? What I will say is that, like I said at the beginning, Introverse Live, which is the consumer-facing product, this is free for consumers. Every single person in this world can get their own apartment. They can customize it however they wish. They can have their friends over. Obviously, we're going to serve up advertising. Obviously, we're going to sell Netflix subscriptions for their apartments. Obviously, we're going to sell Spotify subscriptions. Obviously, that's the launching pad for them to go discover new musicians and other goods and services that the ecosystem comes up with. I have no idea how many people will embrace this. But what I do know is that as a company, we do not need a hockey stick growth model in order to be profitable. We've already proven that this company is profitable with its brand activations. What I'd like to see is something highly scalable. I see no reason why Introverse is not the next Facebook. It's just a 3D version of Facebook, but with a lot more features and functionality. I see no reason why Introverse Pro is not the next version of Wix and Shopify. It's just a 3D version of websites and e-commerce. So I don't know how big Introverse can get, but what I do know is that I'm excited. I just came off another company that was highly successful, and I left it to create this. I'm a true believer in this. And I think it's a testament, you know, what startup, which we were a startup, what startup has clients like Miller and Estee Lauder and Bacardi and PwC and Fidelity International? These are some significant brands. So obviously they see what we see.
Yes, agree with you, Dan. Those are some really big clients, some Fortune 500 companies that you have. Again, congratulations and thank you so much for being with us today. And if anyone would like to connect with Dan at TerraZero, feel free to reach out to one of us on our team, and we would be happy to connect you. Again, thank you, Dan, for today.
Thanks very much, guys.
And I'll just pass it back to Angela for live in the studio. While we're waiting for them to come back online, just welcoming everybody who just recently joined us. Thanks for joining our live webinar today. We have some amazing companies who are innovative and groundbreaking, lots of interesting products and technologies. So thank you for joining us today. Angela and
Hi. Welcome back live in studio here. So that was such a great presentation. We're just waiting for Hess to come back up. I had the opportunity to actually meet the TerraZero team the other day, and it is such a great group of people, very skilled in what they do, and really creative. It shows across their platform and of course in all the business development that they have. Hess, hi. What an exciting story. Such big brands. So much going on for TerraZero.
Absolutely.
I know that you work with with Dan and on and with Terra Zero. So can you give us a little bit of background there?
Sure. Yeah. And Dan, fantastic presentation, I thought.
Great presentation.
Right. And he's one of those really exciting CEOs that's also quite transparent, which is refreshing to see, especially in a space that sometimes needs a little bit more explanation to get your head around the moving parts, right?
Well, especially in metaverse and blockchain.
Exactly. And
you can
what,
get deep.
and what Dan said is correct. It's, why it's just a, a 3D version of the things we do on an everyday basis, right? One thing I wanted to highlight as well, and just reinforce, is that, the growing global demand for a digital presence, right? So where we are right now versus where we are going to be, 5, 8, 9 years from now, the market demand and the appetite there is quite big. So just positioning yourself quite well. And it's truly remarkable, I think, the client base that they've had, right? So if you look at a couple of the use cases, Dan mentioned Fidelity. So, building out a whole virtual campus for Fidelity, Warner Records, strategic partnerships as well. So the application and the use cases are right across a wide array of platforms and uses, right?
I do have to say, I did join the Miller Lite, the Miller Time one, and it was excellent. It was great. And I actually did a case study on it. So it's interesting to see pass cross. But yes, again, so many applications, and as an agency as well, we're always looking for new ways to adopt that technology to, make us stand out. So they have a great future ahead for sure. So really excited to see that Terra Zero story continue. Well, Huss, it's been a short moment here, but thank you so much again. We'll see you soon.
Anytime.
And that's us from Studio
We'll
Live.
catch
So
up
we'll be
after.
taking
Okay.
a tiny little break. Thank you.
Okay, see you guys.
I think next up, are we oh, there they are. Hello, hello, Alyssa and Caroline.
Hello.
So I think we'll just switch the slide over here, but it's a live show and we have a little bit of a switch up sometimes, right? But we're used to it. And so we're going to take this moment to have a pause and speak to these two stand-ups and put them in the hot seat. Alyssa and Caroline have been growing IR Labs for the last 2 years, and I think it's time to just take a moment to hear about that history. I'm going to just throw it over to you. So how has the last 2 years been for IR Labs, and what have you been up to?
Well, first, Ange, thank you very much for guiding us through today. And we do want to thank our entire team. There's a lot of work that goes into bringing these productions to life. If you see Caroline and I turning our heads, we actually have our monitors set up in our offices like traders. So we've got multiple screens that we're navigating through, but thank you to our entire team. We cannot express enough how appreciative we are for all of their support. So thank you. So
you should definitely check these two out on Instagram. Follow IR Labs on Instagram and you'll see the behind the scenes footage of what's going on today. There is big lights, lots of screens, like they said. It's a lot of fun. These two are always up to something.
So Caroline will kill me for saying this, but in the sake of truth and transparency, we're both not very tall, and Caroline is much shorter than I am, so she's on a stool today to have a little bit of extra lift.
You can see that on Instagram. I saw that being posted. So
show business. So I think, Ange, thanks for the question. One of the things that we really wanted to do was actually bring some life back into investor relations and sort of that going back to traditional old-fashioned relationship building, but also appreciating that the market that we're operating in today is very different than it was, I'd say 6 months ago and 6 months ago before that, etc. One of the things that was really important to us was showing some of that behind the scenes of what it's really like to work with these publicly traded companies and do investor relations. We've been doing IR for a really long time. And I'll let Caroline talk about her background, starting at Canaccord and moving on from there, but you take it away.
Yeah, well, yeah, I started my career in investor relations, actually. at Canaccord when they first went public back in 2004 or 2005. It was a long time ago. I just graduated from school. And I thought, what a perfect position. You know, I studied marketing and finance. And when I looked at the job descriptions, like this is, you know, the combination of marketing and finance, because you need to be able to know all the financials, you know, knowledge and background of the company, but also sell the company and position it in the right way so you can attract your investors. So I started my career at Canaccord, and then I worked for a broker there, became an assistant, trading, and I always fall back to investor relations for some reason. I just find it so dynamic and interesting. Every day is a new day and different day with all the markets, you know, the ups and the downs, and hosting events, doing analysis, writing, doing presentations. It's just so dynamic. So I love it so much. So and then I moved over to a clean tech company, Ballard, and became in-house investor relations there. And another clean tech company. I just like the clean tech sector because I feel like I'm doing something good for the world, and every day I feel fulfilled to do that. So moved to another clean tech company called Westport here, based in Vancouver, traded on NASDAQ and the TSX. It's spent most of my career there being in-house IR, raised a lot of money for the company because they've had a lot of R&D projects going on. So yeah, and then a couple of years ago, Alyssa and I, we've reconnected. We've known each other for 17 plus years. We met through CREVC, the Canadian Investor Relations Institute. We serve with the same board together. And yeah, we reconnected, and she asked me, you know, do you want to start an IR agency? And I just said, yes, let's do it.
Crazy enough to say yes. So the rest is history.
And here we are today. We've got 25 people across Canada, coast to coast, and yeah, 30 plus companies that we represent. Yeah, we've hustled a lot in the last 2 years.
Yes, so much growth, incredible growth. And as you said, it's so dynamic. And I think I was talking to Alyssa the other day where we were saying it's like a business case study, like every week, you know, you just get fresh new challenges. And so it's awesome to see. So IR Labs is very well known for being a full service agency. So would you be able to elaborate on this and why you decided to take this approach and how this sets you apart?
So, Ange, thanks for the question. We are really proud of the platform we put together, and having been in-house investor relations for a majority of our careers, we've had the opportunity to work with external advisors, but also have really great visibility to all aspects of investor relations. And so when we got together, we said, look, if we're going to be successful, how do we make sure that we have every aspect of the investor relations job taken care of? And how can we make sure that we can service our clients that way? We're good at a few things, but we're not great at everything as an individual. So how do we make sure we build a team that can deliver on capital markets, copywriting, public relations, getting earned media and visibility for our clients is absolutely critical, digital marketing, but also being able to support on strategy and governance. So we've been able to assemble a really impressive group right coast to coast. We've got team members here in Vancouver where we're based. However, we live on airplanes most of the time. And then we've got team members all the way out to Atlantic Canada, all of us having global reach as well. We will be looking at hiring in the US next, which is really exciting. But we've got the expertise in every single one of those areas. We are sector agnostic. However, we don't say yes to everything. And much like an investor would go through their check boxes of diligencing management, the strategy, opportunity, and catalyst for growth, which hopefully you've seen today, demonstrates that we are aligning ourselves with companies that we feel that are going to be successful ultimately in investor relations. Our reputations are always on the line. So that's really important to us.
Great. No, that's good. And you mentioned, yes, you are always on planes. And again, watch these two behind the scenes, because sometimes I call them, I'm like, okay, which city are you in? So you have both been going coast to coast. So You tell us a little bit what you see out there, what's happening, what's the sentiment in the market?
Yeah, it's been, everyone knows it's been a really interesting couple of years. We've had about 10 plus go publics that we've supported over the last 2 years that we've been in business, and it's really exciting to see these companies from that stage just before they go live, and being able to support those management teams through their capital markets journey, whether that's making connections or just helping them understand how to talk to an analyst or how to talk to an institutional investor. So that's been really interesting for us. And we're seeing, much like everyone else is seeing out there, I wish I had a crystal ball. People are writing checks again, which is nice. It seems like everyone is back. I don't think anyone took a summer this summer. Maybe it's because many people didn't make money the last couple of years, perhaps. So it seemed like everyone was in their seats. We took advantage of that opportunity. We don't shut down, we ramp up, because we find it's a lot easier to have conversations with people who are otherwise, during a really kind of hot market or a busy time, they're busy. So best way to introduce new stories and share new ideas and build those relationships are sort of in those sort of down kind of months, or those quieter months. But we speak with all of the exchanges. I'd say in North America, there's a lot of go publics that are sitting on the sidelines, or that have been sitting on the sidelines, that will go live soon. So seeing that sort of resurface in the market is exciting. I know, Caroline, if you want to add anything.
Yeah, no, I think there are some companies who are also getting ready for financing in the fall, because they see that there is market out there for financing right now. I know it's been slow in the last few months, but yeah, I think things are picking back up. And even when we were in New York, we saw a lot of deals happening. We talked to the bankers, they're like, they're all busy. So it's great to see that people are back in the office and doing deals.
Yeah, it's an exciting market to navigate for sure. And we feel really grateful for the companies that we support.
Great. And also creating such a platform like this today to highlight them. And where are you off to next? What's next for IR Labs?
Well, I'm on a plane this weekend back to Toronto, while Caroline is going to be here next week.
Here in Calgary next week, and then in Toronto and Montreal the following week for our roadshow.
So on our website, we have all of our event locations listed. We found that having these in-person events be more focused on connections. So in other words, come have a drink and a bite to eat is a little bit more effective than sitting through a series of presentations like you are today. It's nice to be able to balance this during your workday off the side of your desk and be introduced to some new stories. But we find that when people are in person, they just want to connect. So that's our framework for the events coming up over the next few weeks. We hope you'll join us, and feel free to reach out to us in advance. We'd love to have a chat, and bring along your friends as well.
Awesome. Great. Okay. Well, we filled this spot, and it was wonderful to speak with you. For those of you who may have tuned in to watch Web3, they are going to be on later this afternoon, so don't miss them. And once again, you can connect with our team to view any of the, to learn anything about the companies presenting today. And we're going to take a little bit of a break, and then we'll be up next with our panelist. So thanks so much. We'll talk to you guys soon.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks for hanging in with us today. Really appreciate it. And our companies appreciate your support very much.
And you get a chance to win Canada Jetlines tickets.
That's
Good one, Caroline. Yes. Canada Jetlines has offered anyone that has registered and attending the show today a chance to win 2 tickets anywhere that they fly. So for all of you sitting in the audience right now, you better start thinking about where you're going to fly off to, because one of you is the winner, right?
Yeah.
And you should probably ask your other friends to join, because I mean, you could just, if they win, you win, you could go together. It'd be great. Right. It's awesome. It's great. And they go to many sunny destinations and cities, but I'm more for the sunny side.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Great.
All right.
Okay. I guess we're just gearing up for our next panelist. We'll stand by here, and we'll be back momentarily. Thanks, everyone.
Awesome. Talk to you guys soon. Take care.
We will be back momentarily. We're just getting ready for our next panelist. Thank you everyone who are here today. And yeah, just give us a couple more minutes. All right, we're just about to get started. What a day. We've gone through a lot of different sectors today with sustainability, ESG, technology, and now we're going into health and wellness. So we've got our upcoming panelist. Our guest panelist today is David Kadakel, Senior Vice President, Head of Corporate Development and Strategic Alliances at Inteljex Corp. David has been Senior Vice President, Head of Corporate Development and Strategic Alliances at Inteljex Corp since March 2023. He brings over 15 years of business development, advisory, and capital markets experience. In 2021, he founded the Kadakel Advisory Group, Inc., where he advised growth-oriented companies on business and corporate development, capital markets, and overall strategic initiatives. Prior to that, and in 2017, Dr. Kadakel was recruited from industry to capital markets to build healthcare and life sciences equity research franchises. Most recently serving as Managing Director, Senior Institutional Equity Research Analyst at ATB Capital Markets. His industry and business development experience spans several senior healthcare and biotechnology roles, including at Alexion Pharmaceuticals, acquired by AstraZeneca, the world leader in rare diseases. Dr. Kadakel holds a PhD in neuroscience and statistics from the University of Toronto's Institute of Medical Science and an MBA from the University of Toronto's Rotman School of Management, where he was a Canadian Institutes of Health Research Science to Business Award recipient. The healthcare landscape is evolving at an unprecedented pace, with innovation and compassion driving advancements that impact us all. Without further delay, let's delve into the world of healthcare and wellness. Thank you, David, for being here today.
Thanks for having me, Caroline.
Thank you. So yeah, we'll start with the question right now. We've seen significant M&A activity in the healthcare sector in North America. What factors are driving this consolidation, and what are the implications for patients and providers?
Yeah, no, thanks for the question, Caroline, and good to be here at the IR Labs event today. M&A, obviously a big feature of not only North American, but global healthcare and biotechnology as well in 2023. I would say what really drives M&A in healthcare and biotechnology isn't unlike other industries in that it's usually a bigger player looking to take out a smaller player. And with pipelines that are rich within, say, the smaller player that are essentially accretive to the business. Now, the big challenge in healthcare and biotechnology is that there's a lot of bets essentially are taking place, and that biotechnology, just by its nature, is speculative given the nature of clinical trials. When I look at synergies in the space and leveraging some of a Canadian healthcare, two companies stand out this year in 2023. We saw GSK, an English or London-based company, take out Bellus Health, a Montreal-based biotechnology company, for just over $2 billion US. And this was interesting because Bellus is in the game of chronic cough, which is a highly unmet medical need. So when you talk about synergies, GSK if they can crack chronic cough through Bellus Health in an advanced stage type pipeline, this could be interesting. The second example, not too long ago, just maybe less than a month ago or so, but in Versigo, another Canadian-based healthcare based out of Montreal, they were taken out by the Danish company Novo Nordisk for just over $1 billion US. And again, looking at areas focused more on diabetes and obesity. I'll just use one quick other example just to highlight the point that it's really companies looking to build synergies with other companies. And, I used to work at a company, and you mentioned in your intro, called Alexion Pharmaceuticals, which at the time was a world leader in rare diseases, NASDAQ listed. And then AstraZeneca came along and bought them. And so Alexion now has become an entire franchise or department, if you will, of rare diseases in and of itself within AstraZeneca. I think the second part of your question highlighted or asked what's in it for the providers and patients. What we're seeing these drug companies develop now, a lot of them, in fact, are very advanced and sophisticated type drugs backed by solid R&D. So at the end of the day, you, me, patients, and providers, should we ever need any of these type products within our lifetimes, or our family or friends, it's only going to help increase the number of type of treatments that are available for any one of us.
Yeah, that's great. And we definitely agree with that. We need more treatments in place for everyone here. Now that we've gone through the pandemic, we know how that feels, right? How do you anticipate these mergers and acquisitions will impact the competitive landscape of the healthcare industry in North America?
Well, yeah, it's a good question. I mean, I think for every M&A that takes place, it's just another metric, another source of data for the next M&A, looking at multiples and valuations. I mentioned Bellus Health and GSK. When you take a look at the deals around, or the numbers behind that deal, you're looking at a little over 100% premium that Bellus was taken out for by GSK. So it's very encouraging for the healthcare and biotech sector as a whole. In that, some other sectors, even growth oriented, you wouldn't necessarily see multiples or valuations anywhere near 100%. So it's very healthy. That said, I mean, like I mentioned before, this is a lot about making bets, very educated bets based on high science. What Canadian companies and what the Canadian healthcare and biotechnology ecosystem is really good at, in fact, world class, is our R&D capabilities and technologies. What we need a little bit more help on is more on the commercial front. So how do we actually take a drug or molecule from the lab, and how do we bring it to market and ultimately make it, potentially a blockbuster type drug? So I think as far as the competitive landscape is concerned, I think this really bodes well for Canada in particular, but maybe more on the earlier stage type of startups, when you're looking at what's going to be the next best drug that will ultimately become a commercial success.
Thanks for that insight, David. Can you tell us the importance of FDA approval for drug companies versus other international markets?
Sure. So FDA approval at the end of the day is the holy grail for any company. The FDA being the major or the only regulatory body in the United States for approval of any and all drugs. And with the US being the largest market in the world, I mean, this is the market to get approval in. The company I work at, Intelgenix, another Montreal-based biotechnology company, and we just received FDA approval for a drug a few months ago now for acute migraine. Now, we didn't necessarily see, a stock price or increase in valuation solely based on that. One can argue that the FDA approval is already baked into a company's valuation. Now, like I mentioned, where Canadian companies are really good is the R&D. So if Intelgenix, for example, once we have a product that's approved by the FDA, we're very much heavily reliant on our US-based commercial partner. And so we're all guns a-blazing right now in the process of getting this product into the market. And it's again, it's a product for acute migraine called Resuport. So we're very excited about that. And the other component to this FDA approval is that through this approval process, what's known as a 505(b)(2), it's essentially an abbreviated version of a full FDA approval, which significantly decreases the cost for any drug company to run their products through the FDA for potential approvals.
Thank you, David. Everyone, welcome those of you who just recently joined us. I'm here today with David Kadekel, Senior Vice President, Head of Corporate Development and Strategic Alliances at Intelgenx Corp. So David, how do delivery mechanisms of drugs impact differentiation in the marketplace?
Yeah, no, thanks. That's another good question, because I think when folks when hear about drug delivery systems, you might think of a pill that you're taking, or even, in a more advanced setting, you might get an intravenous infusion or subcutaneous. And there's different benefits to whatever we're talking about, namely, what is the efficacy? What is the absorption? Is there first bypass metabolism through the liver? That's just a few examples. At Intelgenx, what we're developing are really two modes and unique delivery mechanisms. The first is through oral absorption. So for those listening in, you might have heard of the a Listerine film strip. These are essentially what Intelgenx, one of the modes of delivery that Intelgenx is producing, and really putting drugs within a pharmaceutical oral film strip, GMP standards and all that, FDA approval. And really this allows for a more efficient mode of absorption, among other benefits as well. And for sure, technologically, it's no easy feat to accomplish that. The second mode of delivery and how these are very important, transdermal. So, think of a patch going onto your skin and what type of absorption that would allow. And that's really the second area that Intelgenx is highly competitive in developing drugs to go through a patch. So just to reiterate, in the mode of delivery, there's a lot of great companies out there that are developing not only good drugs, but the mode of delivery. And the mode of delivery is something equally as, in some cases, if not more important than the actual drug itself, because this will play directly into, what percentage of drug is absorbed by the body. Is it efficacious? Is it safe? All factors that go into any regulatory body's decision-making process, including, as we were just talking about, Caroline, the FDA.
Thanks, David. Yeah, the more I learn about this industry, it's just so fascinating. There's so much that goes on into making a drug and developing it and then commercializing it after, right? So yeah, this has been a great panel. Thank you so much for participating in our webinar today, David. And yeah, we appreciate you connecting with us. And for anyone who would like to reach out to David directly, please don't hesitate to contact us, and happy to connect you with David. Thank you, David.
Thanks, Caroline.
All right, we're just getting ready for our next company. For those of you who are joining us today, thank you again. If you have any questions, please use the Q&A box to enter your questions, and we'll be able to ask those questions after the presenter presents. Okay, so our next company is Phytome Life Sciences. Phytome is establishing a data-driven licensed drug discovery platform designed to surface and deliver a groundbreaking botanical drug pipeline and scalable cultivation and manufacturing technologies to support commercialization. The company plans to transform the molecular understanding and production of plant therapeutics to drive evidence-based and disease-targeted medicines. With a specific focus on medical cannabinoids, Phytome intends to radically evolve the bioavailability of cannabinoids at the molecular level to develop a pipeline of high-value compounds and formulations for breaking through drug discovery. I would now like to introduce you to Dr. Sebastian Bond, Phytome's Chief Executive Officer. I'll pass it now over to you, Dr. Bond.
Thank you and good afternoon, everybody. Apologies for the jargon there. I understand some of these words and phrases are difficult to pronounce. I'd like to start with the simple statement, though, that today 75% of our clinically prescribed drugs are actually originating from plants. And indeed, the word pharmaceutical is derived from the Greek pharmakon, which was actually a wine laced with medicinal herbs that was used to treat specific conditions back in ancient times. And so plants are now and have always been at the epicenter of Western medicine. The Achilles heel, however, is the variability of the active pharmaceutical ingredients in those naturally produced plants, which really precludes the ability for us to develop scalable medicines from them. And so the pharmaceutical industry today has been built out of the ability to identify those molecules which we can synthetically produce at scale. And this only represents 1% of the potential viable pharmaceutical impact plants can have on human disease. Over the past 4 years, we've built a company to address the genetic, cultivation, extraction barriers to scalable production with the goal of progressing drug candidates through the FDA botanical pathway. Through that process, we've built a technically advanced GW Pharmaceuticals fast follower. How did I get here? I started my career as an early stage drug discovery scientist at Imperial College London, one of the leading universities globally, and leading now in psychedelics research. And that's well known across the global infrastructure of developing these rare breakthrough drugs. During my time there, I developed biological therapies for cancer and patented and spanned them out into commercial entities. Through that process, I fell in love with breakthrough technology and the commercialization rather than becoming an academic, and spanned myself out into the commercial setting. Most recently, though, I've successfully exited a commodity analytics company that was based on a software as a service model. During that time, though, I became increasingly interested in the psychedelic and the cannabinoid revolution that was happening around me. I recognized that it focused on a new paradigm of medicine where we considered the body as a system and not the individual constituent parts, which was how I was trained as a drug developer, and the idea of developing targeted magic bullets. We founded Phytome 4 years ago because we felt that the greatest impact, both human and commercial, could be derived from the ability to develop licensed biopharmaceutical drugs. Today, we're a leading UK-based biopharmaceutical company with 2 drug development programs in development. Next slide, please. How we stand out. There are 3 key things that matter in when we were building this company that we identified. The first was infrastructure. We require a multidisciplinary set of technologies that includes genetics, that's plant tissue culture, that's cultivation, that's plant manipulation, to be able to actively control and derive a very specific cultivar that had little variability, but also precise chemical fingerprint. Beyond that, we needed to be able to control cultivation. We also needed to be able to demonstrate extraction so that we could go to the FDA through that botanical pathway and demonstrate an approach and a pathway to developing a scalable medicinal product. Number 2, around infrastructure, we needed to have an advanced learning loop. If we were to be a company that could deliver this on a time scale and a budget, it was required that we understood the different ways that we would learn from these different techniques and be able to generate a unique and competitively advantageous process that was unique to the industry and we could not find anywhere else at that time. So it was not possible to develop a virtual biotech at that stage. There just was not the infrastructure or the unique niche capabilities to be able to build a biopharmaceutical company as a virtual biotech. And therefore, what we recognized was there was a unique need for that technology and the opportunity to build a proprietary platform upon which we could develop and launch drug products. Number two was licensing and regulatory issues. The ability to work on some of the most advanced pharmaceutical drugs and plants in the world required that we needed licenses from the UK government, which we have now achieved. We've had those licenses for nearly 2 years, and we've been actively developing and cultivating controlled plants. That's critical because we're able then to move forward and develop other controlled plant species in time. Our site is uniquely secure. We can work on any plant going forward. And so we've actually got a base to be able to launch a lot of rockets from our single ship. We're focused on R&D at our facilities. So much of that industry today has been built upon the concept of developing capacity for cultivation and distribution. And there's been some pitfalls in that market because of that. However, our focus from day one has been on intellectual property development and the requirement for R&D that fills the gap that was generated by the federal licensing or scheduling of the cannabinoids and the psychedelic molecules in Schedule 1, which precludes any academic research and any grant funding. That block has been in place for over 50 years and has left a huge gap. Alongside that, we also recognised that the investment into cultivation and distribution meant that we did not have to, and therefore our goal was to develop the intellectual data package to be able to partner with those cultivation capabilities and capacities to be able to produce and manufacture those drugs to the specification that we set out. Finally, expertise. We've built a world-class multidisciplinary team. We've got the UK's first cannabis tissue culture facility where we are generating novel cultivars as well as the ability to genetically modify them to create unique proprietary strains that deliver rare and unique profiles of cannabinoids, terpenes, and flavonoids. On top of that, we've recognized that our pharmaceutical agriculture capability is critical to be able to demonstrate how these plants respond to their environment. In essence, we're playing with nature and with nurture to be able to deliver very precise outcomes so that ultimately we're programming a plant like a software. And most recently, we've started our batch conformity, which is a requirement of the FDA botanical process, and we've reached unrivaled levels of conformity between our batches and plant-to-plant variabilities of less than 3%. On top of that, we also have a drug development capability, which is essentially taking those formulations and pushing that through both in vitro, in vivo, and then early stage clinical trials. A key part of that storyboard is the translation of our botanical material into pharmaceutical ingredients, and therefore we have an extraction capability that focuses around supercritical CO2 and our ability to segmentally extract and purify and recombine key constituents to high degrees of conformity. We also have on site our own ability to biofingerprint those plants so that we can return data to our system in an unrivaled short space of time, something unique to us. Those three strategic pillars cannot just be purchased off the shelf. We believe we've built an unrivaled platform to establish a pathway and a scalable protocol for FDA approval, not just of the programs that we've launched to date, but multiple programs over multiple platforms and plants and fungi in time. As a consequence, we're focused on pre-IND approval within 24 months for our key launch programs that we have underway already. Next slide, please. The core of our business model is a clear route to commercialization through the drug development platform and pathway, unique focus on the botanical drug development pathway, and the IP barriers that we can generate to deliver against and create commercial competitive advantage. Importantly, though, it's key to recognize that the cost of developing botanical drugs versus the classical pathway is entirely different. The cost and timeframes are compared to classical, you can imagine hundreds of millions of dollars and up to 20 years. What we have identified is a unique opportunity to achieve phase 2 efficacy studies, demonstrating that a drug has huge inhuman potential within 5 years and for around circa $25 million. That generates an attractive length of investment, but also an incredibly important ROI because the valuations are comparable to the small molecule value inflection points, and therefore you can generate the right returns within the right time frame for an investor cohort interested in attacking this specific niche. The botanical pathway is in fact very underappreciated and underutilized. It is largely in that sense because the small molecule developers only use the classical pathway, and to date there's been a significant challenge in getting highly conformed botanical material through that process. there's unique requirements clearly to exploit that, which Phytum has been focused on for the last 4 years. However, it is a pathway towards an emergent multi-billion-dollar market, with increasing data coming out all the time around the fact that psychedelic molecules extracted, for example, from mushrooms are compared to synthetics, and similarly in cannabinoid extracts compared to single molecule synthetics have increased efficacy in clinical trials. From an intellectual property point of view, there is a wide scope across the entire value chain for know-how, patents, and secrets. Platform IP and drug asset IP can be clearly identified and isolated, and therefore as a unique platform, Phytum is generating key service offerings within its own programs to be able to generate a unique value proposition for itself and also in time partners who wish to develop drugs on its platform. Drug assets IP is more classically carved out from our company, and we hold them in SPVs or companies. And we see that as a unique value proposition to be able to cleanly spin out assets and out-license them to partners as we move through phase 2 and out into commercialization strategies. Furthermore, the complexity of these compounds and complexes of formulation protect from generics. Not in this situation, you have both the FDA approved exclusivity of 5 to 7 years, and in some cases only 3 years. But actually, when you patent the formulation of a complex botanical extract, the generics companies, which generally are attracted to single molecule low cost, find it incredibly difficult to replicate. And therefore, you have a significant commercial advantage, which may be up to 20 years of commercial life for that particular drug product. So our focus is on targeting phase 2 efficacy, out-licensing and partnerships across that value chain. Next slide, please. What I'd really like you to recognize in this is we've attracted some of the most important and significant private UK shareholders that we could imagine. So we have the former CFO of GlaxoSmithKline, we've got the former CEO of Barclays Asia Pacific, we've got early stage executives from GW, and those also who are significant players in big tobacco backing us. There is no institutional capital in our company to date, although we've raised 7 million or around 12 million Canadian dollars. And now we are significantly focused on raising capital over the next 3 years in specific tranches as we progress towards our phase 2 efficacy standards that we seek to meet in 3 years' time. We will be sharing information through IR labs around the raises that we seek to achieve over that time frame. And if you are interested in information about our current and future raises, please reach out to them, and we'd be happy to share information as it comes to the market. Next slide, please. Growth outlook. Our key focus here is to drive and build the peak pipeline. So we have 2 assets that were already in development, and we're pushing towards our initial FDA meetings. We are launching up to 5 programs over the course of the next 3 years to meet a key piece of capacity that we can. And the cost implications of that are minimal based upon the base fixed costs of the company that we already have. We're looking to develop key pharmaceutical partnerships for out-licensing at the key stages. And as you might have heard earlier, we're focused on cultivation and manufacturing partnerships so that we can remain lean and focused on the innovation and drug development pathway that we're seeking to become the best in the world at. From a financing point of view, as I've just said, we've raised 12.5 million to date, and we plan further rounds for phase 2 of the specific disease and drug development programs. We are focused on our critical FDA value inflection points. We have a scalable model where we can work on fungi and other key pharmaceutical ingredients. And we also are focused on a near-term listing on the Canadian Securities Exchange that will then transition into a OTCQX best markets listing in the US, and an aim around a key value inflection point for drug discovery that we would join the target peer group of botanical drug developers on the NASDAQ within 3 to 5 years. Next slide, please. I don't believe, oh, that's it actually, isn't it? That's me, guys. So listen, I'm open to questions.
Hey, Sebastian, nice to see you and excellent job. One of many future presentations that you'll be delivering to the Canadian capital markets and our friends globally as well. Thanks for allowing Caroline to do that intro. I'm excited to jump into some questions with you. So tell us a little bit more about this alliance that you have with OSRAM. How do these collaborations ultimately shorten that drug development timeline, and what are you looking for in these collaborations?
Okay, great question. So we're about to release a press release regarding some of the breakthrough data that we've just generated through that collaboration. And the key element to building collaborations with technically advanced, in that situation, a lighting company, is that we are focused on developing a technology stack that can revolutionize how we can scalably produce drug products in plants. So we're looking to be able to get to a resolution of control, which is literally like programming a plant like a software to deliver a precise molecular outcome every time at scale. A couple of things matter around that. Growing plants outside, sort of meter to meter, you'll get huge variability from plant to plant based on soil condition, light, water, and all of the other aspects. So the ultimate approach to being able to grow the plant to that level of conformity is in an indoor agriculture system. The issue with indoor agriculture is that the cost of operating them is significant, and capital expenditure upfront is significant. And therefore, we're focused on identifying artificially intelligent sensor technologies and approaches to getting real-time feedback on the plants to be able to generate a lighting system that we would then license into our key partners to be able to, one, reduce the energy costs by up to 60%, also expand the cannabinoid production of the plant by up to 20%, something we've seen in our initial lighting treatments. And also we've seen increases in biomass production by up to 500%. So significant increases in productivity on reduced energy costs, and therefore also ability to steer those plants to rarer cannabinoids as well, which means that you are not then limited to a key number of cannabinoids. You can start to create very unique formulations from these plants. So developing, that's really a technology, a platform technology that we're developing, but it has significant implications into the long-term cultivation of these drug products at scale in the market as we move forward. And therefore, we're not just developing the drugs, we're developing the technologies to enable the drugs to be produced at scale in the future, something which we've already got significant traction with partners who are seeking to become cultivation partners and manufacturing partners in the future with Phytome.
Sebastian, thank you for that. I'm your right hand on the IR side, I will remind our listeners that Phytome is currently a private company. So when you mention a news release coming, we're not giving you insider information. So we've got some exciting developments to come as Sebastian's giving a little bit of a sneak peek. Sebastian, just to wrap us up here, we're right on time, but I want to throw one more your way. What can the Canadian capital markets expect from you in the near term here over the next few months?
Sure. So we are in the very late stages of preparing ourselves to be a listed company on the Canadian Securities Exchange, as I explained earlier. We're in the very final stages of that process. We're working with our advisors, both IR and corporate advisors, to plan and execute those final steps and make decisions around exact timing for that. So that's something that we'll distribute in time. But we are fundamental believers in the CSE and the Canadian markets for taking innovative technologies, both AI, right now AI is the hottest potato, I think, in that market. But ultimately, it's a market that's been historically aware and willing to take the right bets on breakthrough technology and breakthrough ideas that ultimately end up in much bigger established US markets. So we look very favorably on the Canadian markets and the Canadian investor base for identifying early opportunities that then can translate into global impact.
Sebastian, I absolutely love what you're doing. As a mom, a business professional, I can say that I tend to choose any sort of plant medicines over something more traditional. So really excited by what you're doing. I think there's a huge market for it. You guys are doing it right and have all the key players that you need and partnerships in place to succeed. So thank you so much for joining us here today. We'll catch up again soon. And if anyone would like to meet up with Sebastian one-on-one, please reach out and we'd be happy to connect you.
Thanks, Alyssa.
Thanks. Take care. All right. We're just going to head back into our live studio. shortly here. For those who've just joined us, thanks for being a part of our big day. And those who've been here all along the way, hopefully you have restocked your coffee cups at this point. And thanks so much for being here. And we have Ange and Todd joining us here in just a moment.
Hello, I'm back. And can you believe it? I ran out of coffee.
Oh dear.
Not a good time. Not good. Hi, Todd. Welcome to Live Studio. Great to have you today. So, Todd, you're quite familiar with this space. So I'd love now just watching Phytome's presentation. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, well, when you hear Seb speak, the CEO of Phytome, it's quite clear right away. You get the impression that this is a pharmaceutical and biotechnology company. They're building a technology biostack platform for drug discovery, choosing the path of FDA-approved and licensed medicines. And when you're looking at an investment like this, you have to consider what sort of team you're dealing with here. And clearly, they have the technical capabilities and technical expertise here in drug discovery, clinical expertise, industrial biotech, agriculture, data science, and the data part's going to be really important with that. But they have their management team and their advisory team also bring together experience in commercializing intellectual property like this.
Yeah, he did make mention of that, of the infrastructure that they have, utilizing AI for that to help generate that really valuable data. And what are your comments on, he made mention about coming to the Canadian market and having the Canadian market be more open to some of those technologies. What do you see? What is some of your thoughts there?
Yeah, the Canadian Securities Exchange and the TSXV, both great exchanges for bringing companies at this stage to market. We've had a few of these go on to market over the last 12 months. And the Canadian market's really open to having companies in the life sciences, biotech, and biopharma as the platform to bring these companies to the North American market, Canadian investors and U.S. investors. And Phytome has a great path ahead of them there, where they plan to move forward into the other exchanges, NASDAQ, mentioned by Seb in his presentation.
Awesome. Well, Todd, I know that this is quick, but it's always lovely to see you and get your insights. So thank you so much for joining Live Studio. But one last question. What do you think of the show today? I know you've been tuning in all day.
Yeah, fantastic. Everyone's doing a great job. It's been really great to hear from some of these great companies that we're supporting, and look forward to seeing the growth of all of these companies.
Great. Well, thanks so much, Todd. We'll see you soon.
All right. Thank you.
And we'll get prepared for our next presenter. Thanks so much.
Bye now.
Hey everyone, hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Thanks so much for being here. We're just going to set up for our next presentation. I hope you'll all join us for our in-person events that we're hosting coast to coast. It will be in Vancouver, starting in Vancouver next week, heading to Toronto and Montreal the following week. You can connect with us on LinkedIn directly, and we'd be happy to give you more information. Just getting set up here for Fendex Technologies. Thanks again to our incredible team for all their hard work in making sure that our busy executives are here throughout the day. Carolyn, nice to see you.
Hi, how are you doing?
Excellent. How are you?
Great. Thanks for inviting me.
Oh, absolutely. Where are you coming in from today?
I'm in Brussels.
Oh, well, thank you very much for doing this and accommodating time zones. We are, I think, covering every time zone globally at this point. So Carolyn, I'm just going to give us an intro here, and then I'm going to pass it over to you to tell the story.
Sure.
So Fendex is a nanotechnology company focused on developing both film and spray coatings to protect surfaces from contamination. The lead product under development is Repel Wrap Film. It's a protective surface coating film that you'll hear about shortly due to its repelling properties, prevents the adhesion of pathogens, and reduces their transmission on surfaces prone to contamination. The spray nanotechnology is being developed to reduce contamination on surfaces by repelling and killing pathogens. Company is conducting research and development activities using its nanotechnology in collaboration with industry-leading partners, including McMaster University. The company has an extensive worldwide license to its technology and its IP portfolio from McMaster, including both film and spray coating nanotechnology formulations. Today, you're going to be hearing from Fendex's President, CEO, and Director, Dr. Carolyn Myers. With that, Carolyn, I'll pass it over to you.
Nice recap, Alyssa. Anyway, it's really nice to be here. I'm Carolyn Myers. As Alyssa said, I'm the CEO of Fendex. And during my presentation, I may make forward-looking statements. You probably saw on the first slide that we are public. We're trading on the CSE as well as on the OTCQB. And these statements might be subject to risk or assumptions. And so I encourage you to refer to the previous slide, which is a forward-looking statement. And any forward-looking statement you get as part of our investor deck, and also visit CEDAR Plus to look at our recent filing of our MD&A. Thank you. Next slide. So as Alyssa said, we are a nanotechnology company, and we're focused on making people's lives safer. And we want to do that by reducing the spread of pathogens on surfaces. And we have two types of coatings that are in development. As Alyssa said, we're collaborating with McMaster. We have other industry partners as well, which I'll talk about. But these films and sprays essentially are being developed to protect high-touch surfaces that are prone to contamination, with the intention on potentially reducing the spread of this contamination from surface to surface and from person to person. Next slide. And the reason we're doing this is because the spread of healthcare acquired infections is a real problem, and it's very difficult to control. And this has been cited by the CDC, by the WHO, and other regulatory medical bodies. And essentially, healthcare acquired infections can be transmitted in various ways. They can be airborne. They can be transmitted through touch or from surfaces, which is really what we're focused on. And pathogens like MRSA, which I'm sure you're familiar with, as C. difficile, another one that I'm sure you're familiar with, are two potentially lethal pathogens that can be transmitted by touch. And in general, in the US, more than 99,000 people die annually from a healthcare acquired infection. And this is not COVID. COVID is completely separate. These are infections that either the elderly, those that are somewhat immunocompromised, or those that have had surgical procedures and are compromised may get, and potentially may die from. And part of the reason for that is because most of these lethal pathogens are antibiotic resistant, which means that there are really no antibiotics that can fight against these infections, and it really is the body that has to fight against them. So we are hopefully contributing to a worldwide effort to control and reduce the spread of some of these potentially lethal pathogens on surfaces. Our technology is licensed from McMaster University. We have a worldwide exclusive license to do two different technologies, one for our spray and one for our film. And what's unique about our technology is that the surface, which is the nano coating, actually repels everything, essentially everything. The things we're most interested in, though, are bacteria and viruses. And as I mentioned, because we really want to reduce their spread. What McMaster discovered, and we have since worked with them on, is that bacteria and viruses essentially can't stick to the surface of our coatings, whether it be the spray or the film. And as a consequence, they can't divide. And if they can't divide, then they can't spread. And this is our hypothesis, which has led us to show that we can reduce the spread of these bacteria and viruses from surface to surface. Our lead product that's in development is called Repel Wrap Film. It was developed, the formulation was developed by McMaster. We've since reformulated and progressed this product to the point where we have now transferred it to our manufacturing partner, Dunmore, who is a worldwide recognized film producer in the United States, not too far from me, actually, about 30 minutes from my home. And they are working on the assessment of being able to scale up the film or the formulation. What they've been able to achieve so far is to confirm that they can adapt the formulation to their commercial lines. And so we're pretty excited about this because now they're gearing up to do a test run on their commercial lines. So it'll be automated to confirm that they can actually produce this film. The films that are produced from this run will be tested to ensure that they have the repelling properties that the McMaster films had. And once we've achieved that, then we will move on to the commercial manufacturing phase, sign an agreement with a third-party manufacturer. And if all goes well, we anticipate potentially being able to launch a film in Canada in mid-2024. Next slide, please. What's really exciting about our technology is that it has a number of potential market applications. Obviously, healthcare is a key one for us because that's where a lot of these infections start. But there are many other high traffic industries that have a lot of high touch points that are also prone to contamination. And some of these bugs can find their way onto these surfaces as well. So we are assessing offices, sports and entertainment, transportation, schools, and a number of other verticals that we have a potential to protect the surfaces. And that will be with both the film and the spray. We have a very experienced team. We're clearly entrepreneurial. I'm very strategic, focused, and very visionary. My COO, Andrea Mulder, is very operational. Between the two of us, we are so synergistic and really have advanced the company from what was a formulation at McMaster to now a film that is gearing up to go through an intermediate manufacturing run at Dunmore. So we're pretty proud of what we've achieved so far. And we've in-licensed the spray technology, and I'll talk about that in a minute. But in addition to Andrea and myself, Rose Zanuck is part of our team. She is our CFO, has tremendous experience in finance as well as capital markets, was with Wolverine Securities for a number of years, has been with companies from when they were private to becoming public, and has been instrumental in getting us to where we are in terms of being a reporting issuer. Just a teeny bit about my background. I live in the United States in New Jersey. I have worked for large cap pharmaceutical companies most of my career in very senior level positions. I have been led and been on teams to launch more than 35 products in the US and globally. I've done more than 50 M&A licensing transactions. I've also been the president of 2 pharmaceutical companies, one of them revenue generating. And while I was the president, I grew EBITDA 25% year over year. Andrea as well has a significant commercial background and has been very successful in launching products in Canada. And what's really important to note about our senior team is that we're all women. So we're pretty proud of that too. And third, we're generating a pipeline of products using our technology. And I'm going to go into a little bit more detail about that in a minute if you want to go to the next slide. Here's our capital structure. Our share price is, it says September 8th, but it is, as of today, is 30 cents, which is the price that we were at when we became a reporting issuer. Shares outstanding 52 million, market capitalization 16 million, and to date we've raised a total of 6 million in cash. And I have to say that I'm pretty proud of our capital structure. It's tight and it's simple. Those of us in management and the early investors are also subject to escrow or lockup for an 18-month period, which just is a testament to the fact that we are dedicated to making Fendex tremendously successful. Next slide. So here's our growth outlook. As I mentioned, we do have a pipeline. We are looking at line extensions to Repel Wrap Film, which are repel and kill films. We're also advancing the spray technology, which is a little earlier stage than Repel Wrap Film. But what is interesting about the spray is when you take the prototype of the spray and you spray it onto a surface, it essentially creates a film similar to Repel Wrap. And that surface, which is the nano surface, has the same repelling properties as Repel Wrap Film. But in addition to that, it also kills any residual bugs on the surface. The reason I really like the spray as an addition to our pipeline is because it may provide the potential for ease of use. Our Repel Wrap Film will be applied to flat surfaces and it will have an adhesive backing, whereas the spray can be applied to a number of other surfaces. And in addition, we do see the potential for expanding our opportunities beyond the ones I talked about, healthcare and other high-touch industries. The spray may be able to get us beyond that. And last, we're also exploring covering medical devices with our nanotechnology, with a focus on catheters. You may know that long-term indwelling catheters are subject to occlusion or occlusion. And those occlusions are essentially due to bacteria forming colonies or blood forming blood clots. What McMaster has shown early on, and we plan to further this development, is that when you coat these plastics that they use for catheters with our technology, bacteria colonies do not form and blood clots do not form. And so we believe that this has the opportunity to be advanced into a medical device or catheters that may provide better patency than the catheters that are currently on the market. From a licensing M&A perspective, again, an area near and dear to my heart, we have a number of companies that have shown interest in wanting to partner with us. I hadn't mentioned this, but our nanotechnology has won awards as being tremendously innovative and very different. And so a number of large companies are interested. They either have their own products or they're interested in exploring product development with us, which would obviously add to our portfolio. Again, I'm a strong licensing M&A person, and so we are actively looking at potentially bringing in complementary products, technologies, or companies within the infectious disease space that we can add to our portfolio. And last, as I mentioned, we are going to launch in Canada the Repel Wrap Film, assuming we have success along the commercial path in the next year. But the intention is to also launch Repel Wrap Film and any of our potential future products in the United States and other markets. The intention is to use distributors to sell our products in these various markets. That way we can retain our capital to build our portfolios and bring more products to the market. In addition, companies like Dunmore, our current manufacturing development partner, and other manufacturing partners, the intention is to bring in those types of organizations to help us develop as well as manufacture our products for commercialization. So again, we can keep our capital focused on building our portfolio and bringing more products to market. And with that, I'd like to say thank you, and I can take any questions.
Thanks very much, Carolyn. Really appreciate you walking us through that. I'm going to jump into a question that I'm sure is on a lot of investors' minds. We see cleaning solutions and wipes and disinfectant sprays. I've got them all over my house, everywhere. What's the market like for adding this surface coating solution?
So the antimicrobial coating market globally in 2025 is estimated to be 7.6 billion in sales. And part of the reason for that is because there just aren't solutions that work to keep surfaces safe from contamination and its spread. You talked about sprays and things like that. That is the norm. That's what's being used for the most part, but they only last as long as you continue to put them on the surface. And unfortunately, nobody's continuing to put them on the surface to keep them clean. What our product does is once you put it on the surface, it will provide 24/7 protection for as long as that film is on the surface. So we're pretty excited about that. In addition, as I said, the $7.6 billion market is associated with the fact that there are good solutions, but there are other antimicrobial films out there. How are we different? We repel. That's the way we reduce the spread. The competitive films, the microbes actually have to touch the surface and they have to divide in order to be killed. And as a consequence of that, there is still the potential that they can be spread because it doesn't happen instantly. In our case, it's instant. They can't attach, they can't divide. And so we see reduced spread that way.
Thanks, Carolyn. 1 minute left, but I want to throw one more question your way. We have a few others I'm going to follow up offline on. So you mentioned product development. You have big plans for Repel Rep film. Can you talk a little bit about when we anticipate finishing the testing and then getting ready for the commercial scale up?
So the next step is for Dunmore to gear up to do this automated intermediate run. And if the success of that, after we test the films, and we're also planning to test them in real environmental conditions as well to ensure that they maintain their properties. Once we've completed all that and we're ready to move on to the next step, we will be signing a manufacturing agreement with a third-party manufacturer to begin the commercial scale-up of Repel Rep film. And we anticipate that's going to take a few months of iteration, et cetera. And once we've been able to achieve that, then we need to test those films in the real world, in the various markets that we want to focus on, like healthcare, for example, to ensure that over a period of time, they're actually providing the protection that we've shown in the lab, and we're hoping to show with these intermediate size films that are going to be made in these automated runs with the beta testing sites that we're planning to test with, and in real world environmental conditions. So that's the next step after we finish this. And if we're successful with all that, then we will be bringing our first product to market in Canada.
Excellent. Carolyn, thank you so much for being here today. If anyone would like to connect with Bendix Technologies, please reach out to us directly, and we'd be more than happy to connect you. And please be sure to add the ticker FNDX on the CSE to your watch list. Thanks so much, Carolyn.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Nice to see you. All right, for those who've just joined us, thank you so much for being here and welcome those who've been with us throughout the day. Thank you for sticking with us. We're going to head back into our live studio momentarily. Andrew, are you there? There you are.
Hi, I'm back. Live
Nice to
studio.
see you.
Doing good. And so that was a really great presentation. We have Daniela that's going to be joining us in live studio right now, who is working closely with Fendex. And Daniela, there you are. After hearing, there's so many developments that are going on with so much success for Fendex. What is your insights with knowing this client so well?
Yeah, thank you so much, Angie. Yeah, it's a very exciting client. I mean, you know, you get excited about working with teams that actually deliver on what they're promising to deliver on, that have a path to success and are thoughtful and organized and strategic in how they ensure that they don't overpromise, but that they, excuse me, that they deliver on what they say they're going to do. And that's just evident in their product development scale ups to date and where we're at right now with the manufacturing process that has been entered into and the scale up that they're going to be doing with that in terms of creating the intermediate films on an automated run.
Great. And what are other kind of things that you're seeing or trends you're seeing in the healthcare and wellness space, and what sets Fendex apart?
Well, I think the healthcare and biotech space is slow to develop. It's slow to evolve, to really see the progression of the technologies and to have them proven out and tested. You know, Fendex is more of a nanotechnology company that is developing films and coatings to be applied to many different spaces, and healthcare would be one of the spaces and probably one of the primary spaces. So, you know, you can view Fendex as a, you know, as a nanotech company. You can view them as an industrial company producing films and coatings, or a sort of a biotech play. So it's very unique how they're applying the technology in the space and allowing it to progress as fast as they are, or not enabling, but just based on the technology, being able to license it and bring it to production in the path that they're taking.
Yeah, there's a tremendous success ahead for them. It's definitely a great story.
Yeah. Yeah, lots of growth opportunities, lots of interesting growth opportunities beyond healthcare, but healthcare is definitely the focus right now.
Wonderful. Well, it's a short studio live, but thank you so much, Daniela, for joining us. And we'll see you a bit later. And so thank you to everyone. We'll be setting up for our next presentation. Thanks so much.
Hi, everyone. We're just getting set up for our next presentation here shortly. Thanks for your patience. Hope everyone's having a fantastic day, and hopefully we'll see you in one of the 4 cities we will be in over the next 2 weeks. If you would like more information about that, please check out our website at irlabs.ca or reach out to us on LinkedIn or directly through email. Thanks everyone for being here, and thanks again to our team for making it all happen. We're just going to get ready for our next discussion here. Got another special guest who's going to be joining us. Get ready for some fun. Ari?
Hi. You said fun. I'm not going to do a clown act, Alyssa.
I love it. How are you?
Good. It's great to be here, though.
It's so nice to have you here. Where are you joining us in from today?
New York, and excited to be here with my Canadian partners virtually. So I look forward to seeing you in Toronto in 2 weeks.
Excellent. Well, Ari, you're in one of my favorite cities. I know you've been traveling all over the world, making connections and spending time with your clients, and also spending time with us here in Vancouver and also in Toronto. We feel very, very fortunate to be working with Ari and the team over at Quantum Media Group. We recognize that distribution is so important, and so access on both sides of the border are incredible. So Ari and our team had the opportunity to connect, get to know each other, and I'm very proud, and it's a privilege to call each other partners. And Ari, thanks so much for all your support.
Of course, and Alyssa, most importantly, friends. I think friends first,
Absolutely.
and then business partners. So yes,
we've had a lot of fun laughs along the way so far. So thanks. So Ari, what's going on? Give us a little bit of visibility on what's happening in the U.S. What are those NASDAQ NYSE companies doing out there right now to raise awareness and create visibility for themselves?
sure. Well, we've been pushing it. As you know, we run both the public relations and investor relations firm here in New York. What we've been doing recently is that we've been encouraging our C-suite clients, our C-suite publicly traded clients, to start thinking of themselves as content creators, and to be out there and leveraging social media like LinkedIn and Facebook. Obviously, there are certain very strict parameters around the things that you can and can't say, but we do think if you are in the C-suite and you are running a publicly traded company, people, investors specifically, they want to know that the CEO is visible to the public and doing everything they can to be able to get media attention, right? Because at the end of the day, there's a lot of great companies out there. They're building great products and services, but is C-suite in tuned and know how to get that visibility? That's been a challenge I found for most CEOs of public companies.
It's so true, and we've just seen such a change and a shift in the media space. And I don't know if it was just, a quiet summer, but I'm even finding the last few months, that whole world is just, it's not what it used to be in terms of accessing reporters and building those relationships. So like you said, you have to think like a media company now, on top of everything else you need to do as an operator.
Yeah, you're spot on. Think of yourself as not only content creator, but also as a publishing house. And our chief communications officer, Anna Marie, she talks about that all the time in terms of when we're pitching clients and throughout the journey, is that she always said, start thinking yourself as a media house format. And we could do that, in 2023. 20 years ago, you had to go through a lot of traditional channels to get access to media and to build audiences. Today, you've got social media, and it's a real way, specifically LinkedIn. We've been advocating strong for CEOs to be on LinkedIn and to put out content, but obviously it's the right type of content that really matters. Specifically, we believe that the strategy, or the media strategy, should always be is that these CEOs should be positioning themselves as industry experts, and not out there necessarily promoting their company or promoting their products, promoting their service, or promoting their stock, obviously, but becoming real thought leaders in the industry that they're hopefully going to dominate. And we find that seems to be the right formula.
I can't agree with that more. And in Canada in particular, so we've got really great relationships with a lot of the key financial media. A lot of our companies, because we have so many venture exchanges, these companies are new to the markets. Maybe they're still on that growth trajectory, and some of the major papers and publications are keeping an eye on their track record. But what they are very willing and open to do is have conversations that are more general, not about the company itself, but get some quotes and insights from them as thought leaders. So that's definitely for anyone here who is an issuer or working with issuers, that's some advice to sort of pass along there.
Yeah, and we, to your point, clients usually right out of the gate when they're signed up with us, their first request always is, oh, I want Fox Business, I want CNBC, and I say to them, I say, have you ever seen CNBC or Fox News or Fox Business ever profile a company multiple times? No, it's one and done. They'll profile you, and then tomorrow it's over with. Versus going in there and we position them as industry leaders within their space. This way, you become or the clients become experts, and they get, then all the inbound requests come to them from reporters and journalists, that the fact that they can now start talking about other areas in and around their space. And quite frankly, on the bottom, the lower third, CEO of it is more than enough promotion than someone could handle, especially if they're doing regularly CNBC and Fox Business. So strategy there is, again, position yourself as a thought leader, as an expert, being able to cover and talk about different topics and areas in and around your sector. We believe that's the magic sauce.
So Ari, as I've had the chance to get to know you, you're really good at a lot of things. And in particular, you're very good about distilling information down quickly, simply. Okay, we got 2 minutes. Ari, as we wrap up here, give the best media lesson in 2 minutes or less to our audience. The pressure is on.
I would say your messaging is going to be everything. How do you get your message across in 10 seconds? We all have an attention span of a fruit fly these days. So, can you answer who, what, where, why, and when really quickly and leave an impression? I think those two things are most important.
And you did that in 28 seconds. So there you go. Well, Ari, I feel so blessed to call you a friend, a true friend. Thank you so much for all the support that you've given us in Canada. We're excited to do really big things with you as we head into the last bit of the year here and into 2024. Big things to come.
Amazing. Thank you, Alyssa. Congratulations on all your successes.
Thank you. Right back at you. We'll see you in Toronto.
You bet.
Okay, take care. All right, everyone. Thanks for sticking with us. We're just going to get set up for our next panel in just a second here. For those who've just joined us, welcome, welcome, welcome. All right. Going to bring our next speaker in here momentarily. If I ever considered a life as a broadcaster, I would reconsider now standing here all day long looking at the teleprompter.
Good day, Alyssa. Can you hear me?
Hi, I can hear you. I think they're just getting your camera on here. Gentlemen, hi, how are you?
Good, good. Nice to have a chance to talk with you and everybody on the webinar this afternoon or this morning, I guess, in Vancouver.
Yeah, we're so lucky to have you here. I know you're coming to us live from Toronto. Gentlemen, I'm going to give you an intro here, and then I'll pass it over to you to walk us through presentation, and then we'll jump into the Q&A as well. I do want to say thank you again so much for participating with us and giving away those 2 tickets to any destination on the Canada Jetlines scheduled flights. Everyone who is joining us here today is automatically entered into that draw. So thanks so much for doing that. That's exciting.
Welcome. It's a pleasure.
So it is my pleasure to introduce Canada Jetlines, the new all-Canadian value-focused leisure carrier, utilizing a growing fleet of Airbus aircrafts, providing passengers with another choice to travel to preferred destinations with the within the U.S., Caribbean, and Mexico. CJet strives to make air travel the best and most convenient experience it can be for the best value possible. I can attest to often now flying. I use the analogy, it's like going to the dentist. I don't want to go. It's not always a pleasurable experience, but you're changing that. So I will pass it over to Eddie and Percy to walk us through why CJET. Over to you, gentlemen.
Well, as I said, good day to all. I'd like to start a little bit by talking about our company and who we are. We are a leisure-focused airline providing value and a big focus on the customer experience. Flying to leisure destination, as you mentioned, our first destinations were Las Vegas and Cancun. We are adding this fall Montego Bay and Orlando. In addition to our own scheduled service, we also provide charter flights and as well as what in the industry is known as ACMI or wet lease, i.e. providing our aircraft, our crew, to other airlines in times of needs, and we've done quite a bit of that. We do believe we are well positioned to grow here as the leading Canadian leisure airline. There's been change in the industry. Recently, Sunwing was acquired by WestJet, and we do believe it will leave an opportunity here in the market for a new Canadian leisure airline offering choices not only to customer but for tour operators also. So if we could move to the next slide, please. How do we stand out? We do have a new entrant advantage. As a new company, we can build a fresh new culture that is very customer-centric, and that's really important for us. We are starting an airline without all the debt that was accumulated by established airlines during the pandemic. But first and foremost is the customer-centric approach. We are in the service industry, and we're very conscious of that. And we're very conscious that the frontline employees, as you see in the picture, they are the brand. And we spend a lot of time recruiting and talking to our frontline employees, making them understand the importance that they play in the service industry. In addition to that, as I mentioned before, we have diversified revenue sources. We have our Sched service to those leisure destinations. We do carry did a lot of charter flights, and we will continue to do that, whether it's for large companies having incentive flights for their employees. We sign up 3 CFL teams for their away games, or cruise line that we've done this summer flying from New York to Greenland. Next slide, please. All right, let me talk to you a little bit about the leadership team. Always important. Myself, over 40 years experience in the airline industry. I started in the Air Force, in the Canadian Air Force as a pilot, and then about 30 years at Air Canada. After I retired from Air Canada, I went to Vietnam, where as Deputy CEO, I helped start a brand new airline that we grew to 25 airplanes in 1 year. Everything moves fast in Asia. And then moved back to Canada and started Canada Jet Lines. I just started flying a year ago, actually, last September. With me is Percy, and Percy, you can talk a little bit about your experience.
I was with being in the airline industry for more than 25 years. I was at Sunwing, VP of Finance for 10 years. And before that at Sky Service. Been in the industry for long. I've seen a lot of things, and this is a perfect opportunity at Canada Jet Lines to start this new airline and grow the revenue and be strategic here.
And and the same can be said about our chief operation officer. Lots of experience in the airline industry. Same thing for our commercial department and most of our directors. So having been in the industry so long, we do have a lot of an extensive network that we were able to leverage and attract very experienced people. Second part is Jetline Vacation, which will be our tour operator, and that's an important part of our strategy. The tour operator not only allows us to bring additional revenue streams through packaging, ability to package hotel and flights or cruise and flights, etc., but also allows us, by bundling all this together, to offer great value to our customer. And we're about to launch Jetline Vacation here in the next couple of weeks. Our fleet expansion is an important part of our strategy. We have selected an Airbus 320. You see the airplane on the picture. Very good safety record and offer great customer comfort. In addition to that, we have quite a high utilization rate for our airplanes. We did make an announcement over the summer. For example, we had 2 airplanes. The third airplane came in August. With 2 airplanes, we were getting over 300 hours. We flew 622 hours in July. That's over 300 hours per aircraft, and about 736 hours in August with, like I said, almost a third airplane for the entire month, but not quite. If we can move to the next slide, please. Growth outlook. We have a disciplined route expansion. We can meet the demand, but we focus on destinations that are high demand so that we can make the route profitable, from the start. So our fleet expansion program, as I mentioned, we have 3 Airbus 320 operating at this time. We are planning to get our 4th airplane just before the busy holiday season starting in December, and the busy winter season. As you know, Canadians like to go to a nice sunny beach in the winter. And by the end of 2025, so by December 2025, our plan is to have 15 airplanes. We have strong strategic partnership, either through our Jetline Vacation with hotels, car rental companies, so that we can bundle package, but also, what is not on the slide, which is really important, our strategy is strong partnership with the travel trade and travel agents. Canadian still, it's very popular in Canada for people traveling on vacation to go through travel agents, and we look at them as as partners to our business, an extension of our own sales force. We have a strong business model, leveraging multiple revenue streams, as I mentioned before, which will ensure our long-term growth. Next slide. A little bit more our fleet expansion and what we've been doing. As I mentioned before, we target 15 aircraft by the end of 2025. These additional aircraft will be supported through strong revenue growth, and we were turning away work this summer. We just couldn't get the 3rd aircraft delivered early enough to take advantage of all the potential work we could have done. And if you look at our history, so we started flying, as I mentioned, in Q4 2022 with $3 million in revenue. Our revenue in Q1 increased to $5.1 million, and in Q2 to $8.8 million. Our flying hours keep increasing with the revenue. As I mentioned, we broke a new record in July with 622 hours for the month, and we broke that record again in August with about 736 hours. So we are at the stage now that we are in the work for raising capital, roughly $20 million in investment. This will allow us to grow our fleet in 2024 and 2025. And first, you can talk a little bit about what this capital will be used for, if you don't mind, Percy.
Yeah, I can quickly share the growth. The growth plan is getting to that 15 aircrafts, and every aircraft comes with deposit requirements from the lessors, fuelers, and airports, and so on. So most of the investment gets capped as a deposit and stays with some of the lessors and the fuelers, and the rest of the investment will be used for growing new market routes, growing the vacation business, and getting more charter and ACMI business as well. We will be at a point in 2024 that we will be positive in terms of once we cross that a certain number of aircrafts will be breaking even and positive EBITDA and positive cash, which will allow us to grow the fleet to 15 aircrafts by the end of 2025.
Thank you. And next slide.
And like you saw on the previous slide, we've been growing our revenue consistently from 3 million to 5 million, 5.1, and then 8.8. So this year we have done 13.9 million revenue based on just 2 aircrafts flying. We've generated positive cash, and our current market cap is about 11.5, with about 76 million shares outstanding.
Thank you. I believe that this is it for the presentation, Alyssa.
Perfect. Gentlemen, thank you. They're just going to turn my camera back on, and we'll jump right into some questions. I'm really fascinated by your business, and obviously the airline industry is one that we're all connected to it in some way. So I think there's a lot of really interesting questions that have come in. Just to kind of kick us off, you currently operate with 3 aircrafts and are planning to add several more by the end of 2025. Of course, capital will be part of that, but what are some of the other key milestones to achieving this expansion?
We are in discussion. When you look at our business model, and when the question could be, okay, we understand the business model and flying to sun destinations. What do you do in the summer? There's still a strong demand for leisure travel. We were actually aptly surprised, even for Cancun, that we operated through the summer. But part of that are the discussion that we're having with the other airlines, where we are placing airplanes from May to September next year in Europe. The European market is very strong. The internal market. So there's always a strong demand for foreign operators to come in and provide what I mentioned before, wet leases contract. And these partnerships that we've been, negotiating and discussing with different airlines in Europe would also allow us to provide additional lift as required in the winter during the peak season. Because what happens to a lot of European carriers is they have this huge supply when their season dies off, and you can get this additional lift at a much better price than what you're charging them in the summer, just supply and demand. And so that's certainly one milestone that is important in our business strategy. We did fly quite a bit for other airlines in the last year. That's one component. The other one is the Jetlines Vacation, which I mentioned, that will be launching here the next couple of weeks. This allows us to offer packages at a great price. It's great for the customer, and our relationship with the travel agent. So that's the difference between our model and an ultra low cost carrier model. ultra low cost carrier model will strictly sell on their own website. So they don't deal with the travel trade. They don't only pay the commission and so on. For us to work with them and have this Jetlines vacation, to be able to bundle the package, to be able to distribute on the right software that all the travel agents use, especially Canadian, that's really important, and that's the milestone that we'll be crossing here in the next 2 weeks.
Eddie, thank you very much. Now, you've talked about the experience itself and being on one of your aircrafts, just being different, being better. Can you talk a little bit about that? What can a traveler expect on one of your flights? Yes.
Well, let me give you a little bit of background. I've worked in the Canadian airline industry for many years, as I mentioned, and then I went to Asia. And throughout my career, I think what stands out is building the right culture, right? Understanding that you are in the service industry, not in the transport industry. And building that culture where the entire management team from the top down to the bottom has a focus on the customer experience is really important. And we use a lot of examples with our new employees. We get them to understand the business, and I'll use this. Will sound cliche, but I always tell, especially our flight attendants and our pilots who are the frontline employees, nobody's going to fly on Canada Jetlines because I'm CEO, other than maybe my mother. But they will make a difference whether the business is successful or not. They will be the reason why we have repeat customer. So that's really important, that this customer centricity is really important for us. The reality is, things will go wrong. There's snowstorms, there's ATC delays. So it's really important for our frontline employees to communicate, explain to the people. It's all about your recovery.
So you're basically coming in those situations as I'm putting my traveler hat on, as the hero. I've just had a bad experience, but you guys have sort of come in to save the day, etc. Is that a fair comment?
Yes, like I said, I started my career as a pilot. I had this frontline experience. I was younger then, but I've seen that when you handle the situation, when the frontline employees handle the situation well, it makes a world of difference.
Eddie, thank you so much for that. Last question I'm going to throw at you here. As a new entrant airline, although you've been in the business, you and Percy and others within your firm a very long time, how do you look at sort of the biggest risks that exist in terms of that expansion? And also just curious about managing cost base in this environment.
Yeah, understanding the airline well, understanding the operation, having that kind of experience makes you means that you understand what the cost is, right? I mean, our people here are very experienced. You ask us, we can tell you what the aircraft burns per hour on fuel. We can tell you what is the cost of an engine repair and things like that. So once you understand your costs, it helps you to develop a strategy that will minimize this cost. When you mentioned the risk, of course, we all know what the pandemic did to the travel industry. Hopefully this is a 1 in 100 years, and we're going to be good for another 100 years. The economy in our business model, a recession hits the airline that have a focus on the business travel, because my experience has been that the first thing companies do is cut business travel in time of recession. Percy will attest to that. When it comes to personal travel, people will still travel. They may go to a 3-star instead of 4-star hotel, but they're still going to go, and get away from the harsh Canadian winter. And Percy has experienced that at Sunwing. That was, very similar to our business model, concentrating on leisure travel. Percy, you want to talk a little bit about that?
It's like Eddie said, everybody gets frustrated during the session, and maybe that getaway is the only thing that they can look forward to. So they'll still spend the money, maybe less, maybe instead of going to a 5-star, they'll go to a 4 or a 3-star. But you will still see that travel happening. Business travel will definitely die down or at least reduce, but we've seen that a lot. I mean, I've seen it twice in my career, where 2008 recession, financial crisis, and then another one. I mean, the business on the personal side boomed for sure on personal travel. So it depends on how we handle that opportunity, how we take care of the passengers, what we do, what we offer them in terms of the packages, and that's what we are focusing on right now.
So, being focused on leisure travel, the business travel is not part of our business model. Not that we turn away any businessmen wanting to travel with us, but, our destination is more geared towards people going on vacations.
Yeah.
And that's not going to stop. I think people are working extremely hard these days and desire to take that holiday, and more frequently too, as we're seeing sort of that next generation spending their dollars on travel more than anything else. Gentlemen, it has been an absolute pleasure. I have enjoyed every bit of working with you guys to date. Really encourage anyone who is in the Toronto area, if you'd like to come visit or even see one of the aircrafts, we can make those arrangements. Eddie and Percy will be with us in all 4 cities that we'll be traveling through shortly. So you'll have a chance to meet them in person there. Please be sure to add CJET on CBOE Exchange. CBOE is still using the ticker NEO, N-E-O. So NEO, CJET, add it to your watch list and follow along as these guys continue to grow. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thanks. All right, everyone. For those who've just joined us, welcome. For those who've stuck with us throughout the day, thank you so much. Really appreciate you being here to support our companies. We're going to head over to Studio Live with Ange and Huss.
Hi, back in Studio Live. So it's me and Huss, and I do have to say that CJET does have really great looking planes. Like when I saw the colors of their airplanes, really great. So hi Huss, welcome back to live studio.
Great, how are you?
Lots covered in that presentation by Canada Jetlines. So I'm going to throw it over to you. Can you give us the key highlights on this company?
Sure. Yeah. So I thought that was an excellent overview. It's nice to see an airline coming in. As Canadians, we all know the harsh winters here, and we definitely want to escape. But what truly starts to set them apart is the focus on the quality of service, right? So really paying attention to the customer and trying to turn every journey into more of an enjoyable experience, especially those that if you are going on a vacation to a sunny destination. Obviously, coming on the back of the pandemic, leisure travel has picked up, and that's a demand that they are definitely bridging the supply and demand gap there. And the aircraft acquisition strategy is something that is robust and definitely value creative for potential investors. One thing I did want to mention there on that pathway of growth, typically for an airline, you sort of start to see a real gearing on your financials once you get to that 5 or 6 aircraft. that's when you really start to see your fixed costs kind of stabilize and the gearing on your revenue dropping down to your profitability. So I think Canada Jetlines is well on their way, and they have a plan in place, a great management team of seasoned executives, and they're ready to soar, so to speak.
Wonderful. Yes, great story and great growth plan. And we can't say it enough, but thank you so much to Canada Jetlines for helping us with the promotion today. And good luck to all of those that are in the audience listening in. Yeah, so thank you again, Huss. We have a really exciting presentation, but still in the transportation sector. We have DeLorean coming up next. So stay tuned and we'll see you guys shortly. Thanks.
Great. Thanks, Ange.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. Thanks everyone for being with us throughout this day, middle of the week. We are just setting up for our next special guest. Hopefully you are all daydreaming about that next sunny destination you're going to head to. All right, Caroline's going to jump in here to walk us through our next panel presentation.
Hello, everybody. Thank you again for joining us today. We're so excited to move on to our next panel, which is Focus on Mining. And our guest panelist is Sebastian de Kloot, Senior Vice President of Marketing at Red Cloud Financial Services. He has nearly 15 years of capital markets experience, holding positions in mining, sales, corporate development, and investor relations for various mining-focused firms. During his 7 years at Red Cloud, Sebastian has been an integral part to build the first of its kind platform dedicated to servicing issuers in the junior mining and exploration space. He has a proven track record of innovation and corporate development. Today, we gather to delve into the heart of a mining industry that has fueled progress, shaped economies, and harnessed the Earth's resources to power our world. Without further delay, let's dive into the world of mining. Welcome, Sebastian.
Thanks very much for having me.
Thank you for joining us today. Okay, so first question for you. What macroeconomic or industry-specific trends do you foresee influencing the mining sector? And how can companies prepare to adapt to them?
So it's funny that I follow DeLorean here, which obviously was talking about some electric vehicles, which was an interesting one. So great companies that you guys have had on. And again, thanks for having me. We've seen the world shift to an energy transition narrative, with governments making promises for carbon neutrality and a wide array of timelines in the not-too-distant future. The thin edge of the wedge for the conversation has always been electric vehicles, as we saw with the DeLorean conversation prior. And large automakers are now looking to make direct investments into the supply chain, which generally affects the mining cycle. That all sounds nice, but it's important to discuss what that means for global demand trends and the new supply that isn't being brought online. So if we take a simple scenario of the audio industry that we just talked about, I think we can all be on side with the fact that the lithium companies have started to move. Today, actually, we saw Sigma Lithium announced that automakers have made multiple different bids into taking the company out, which I think is just the beginning, with companies such as Patriot Battery Metals and Frontier maybe being the next on the docket. But lithium aside, which I think that everybody and the market clearly tends to agree on, there's a lot of lofty government timelines that need to be met for this to become a reality. So one example that I'd like to bring forward to everybody that's on this today is the example of charging stations. Lots of people will go and say, yeah, well, lithium electric vehicles, it's all lithium, it's manganese, it's all these things that make up the battery. But at the end of the day, where's that power generation going to come from? So I think that the copper cycle hasn't yet moved. I think that we're going to see copper being a nice trend that we'll see in the future, moving in the right direction if you have a 1 to 3 to 5 year outlook. And beyond that, once you've put in place all of these new, I guess the equivalent of a gas station, but for electric vehicles, we now have a whole bunch of infrastructure that doesn't have any power to it. So where does that power come from? And right now, the world's being still supplied in large part by coal and non-clean energies. So nuclear power used to be something that people were afraid of. And I think that the uranium space is one that people are going to want to look at in the near future. And the reason for that is it's really the only clean energy, unless you want to be continuing to use coal and gas to fuel a narrative of clean energy.
Thank you so much, Sebastian, for that insight. All right, next question for you here. Mining often involves navigating geopolitical, regulatory, and environmental risks. How do you communicate your risk management strategies to potential investors?
Well, it's another good question. These days we're living in a world where the markets are turbulent. Investors are afraid. But for the right idea, I think that they're waiting on the sidelines and have the ability to jump in with both feet where necessary. And we've seen a pivot on the geopolitical side to cover off some of these risks by companies that will have multi-assets now in various jurisdictions. So you might have a company that has an asset in Argentina and Brazil, or one that might have one in central United States and also in Chile, just to go and navigate any kind of political risk or change in government that you may see happen in any of those areas. That being said, on the environmental side, I think we've seen a lot of companies make a huge shift towards each ESG and CSR programs, which will help them get in front of potential opposition that they might see in the future. And then on the regulatory side, I mean, those things are put in place to go and protect investors in the first place. And I think that for sure they've slowed our industry down with the introduction of 43-101 back on the back of REX back in the day. But I don't think it's really something that we can go and get rid of or make better. And if you take those three things and you go and you put it into any investment that you have, I think you'll see that projects that have a higher risk also potentially have a higher reward, because you'll be able to get into the company at a more favorable price point with a discount that's baked in.
Have you seen, do you have any examples of companies that are doing well in their sustainability reporting or their ESG mandate? I know, like you mentioned, a lot of companies have shifted towards providing more information on their ESG initiatives.
Sure. I mean, there's lots of awards that are actually being given out in the ESG space at the moment. If you look at an example, is Troilus Gold, who's actually won some awards in Quebec on the ESG side. I think that it's something that you need to remain relevant. If you go on various investor websites these days, you'll actually notice that they actually have a badge of honor on some websites that will light up if you have a proper environmental strategy. The mining space obviously has sat as being sort of the negative impactor of the environment. But a lot of the individuals that go and make these claims that we're not trying to move forward and in the right direction are ones that go and do so behind their iPhone, which I find humorous, because they obviously have no idea where the pieces of their iPhone came from in the first place. So to that regard, yes, there's lots of companies that are making strides on the ESG side. There's lots of companies that are making strides on the corporate social responsibility with regards to Aboriginal groups who, by and large, try to protect the environment. And we found that having an Aboriginal relations department has been beneficial to clients as well when it comes to going and attaining capital. And then we've realized that the governments, specifically here in Canada, they tend to go and offer larger incentives to companies that have those things in place. So if you're trying to go and find capital in a market where capital is sparse and competition for capital is high, the one group that continuously seems to have capital is the government, because they're taking it all from us. So here we go.
Talking about capital raising, tell us about the capital raising environment today in the mining sector.
Sure. I mean, it's the age-old question. I've been working at Red Cloud for about 7 years now, and the thing that makes us lose sleep at night is where's the next investment dollar going to come from in the space. You've got a whole bunch of investment funds out there right now that are getting redemptions and whatnot as people go and suffer from rising prices due to inflation and increased taxes and carbon taxes and all these things that make the cost of living a lot higher. That being said, I think that there's a lot of capital out there if you're willing to go and find it. I find that we find a lot of capital through Red Cloud, through our digital platforms. Lots of people that are sitting and willing to have conversations, on Twitters and co.ca and places where investors and communities come together. And a lot of those people are high net worth individuals or family offices. If you go to the US as an example, some of the high net worth individuals that if you get them to like you and like the company, they've got more money than some of the investment funds do up here. So trying to go to different pools of capital that aren't the ones that everybody else is going to is really the way that people are able to fund themselves these days.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it's interesting. You mentioned all the digital. I know there's I'd like to get your feedback on the digital strategy that you've implemented for some of your clients as well. You mentioned you can find some of those investors through those websites, right? So, and then also I know it's conference season. Are you currently at Beaver Creek by any chance, or?
No, I'm holding down the fort here in Toronto. As you know, there's 65 of us here that work at Red Cloud, and there are clients that don't attend Beaver Creek that still need servicing. That being said, we do have a contingent of 10 down in Beaver Creek, and they were also just in London for the World Nuclear Conference that was going on over there as well. And then after that, it's Denver Gold. So this is really September conference season and super busy. But back to your question about how we employ digital strategies. So we're really trying to go and make our clients and individuals that work with us on the Red Cloud platform thought leaders. We think that education is a huge part of what is able to attract investors. Creating digestible pieces of information or evergreen content or things that you can use multiple times to make people feel comfortable, not only with the company, but with the management team. I think that is really what goes and propels the hand-to-wallet response where people want to go and make an investment in a company. So I would implore everybody that's just sitting out there and trying to use traditional methods of networking to jump on board and use digital methods. Groups like IR Labs, look at what we're doing right now, right? You're going and bringing the community together. The world becomes a lot smaller when you go and you try to attract people to come onto things in a digital aspect. And you're not also wasting investor dollars by traveling around the world, trying to buy steak lunches and expensive bottles of wine to entice somebody to put money into your company. That being said, there's still a place for those kinds of things, I think. But it's more of a less of a shotgun approach these days and more of a finite approach on the person that you take and try to develop that relationship with.
Yeah, no, we definitely agree on your hybrid outlook. We're doing this virtually, and then next week we start our roadshow in 4 cities. So, it's a great platform to tell your story here today. And then you can meet in person because, people miss that, connecting with others in person. So I think the hybrid combination is a great solution. So thanks for your insight there. Next question I have is, how are the emerging technologies such as automation and data analytics impacting mining operations, and what potential benefits do they offer to investors?
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, when you talk about technology and innovation in mining, there's been few things over the last many years that have really propelled the company forward. It's been one of the slowest moving industries when it comes to innovation, at least on the actual mining side. Process and automation, I don't think are really the main issue, though. I think that they're pretty well in place, and regular technologies have been used over and over. On the lithium side, the direct lithium extraction has been a new and hot topic. Whether or not it works, we're putting our bet behind the fact that it does. We think there's a lot of great companies out there that are starting pilot plants that are going to show that there are faster ways to bring lithium to market. And we've sort of put our flag and stamp of approval behind that. I encourage anybody actually to go to redcloudresearch.com. We have open source research that allows everybody to come in and view it. There are a bunch of direct lithium extraction reports on there that you may like to read at your own leisure. But I think a bigger problem besides technology is a generation of individuals that would rather go and sit behind the technology than get in the field and kick rocks. We have a real big problem with bringing new talent and young talent into an industry that's going to require more of a workforce than ever to go and meet the demand that we're seeing. And yeah, bringing new things online are very difficult when you don't have the staffing to do so. So I'd encourage individuals to go out and learn more about mining and take a loving to it. Get outside, get off your phone, and find a love for nature. That's really what the geologists out there are. So very good.
Yes, thank you, Sebastian. And that's actually a good point, because we're currently working in partnership with Women in Mining BC to promote mining to women here in the province, because there is a lot of jobs out there in the mining sector. And yeah, they encourage everyone to be a member and be part of the organization, to be able to connect with others and share each other's experiences and learn more, from each other in this industry. So yeah, thank you for highlighting that, Sebastian.
The Women in Mining actually is a great organization. Been around for a very long time in multiple different cities, and yeah, there's some extremely talented individuals that are women in mining.
Yeah, no, it's been a pleasure working with them. You're going to see some changes in their branding and design that we've been working on with them. So stay tuned on that. In terms of going back to the market, so thinking about geographics, where are you seeing the hot markets today in mining?
It's funny that you bring that up, because I just had a lengthy conversation with our friends at DigiGeoData, which used to be Intera Maps, and essentially they go and they see where the big staking rushes are coming from around the world, because they're the ones that are collecting all the data on that, which is a good partner to have. But we're seeing a massive amount of people coming into, obviously, the James Bay area in Quebec. We're also seeing a lot of movement in Northern Ontario these days. Prior to that, I think the biggest area was probably Newfoundland as a staking area. But with the transition to lots of people going in and wanting to have lithium projects, we're finding that Quebec and Ontario are interesting areas. And obviously they're both areas, when you explore in Canada, you're able to go and collect flow through dollars, which is a nice tax incentive for your investor who's willing to go and put money into what hasn't been the hottest industry. But if you're buying flow through, at least you're deferring the money that you have to give to the government on the tax side. And yeah, I mean, that's really the reason why a lot of those Canadian domiciled companies have been able to move their project forward, sometimes quicker than ones in other jurisdictions.
How about in the US or internationally?
Yeah, I mean, as far as investor dollars are concerned, I think we're seeing a lot of money coming out of the US and Australia. The Australian market has been a fast mover in a lot of different spaces, and we're seeing a lot of capital come out of there. As far as jurisdictions that are seeing hyper growth, I think that the US and Canada are probably ones that are seeing a little bit more growth than some of the Southern American countries and African nations. And that's just because, as I mentioned previously, the risk tolerance for individuals to go and throw political risk on top of the market risk right now is one step too far for a lot of people's risk tolerance, and even a lot of fund risk tolerance. But if you're willing to go and search, like I said, yeah, you're going to find a lot of sweetheart deals, where minerals are extremely rich, and no one can deny that projects in in Central Africa and South America are some of the most rich and robust deposits out there.
Thanks, Sebastian. And I know we're in September here, but if you had your crystal ball, what's 2024 is going to look like for the mining sector, and what metals would you pick?
Geez, I mean, you know, I'm still, don't even know what 2024 looks like. I'm trying to go and make the end of the year as lucrative for our investors and our companies as possible. Do I think that we're going to have a little bit of a run here? Yeah. I mean, I was talking to a whole bunch of people that are down in Beaver Creek right now, and you know, their general consensus was that people are anxious. They know that it's coming. It could be the perfect storm where everything starts to go and move together. We've been saying that for a long time. But at the end of the day, the mining industry isn't one that's ever going to leave. It's something that you know, it definitely has its moments and its cycles. But if you get a nice cycle, it's a nice 10-year cycle where people have the opportunity to make a lot of money. So, do I still think you know, there's a place for golds and silvers? 100%. I mean, in an inflationary environment, obviously the precious metals are ones that can go and curb inflation. I think that you're going to see, you know, once hopefully the Fed cools and we get we've had a rate hike halt, if you will, for now here in Canada. I think that you're going to see people bring some more confidence into the market, and I think that's going to go and be good for all commodities across the board. What do I like? I mean, I mentioned it before: lithium, copper, uranium. Those are all ones that I feel are ripe for a push based on my economic background. But if I look at, you know, what I think is undervalued, I still think that the precious metals in a balanced portfolio hold a very strong place.
Thank you so much, Sebastian. Well, you hit the right metals, because coming up, we've got a couple of those companies focusing on lithium and copper. So stay tuned, everybody. And thank you, Sebastian, again for joining us today. If anyone would like to connect with Sebastian, feel free to contact us, and we will be happy to facilitate.
I'm always available and happy to have a conversation. So I welcome it. Thank you so much, and thanks to your entire team.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for sticking with us. Those who've just joined, it's nice to have you here. We're going to get started in just a minute with our next presentation.
Hi, Alyssa.
Oh, hey, Scott. How are you?
Not too bad. How about you?
Excellent. You're in Toronto today?
In Toronto.
Super. Excellent. Well, we're going to be in Toronto for one of our events coming up in a few weeks, and I'll be there next week. So we'll be sure to connect with you there.
That'd be great.
So, Scott, I'm going to give it.
How's it going today?
It's good. It's been a very busy day, and since you asked, we started our team so amazing. We sort of started our day at 2 a.m. here on the West Coast to get everything organized. It's been quite a production. I made a little bit of a joke earlier that I'm glad I didn't pursue a career in broadcasting, but we're having a lot of fun along the way, and getting some great feedback. So these events are important. It's a tough market, as we all know. So getting that visibility for our clients is absolutely critical.
Great.
So Scott, I'm going to give an intro, and then I'll pass it over to you to walk through the slide deck, and then we'll jump into the Q&A.
Sure.
So starting here, as we talk through, go through some of our mining companies, Lodestar Battery Metals, a Canadian company that's exploring for the next generation of clean energy metals. Through additional project acquisitions and claims, Lodestar Battery Metals will continue to expand and develop its property portfolio with a targeted focus in the battery metal space. Lodestar's management and board have extensive experience in capital markets and analyzing acquisitions, and a very strong board as well, including some very esteemed geologists. Company intends to build a very strong portfolio in the battery metals space and focus on driving further growth through the exploration efforts at their flagship Penny property, which you'll hear about shortly. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to Scott Marga to go through the slide deck. Over to you, Scott.
Great. Well, thanks for having us participate today, Alyssa. We really appreciate it. If you could flip to the next or the first slide. So Lodestar Battery Metals, we're a mining and exploration company focused on battery metals. And we've got two areas of interest and operation at the moment. One is a lithium property in Snow Lake, Manitoba. It's called the Penny property, as Alyssa mentioned. And we'll talk about it a little bit later in the presentation, but we actually have some exploration work ongoing on the property as we speak. The other area of operations for the company are silver assets that we inherited in Mexico, and we're also planning to do some additional exploration work on those properties through the end of the year to expand and increase the resource base. You could just flip to the next page, please. So in terms of how we stand out, I think the real attraction and opportunity is the lithium market. As Sebastian mentioned in your previous presentation, the electrification it's a big secular theme. There's a lot of infrastructure to be built, both in battery storage, and I think the thing that everyone's more familiar with and shown on the picture on the slide is electric vehicles. Our Penny property is very important in terms of exploration opportunity for the company to find lithium pegmatites. We've got a little bit over 11,000 hectares of property in Snow Lake, and we've got a very impressive geologist team within the company for such a small market cap company. Luke Vandermeer, who's our VP of exploration, has a great resume and very good history as a geologist. And we also had recently Leo Horn, another geologist, a chap from Australia, join as an independent director and chief technical director for geology. So he and Luke are going to work together to help us explore and develop the Penny property and the Mexican silver assets as well. But our primary focus at the moment is really exploring and finding out what's on the Penny property. And I think Snow Lake as a region is an important element of our decision to stake the Penny property and focus our exploration efforts there. As Sebastian mentioned earlier in that presentation just about the mining industry, it was very topical to have just before our presentation. The mining industry has a lot of challenges and struggles, ESG issues, among them permitting. The big one's people, and we talked about, we touched on our I think quite impressive geology staff within the company. But in terms of Snow Lake specifically, the real attraction there versus some other locations where you could be looking for lithium or any other commodity is the infrastructure. Roads are in place. The community is very accepting and understanding and embraces the mining industry, which is important. And most importantly, people. There's good quality people in and around Snow Lake. Geologists and other mining related labor are familiar with being there. There's infrastructure to have people there. And so we viewed Snow Lake as a very attractive place to focus our efforts. If you could go to the next slide, please. So in terms of Snow Lake specifically, we've got we enjoy a very large land package, one of the largest in the region. We've spent earlier this year working with Axiom, who's a partner of ours. We spent a lot of time collecting remote sensing data and satellite data, and Axiom uses machine learning and AI algorithms and technology to collate and analyze all of that data. And that was basically all done in anticipation of our fall exploration program, which is in fact going on as we speak. It really helped us fine tune and identify key areas where we wanted to have boots on the ground and have people go and look firsthand at the property. We identified 18 different specific targets that we wanted to do further work, further exploration, and collect samples from. And as I mentioned earlier, that program is ongoing. It's going to run for 20 days, and it started last Monday. And so we're looking forward to finding out the results of all of that hard work and money spent, and we'll look forward to seeing the results of that data towards the end of the year and into 2024. You could flip to the next slide, please. Just a few points on a capital structure and some statistics about the company. $62 million fully diluted shares outstanding, market cap of around 1.6 million Canadian dollars. Cash balance as of the middle of August is $1.7 million. And as I mentioned, we're just in the midst of completing our on-the-ground exploration efforts in Snow Lake at the Penny property. In the fourth quarter, we'll do some additional work in Mexico to meet spending requirements in Mexico, and it's all part of a program to increase our resource base at our silver assets. You can go to the next slide, please. So in terms of our growth outlook, very focused on, as I mentioned earlier, battery metals, specifically lithium. We're going to be spending, as I mentioned, capital on the ground this year and next year at our Penny properties. Snow Lake's very prolific. It's a very attractive region. And I think the other component to think about as it relates to lithium, and Sebastian touched on it earlier, the market opportunity is enormous. The process of electrification is going to be, decade or more process. The infrastructure around building battery capacity for energy storage, the infrastructure around supplying power to everyone that has an electric vehicle, building all those electric vehicles. The demand side for lithium and other battery metals is going to be enormous, and the mining industry really has to pick up the speed to be able to meet that have a supply response and meet that demand. So we think we're very well positioned to participate in that, and we look forward to finding out the results of our exploration activity into early next year. And with that, happy to take any questions.
Scott, thanks so much. That was excellent. I want to touch on a couple of things. There's a few questions that have come in. Just on the Penny property, I know this was a acquisition as part of the strategy of rebranding the company and sort of the relaunch. What drew you to the Snow Lake mining district in particular?
In terms of a region, there's other companies in the midst of looking for actively finding lithium deposits. So it's a known area that's prospective for the commodity we're most interested in. And that's important, obviously. The points I alluded to earlier in terms of infrastructure and just the challenge you find, or the challenge you have when you find something without any infrastructure, is that you basically have to fund the building for access, processing, everything off that, basically off that first resource that's found. And so it becomes very prohibitive, or you need extremely large discoveries to support that sort of spending. So Snow Lake was very attractive to us because it's been in the mining industry's been there for such a length of time that all the infrastructure that the industry needs when you do find something is there, and you don't have to rebuild it or recreate it. So prolific, to answer your question, there's obviously lithium in the region, and the infrastructure surrounding and supporting all those discoveries is what really attracted us to the area.
Excellent. And we've been following very closely in the news. There's been a lot of really great advancements in that area as of late. So I think we're very well positioned to be there. And that ties in with this next question. So Canada is one of the only countries in the Western Hemisphere with sort of that end-to-end supply chain for EV, and foreign auto manufacturers are pouring billions of dollars into the country. How does Lodestar fit in into this picture, and why the focus on lithium in particular?
Well, I think getting to the big macro story around just battery metals in general, clearly EV adoption is taking off. You see it quarter after quarter, just in terms of a mix of automobile sales. EVs are becoming a bigger and bigger component. Some of that is policy related, and if you look at other jurisdictions around the world, some governments have gone the route of basically outlawing internal combustion engines. So that's one way to really move the dial in terms of market share for EV sales. But I think consumer preference is going that way, and as there's additional infrastructure built around the charging whole segment, people will get more comfortable going on longer trips, etc. Plus, the economics really are attractive versus filling up your car at $1.70 here in Toronto, $1.80, $1.90 on the West Coast, depending on the day. So the economics become much more attractive. Long-winded way of saying demand is growing steadily, and there's still a long way to go. We're in early innings, to use baseball analogies. So demand is going to be strong. Lots of battery capacity needs to be built. That means lots of lithium needs to be mined, and that's really how we're viewing our participation in that supply chain for that battery infrastructure build out. And clearly Canada's an attractive market for OEMs for a number of reasons. And I think there's going to be an opportunity, again, getting back to the infrastructure and around Snow Lake, it's going to, once it's found, it'll easily be moved from Snow Lake to where they need it for actually making batteries and processing the lithium and making batteries.
Very well said, Scott. You've done a really great job getting us through this presentation. I know our CEO, Lowell Kamen, is out. It's conference season, so there's a lot going on, and we've got a lot planned for you over the next little while, along with our partners at Red Cloud. Maybe touch on, just to wrap us up, on the capital market side, what can investors expect?
As I mentioned earlier in the presentation, we've got Lowell's actually in Snow Lake as we speak with Luke Vandermeer, and they're up there with Axiom, who are doing the actual field work on the Penny property. We're going to have, so that program is going to run for around 20 days. It started last Monday. It'll run for another 10 or 11 days or so. We also have some work being planned and to be executed between now and the end of the year in Mexico to in anticipation of expanding the resource base of our silver assets. Come 2024, somewhat dependent on our exploration results that we're going to get out of Snow Lake. We anticipate that we'll have additional spending to do on the Penny property, and we're really, in the short term, we're looking forward to seeing the results of the hard work that went into the ground program in Snow Lake.
Scott, thank you very much for being with us today. We look forward to hearing about how the fieldwork program goes, and I'm keen to continue watching you guys grow and advance that flagship property. So thank you very much.
Great. Well, thank you very much for having us today. We really appreciate all your help and attention. So thank you very much.
You got it. Thanks, Scott.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. For those who've just joined us, welcome. For those who've been here throughout the day, thanks again. I'm going to pass it over to Caroline, who's going to be leading us through our next presentation. And we're just going to jump into live studio with Ange for a few minutes. Hey, Ange.
Hi.
How are
Well,
you?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
Excellent.
Good, good. So
You've done an amazing job of getting us through the day. I truly thank you.
You guys are doing an amazing job yourselves. So it's great. This is going so well. And we've had such a great day. There's been so many amazing presentations. And now we finally made it all the way to the mining sector. And actually, you guys have been doing some work with women in mining. How about a little quick highlight on some of that?
Yeah. As I mentioned earlier, when I was talking to Sebastian, we've been working closely with Women in Mining BC to work on their communications program, developing their new branding and new website. So yeah, stay tuned on that. It's going to be really exciting because we've done a lot of work, and it's going to be beautiful. Yeah.
I think what is also really interesting or fun in that project in particular, BC has been the mining community has just been so strong for so long, and to sort of see that next generation of not only women but everyone coming into the industry is kind of exciting. I grew up with my dad being in the mining sector, not as a geologist but as an investor himself, and just being able to kind of see what's happened over the last couple of decades, and then sort of see that new life come back into mining. Caroline and I were out in the Niagara region a couple weekends back, meeting with a group of investors, and there were two young women who had just finished their education, and both had shared with us that they're geologists, and they're out in the mountains looking at rocks, hunting rocks, which is really cool to see. So yeah.
And I think, like Sebastian mentioned, it's just, one of those professions that, we wish a lot of other, people would dive in, right? Because it's such I think it's a rewarding, we get to be outdoor and look at the environment. And mining is such I would say, complex business actually, because, you need to care about the water, not just, looking at the rocks, but how do you make it, all very environmentally sound, and make sure that you don't disturb, the environment around it, right? So yeah, it's actually an exciting sector for us.
Here we are telling a bunch of capital markets people and investors who are joining us today that there's the work-life balance job is go out and become a geologist. So
Wonderful. Well, that's all we have for this moment in live studios, and we'll be preparing for our next presenter. So we'll see you after that. Thank you so much.
Ange. Appreciate it. All right, everyone, we'll be back in just a minute as we move on to our next presentation, which is Intrepid Metals.
Hello, everybody. Welcome. Thank you again for joining us today on our virtual webinar. Our next company is Intrepid Metals, a Canadian company focused on exploring for high-grade essential metals such as copper, silver, and zinc in proximity to established mining camps in southeastern Arizona, US. The company has acquired several drill-ready projects and assembled an exceptional team with considerable experience with exploration, development, and permitting new projects within North America. And now I want to introduce you to Intrepid CEO, Ken Brophy. Welcome, Ken, and over to you.
Thank you, Caroline. I'm assuming everything's working okay from a video standpoint?
We can see you.
Perfect. All right. So thank you, Caroline, and a quick thank you to the full IR Labs team for really organizing this event. I'm very pleased to be here today with so many other remarkable companies, and certainly look forward to meeting with a lot of you people in person during the Vancouver event. So can you just go to the next slide if you don't mind, Caroline? Yeah. So to set the stage, Intrepid is a relatively new company that has acquired 3 exciting all drill-ready projects in just the last 18 months. While the junior mining market, for those that follow it, has struggled for new capital over the past couple of years, we've taken the approach of being very disciplined with our shareholders' capital and tried to focus on acquisitions of key projects that we feel can generate substantial returns for all of our shareholders. From a commodity standpoint, sorry, my phone's ringing. I should have closed. I should have turned that off. Sorry. From a commodity standpoint, we remain very bullish on copper and see a strong demand in the years ahead and really limited new supply coming online. The strong demand will be driven by the clean energy transition, and we feel that's going to be very favorable for certainly the commodity prices and the companies themselves that are focused on the essential metals required for the energy transition. So maybe next slide, please. So I'd first like to take a few minutes to talk a little bit about our latest news that just came out this week as it relates to our Corral Copper project. So a little quick backstory. We named this project the Corral Copper project primarily based on our business plan to corral all that fragmented land ownership that's in an area with a rich history of mining. I think a key reason this area hasn't been developed already is based on the fragmented land ownership that was in place, which has really prohibited a systematic approach to exploration of this real district scale opportunity. This is truly a unique opportunity. Is not only have we consolidated the land, we also now have 50,000 meters of drilling data that's going to help us direct drills and will enable us to quickly move towards a beachhead resource. Unfortunately, none of the drill core remains, and this is based on some of the historical feuding of different landowners, but that's all been taken care of. So, this project has to be drilled in order for us to create a resource. But unlike many other projects, we know we'll have a very high success rate when it comes to drilling based on the historical data. It's going to be a whole lot easier for us to plan and execute successful drill programs when we have a lot of that historical data at our disposal. I'll just jump to the next slide, please. So here we're showing the location of all 3 of our projects, and there's a few key points that I'd like to make while people are looking at this map. First and foremost are the green areas, which are national forests. These are no-go zones for us, as well. There may be some great geology within these areas, and permitting can happen. It can take a very long time and add several layers of complexity and sometimes even legal court proceedings to get a simple exploration project or approval. The light brown areas are the indigenous lands, and again, we wish to respectfully avoid these areas. We want to ensure that the projects that we spend our shareholders' capital on can be developed responsibly and avoid areas that can run into substantial delays or opposition. It's one of the many reasons why we like Cochise County, which is home to both our Corral Copper as well as our Tombstone South project. You can see some of the other mining sites and historical sites kind of within that same county. The famous Tombstone district, which produced over 30 million ounces of silver in its day. Our Tombstone South project is just south of that area. Then we have the Bisbee mining district, which produced over 8 billion pounds of copper with grades up to 23%. While not to draw a direct comparison at this stage, but the geology and the mineralization style that we see at Corral is more closely aligned with that Bisbee model than some of the other Arizona-based projects. We then have the Johnson Camp and Gunnison project, also in Cochise County, and it's important to note that Gunnison, its copper project, got their mine approval only a few years back and did so in only 2.5 years. So mining projects can get built in Arizona. But it's important to point out that our chairman, Mark Morabito, was the chairman of Excelsior at that time as well. So we know firsthand that mines can get approved in the county. And we're fortunate to have the resources with the experience in doing just that. It's also important to point out, and I heard the previous speaker talk about the importance of infrastructure. We have all the key infrastructure close by as well in Cochise County, which is another key reason why we focused our efforts in this area. Our third project, our Mesa Well project, while it's not located in Cochise County, Graham County also has a rich history of mining. Our project falls within the bottom, what's known as the Copper Triangle, which is home to all of the major mining companies at the end of the day. This area is really known for giant copper mines and discoveries, and we feel fortunate to have the right geology, and we're certainly in the right area code for another new discovery. Next slide, please. So as I touched on earlier, we are a relatively new company and believe our favorable capital structure really shows this. We have a very large insider ownership, and based on the recent uptick in share price, we're now over the $10 million market cap. Crescat is our largest single shareholder, and they remain committed to our success. They've been very supportive as we've focused our efforts on additional acquisitions and really building out our Corral Copper project. So they've been very supportive, and we look forward to continuing to work with them as we kind of move the projects forward. Next slide. So what's next? It's really time to start creating shareholder value from the drill bit. Our focus will shift from the boardroom to the battlefield as we look to execute successful drill programs at both Corral Copper and Tombstone South. We'll likely do a little more groundwork on Mesa Well before drilling to increase the likelihood of success from the first few holes, as prospecting with a drill is not something we feel is a good use of hard-earned shareholder capital. That's the reasons why we really like Corral Copper and Tombstone South, is we have significant drill targets already identified. I guess to wrap things up, we certainly see it being a busy couple of years, and we feel the timing is about right for a new exciting story in a favorable mining jurisdiction, just as a commodity super cycle is about to begin. With that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much, Ken. That was great. Great overview on Intrepid Metals and all of your projects. Just a reminder for everybody who would like to ask a question, please type it in the Q&A box. All right, so the first question we have, why is Arizona considered as one of the best states in the mining industry?
Why is Arizona? I believe it's well, and I saw a trivia question before. It's the largest, copper mining state, but also one of the largest mining states. They have a very favorable regulatory process. Once again, if you stay out of some of those no-go zones, they have a lot of the key kind of infrastructure, which I think is also really important. So, many people look to ensure they can get a quick return on capital when it comes to building these projects. So it's important to be in a jurisdiction that has a history of that. Arizona, while it can get quite hot in the summer, you can work year round. So from an exploration standpoint, we focused on Arizona for a lot of reasons, but one is more of our investor dollars can go straight into the ground. We're not having to spend money on logistics and flying drill rigs and staff all across remote areas. We have power, we have roads. So there's certainly some of the reasons why I like working in the state of Arizona.
Thanks, Ken. Yes, and I remember when we went to see the properties. It's definitely true with the nice weather, and it is such a rich mining jurisdiction with all the other established mining camps around it. You have an incredible board and management team. Can you talk a little bit about them? And you have Mark, you have Colleen, Rebecca on your board, and you've got a great technical team as well, like Chris. So maybe talk a little bit about your board and management team.
Yeah, listen, we're very, very fortunate to have the team that we do. Once again, as a new company, we're very fortunate to be able to build it out the way that we did. And I should note, we still remain open to adding other people in key areas as we continue to move forward. We've tried to keep the management team relatively lean as a way to conserve some of our shareholders' capital. But I've been very fortunate to be surrounded by some great technical advisors that has really helped shape the company by identifying some of these projects. At the board level, certainly Mark Morabito, I can't say enough about Mark, as chairman of Excelsior, and taking that project all of the way through the permitting process. He's raised, 100 plus millions of dollars in the capital market. He's very, very easy to work with, and I certainly heed his advice whenever I can. We recently added Colleen Roach, who I've known for many years. She's a strong female engineer. She's been part of the mining industry for many years. I heard some of the earlier discussion, and I think it's bang on. Women have come so far in the industry, and I'm very supportive of it. So we're very fortunate to have Colleen part of it. She has a history of working at a mine in Arizona, a lot around water management. So these are some of the areas that we leverage from her as well. From the technical side, and I encourage people to check out our website as well as our full corporate presentation, and it has a little bit more detail on each one. But the one technical side, we have a couple of older folks and a couple of younger folks. So I often will kind of joke, we got many years of experience here, and we got the younger generation that can take it out of their mind and bring it into more modern modeling techniques. Rebecca, she led the permitting process for Excelsior, so having her as a resource is great as well.
Thank you, Ken. Yes, and I've met some of them, and they are excellent. You're very fortunate to have such great team leading the company, including yourself. So talk about Coral Copper. I know it's such a unique opportunity. It's a district scale advanced exploration and development opportunity in Arizona. And recently you just completed the consolidation for that property. So talk about, some of the historical drilling results, because from what I understand, they have some really great results previously, and really how you've solved the issue before today. I know it was not easy back in the day to consolidate the properties, but looks like you've done that.
Yeah, thank you. It's taken longer than I originally thought, to be honest with you. But you know, a lot of it came from just spending time. You know, I've been fortunate to, you know, sit in some people's backyards and learn about the area, you know, drinking iced tea and just trying to build a relationship and understanding a little bit more about the district. To your point, we just recently completed another transaction, and you know, a company a number of years ago had a similar agenda as ours, and they were trying to kind of consolidate a 3 kilometer trend of known mineralization, but things went kind of sideways and some litigation happened. So it kind of, you know, went sterile once again. And even some of the local landowners, their properties was kind of held up for a bit of time. So, you know, we're very, very fortunate to now have it consolidated and we can look at this. And it's important to note that that 3 kilometer trend still only considers about, you know, 20% of our overall property. So the area, you know, mining dates back to the late 1800s, you know, early 1900s, and even again in the 1960s for a short period of time. But it's really important to point out that because of the early stage mining, it's all very shallow. You know, some of the drill holes, the maximum depths are only, you know, 300 meters. So from a shareholder capital standpoint, a lot of our exploration dollars are not going into kind of deep exploration holes. Grades, you know, there's a number of historical intercepts that, you know, we're seeing 4% copper, you know, even up to 9% copper in some holes. There's, you know, pretty impressive silver as well as gold numbers as well. So, you know, we're really excited to just get the drills turning. You know, while it is historical data, but we have the assay logs and we have the drill logs. So, you know, we're really excited to get out there and start confirming a lot of the historical resources that we know are there.
Yeah, we're excited for that too. When you start drilling.
Yeah, sorry if I can. Yeah, you know, we see, like, once we start drilling, you know, the first number of drill programs, we're just gonna focus on a systematic and a drilling approach to just continue to get out all of those historical drill results, because we have to. We're not just duplicating holes for the sake of duplicating holes where there's no core. These holes need to be drilled. So we know that we'll be able to create a lot of shareholder value just by being able to confirm a lot of the historical results.
That's definitely important. Thanks, Ken. You touched on Crescat Capital investing in Intrepid Metals. What are their motivations to invest in Intrepid Metals? I know they're quite a large group.
Might be a difficult one for me to answer what their motivation to invest in us might be, but I do think, you know, and it goes back to some of the team. You know, their lead technical advisor, Quentin Henning, he knows a couple of our key technical folks, both Chris Osterman and Matt Gray. So he knows that these guys are solid geologists, all three of them PhDs. So they're very, very smart. And they know that if those guys see value in the company and our assets, you know, they can see value as well. And, you know, I'll go back to our market cap. You know, we raised $3 million about 18 months ago, and we've been very diligent with that capital. We still have, you know, just around $1 million left now. And they see that we've got the right team, we're in the right area, and we're approaching things correctly to create shareholder value. So I think that should be what they see, and other investors as well outside of them see as a reason to be part of our story.
Thanks, Ken. I know you have the other two projects, so Mesa Well and as well as the Tombstone South. So do you want to touch on those two projects as well?
Sure. So I'll start with Mesa Well. So, that project we acquired from EMX Royalties and Bronco Creek, and they're great project generators. It has a history of drilling to the south as the previous drilling was moving towards our now project. The mineralization and the alteration intensity was increasing. We have some target areas that we look forward to kind of drilling, but as I mentioned, I'd like to do a little bit more kind of groundwork before getting the drills going on it. But it's surrounded by giants. There's so many other mining active mines within that area, and we feel that we're certainly in the right area. Tombstone South, just south of the town of Tombstone, which we were at. It's really a unique opportunity. The geology there is similar to Tombstone in some ways, with some high silver grades, but it's more closely aligned with the Hermosa deposit or the Taylor discovery. South 32 bought it for $1.3 billion back in 2018. And we have this kind of larger layer of manganese, which is now a critical mineral in the US. So we see a lot of the silver in manganese within the upper strata, but none of the previous drilling that had some pretty interesting grades associated with it ever tested the contact of the limestone unit, which we know is below. And it's in that contact between the sediments and limestone units where these massive Taylor type of discoveries are typically found. So one of the first things we did was a large dipole IP survey when we acquired the project, which enabled us to see a little bit deeper. And while most geophysical programs, you'll be able to likely identify an anomaly of some sort, we're very fortunate where we identified a large chargeability anomaly, and it sits right in that contact. So we have all of the right signatures. We have a nearby porphyry, which kind of provides a heat source. We have that major fault that can provide that fluid flow. So we're really excited about that project as well.
Thank you so much, Ken. And this concludes our question and answer session. If you'd like to connect with Intrepid, with Ken, please reach out to one of us or reach out to on their website, the investor relations section, and we'll be happy to connect you. And make sure to add the ticker symbol INTR on the TSX Venture Exchange. Thank you so much, Ken, for joining us today. And that was great insight and overview of Intrepid Metals.
Yeah, no, thank you, Caroline. And once again, I certainly look forward to any of those watching today. Please feel free to reach out, and hope to see a lot of you in Vancouver and maybe other areas throughout the fall. We're looking forward to a really busy fall primarily, and hope to get in front of a lot of people and start getting our story out there. So thank you all for helping us do that today.
Thank you, Ken.
Hello, hello. We are live in studio for the last session. We have two more. Hello, ladies. Welcome to the last live studio. So we have two presenters left, and one of them is Avant. They are a homegrown BC company that's crushing it in the cannabis space. And tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, we're really fortunate to be working with the team at Avant. Norton Singhaven, the CEO, brought us in about 2 years ago now. So it's been a really great journey to see the company grow. Obviously, being in the cannabis space has come with its challenge, but this is a company that that I cannot emphasize enough the innovation and I guess financial acumen is probably a really great way to say it as well. These guys are very disciplined, great operators. Putting out some exceptional product, and that's really kept them at the very, very top in an industry that's had a lot of challenges over the last few years. So these guys are absolutely crushing it, and I'm really excited for everyone to hear the story shortly.
I am as well, and so they're up next, and after that we have Web3, and they just rang the bell today.
Today
Yeah,
Web3 Ventures
So
Yeah.
tell us, what was it like?
Sorry, Ange. Yeah, Web3 Ventures just went public on the CSE. They had the opportunity to be live in Toronto to do the official bell ringing that went live, published today. They're a really cool company that's you're going to really enjoy hearing from the CEO, David Nixad, shortly. A family office investor himself who's curated a portfolio over 100 different investments throughout his career, 100 plus. He's really good at picking great ideas and has now gone live with a really unique opportunity in the Web3 space that has a handful of portfolio companies within it. Where I'm myself getting super up to speed on everything AR, VR, and Web3, and quickly becoming a crypto expert here as well. But you'll hear from David shortly. So I'm excited to end off our day with these two presentations.
Yes, same. I think it's going to be a great end to a very full day. And so we will keep it short here because we'll take a couple minutes so everybody can get prepped, and we'll see you soon.
Okay, see you shortly.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Bye.
Hi, everyone. For those who've just joined us, thanks for doing so. And if you've been with us throughout the day, thanks for hanging in with us. This next presentation is definitely worth your wait. Really excited to introduce you shortly to Avant Brands and Norton Singhaven. Hey, Norton.
How's it going?
Excellent. How are you?
Good.
Good. All right. Well, I'm going to launch into an intro, and then we'll pass it over to you to walk us through the story. Up next, we've got Avant Brands, an innovative market-leading premium cannabis company. Avant is known for its innovation, consistency, and commitment to the highest standards, allowing them to succeed in a rapidly evolving marketplace. Having worked with Avant for the last few years, I can attest to their drive and commitment to excellence across the board. Avant is in a very strong position today as they continue to outperform each quarter. And unlike many cannabis companies out there today, they have no immediate need to raise capital and have very strong revenue growth that you'll hear Norton talk about shortly, thanks to the high demand for their products and their brand recognition that they've established in the marketplace. We believe Avant is one of the few outliers in the industry, and their financial performance speaks for itself. Joining us from Kelowna, British Columbia is Avant's founder and CEO, Norton Singhaven. Over to you, Norton.
Thank you, Alyssa. Are you guys gonna bring up the presentation, or am I? Or
Yep,
what are
next.
you doing?
Yep, we're gonna move to the next slide.
Okay, there we go. All right. So we're a premium cannabis company. We're based out of Kelowna, BC. And when I say premium, I think that word's thrown around quite a bit in the cannabis sector, but we actually are premium. We're priced at a point, that put us probably in the ultra premium category. And I would say as a result of our brands and quality, it started driving a significant export business. So as I touched on this, number one is superior product quality. Not many companies seem to be doing that at scale, whereas we are. I would argue that there are some producers out there that have better quality product than us, but they are pretty small and mom and pop and don't really compare in terms of size and scale. We've previously and always operated in a fiscally responsible manner. We're always looking at ways to drive down our costs. For example, our company is about 250 employees, and we have less than 10 at the corporate level. Our SG&A is quite low in comparison to our peers within the sector. Aggressive pursuit of new markets. This started with some initial export trial runs into Israel, and now we've expanded to Israel and Australia. Exports now been a significant portion of our revenue. Our last quarterly revenues reported were about $9 million, and about $3 million of that were attributed to export. And lastly, our flagship recreational brand, Black Market. It is what we are most notoriously known for. It is a brand that most stores and budtenders will tell you it is the most consistent ultra premium product out there. And the product quality just backs it up. The branding, I think, really caters to the demographic that we're after. And as a result of our success with Black Market, we started receiving a lot of inbound requests for export. That is how we started exporting to Israel and Australia. We had to go out and pursue it. It just came to us, and now we've built a pretty reasonably sized division out of that. Next slide, please. So, reputation for producing some of the best cannabis flower and pre-rolls in Canada. I've already touched on this quite a bit, so I won't dive into that too much more. Our Black Market brand, we don't do any pay-to-play. For those of you who might not be aware of what retail pay-to-play is, it is paying for shelf space, which is very common in grocery. But in cannabis, I would say 98% companies are doing pay-to-play, where they subscribe to data to get data from the stores, but it's mediocre data at best. It's just a roundabout way for the retail stores to charge listing fees and to make it compliant. So we are actually one of the few companies out there that do not do this. Whether that has to change in the future, time will tell, but I'm proud of the fact that we haven't had to do this. And we still have about 85 to 92% distribution in most of the major provinces that we are in. We are one of the few outliers in the industry with positive cash flow from operations, strong revenue growth, and positive adjusted EBITDA. And when I say adjusted EBITDA, it's not manipulated much. We strip out share-based payments, and we strip out the fair value gain and losses of biological assets. Whereas I think a lot of our peers, they exclude things like one-time payments to consultants and whatnot. Ours reconciles pretty conservatively, and I'm proud to say that we've been hitting these metrics for the last few quarters. Next slide, please. Here we go. So 4 of the most recent quarters have been the highest gross revenue quarters in our company's history. We are delivering growth quarter over quarter for the most part. But when you look at the year-to-year comparison, we are tracking double-digit growth compared to the prior quarter. Prior year, same quarter. This year, we made 2 acquisitions that were fairly significant. One was a 50-50 joint venture we already owned. So now we own half of it. Now we own the other half of the facility. The other is a company called Flower. They went public at some point with a $700 million market cap. They spent close to $60 million on the facility in Kelowna, which is 15 minutes from our head office. We acquired them in a CCAA restructuring process for $4 million in cash and $1 million in stock. Facility is by far the largest facility that we own. And collectively, with all our multiple facilities, I do believe that we are probably the largest indoor producer in Canada. If not the largest, we are definitely one of the largest. And catalyst for growth. Our last few quarters do not really include much sales from the Flower acquisition. So we're excited to see significant revenue growth and hopefully gross margin contribution and cash flow contribution coming out of Flower. We acquired them February of this year, and we've had to revamp a lot of the cultivation, bring in our genetics. But now we're starting to realize the product that's coming in. We're starting to realize the sales from Flower. So I'm pretty excited for what lies ahead, which in the coming quarters. Our Q3 just ended end of August. So for Q4 and Q1, I'm excited for what's to come. Next slide, please. So gross revenue year to date, 16.8 million. Adjusted EBITDA, 3.4 million. Our current share price is 19 cents, which we're at about a $50 million market cap currently, based on our shares outstanding. So yeah, I think I did the math yesterday. Our EBITDA multiple is somewhere in the 7 range, which I think is quite low for the sector or for any sort of consumer packaged goods. You know, we're in a very unique position where most cannabis companies are scrambling to stay afloat. They're scrambling to maintain their market share, let alone growing their market share. Whereas we've been extremely successful in growing our domestic recreational market share and also our export market share. I saw some numbers on the export figures from Canadian cannabis licensed producers to global markets for last year. And my quick and dirty math is that we're somewhere between a 6.5% to a 7.5% market share of all global Canadian exports in cannabis. I do believe that this coming fiscal year, that number will increase significantly as we have our recently acquired flower facility coming online. Our revenues should scale and grow significantly, you know, but it's not going to require us to grow our SG&A and corporate overhead in parallel. So I'm really excited about what's coming in this next fiscal year. So efficient operations, one of the things that we really strive ourselves on, and we're pretty hard on ourselves, is increasing our production output, and not just output of mediocre product that meets our specs and standards. So there's a lot of upside there. Last fiscal year, we hit about 52% capacity utilization. Part of that was to do with ramp up, but part of that was also some slight minor inefficiencies that we've fixed. So this requires no CapEx, no OpEx. We have the ability to increase our output significantly and hit those higher numbers. Expand exports. As I mentioned earlier, Canada seems to be a go-to for global exports, and we are the last previous quarters we were doing about $1 million a month in export. I think that number is going to go significantly as flower starts to come online with more product. We're really excited about Australia. That market has significant potential in our opinion, and we are being approached by potential new buyers constantly mainly in Australia and some in Israel. So we're looking to diversify our client base and to export most of the product that's going to come out of flower in the short term. We believe that it's going to be a quicker way to drive flower into generating significant amount of cash flow. To give you an idea, flower has the ability to do about $25 million a year in net revenue, and our operational burn at that facility we're tracking somewhere between $6.5 to $7.5 million a year. So if we can execute and produce all that product and have it all be sellable, and of course sell it all, like I said, there's going to be significant upside to the financials for Avant. Reputation and brands, continue to grow our domestic market share. We have the highest margin on domestic rec products. Our flower in 3.5 gram jars and pre-rolls averages under the black market brand somewhere between $7.20 to $7.60 a gram after excise tax, whereas for export we're about $4.25 to $4.50. Our cash cost to produce is approximately $1.25 a gram with packaging and packaging labor. Only on domestic rec we're tracking around $2.25 a gram, but for export we're at $1.25 as we ship bulk. One of the things that we do in export, which I forgot to mention, is that we've licensed our black market brand in Israel. So we have a partner that packages our product in the black market brand, and we receive a royalty from that. It's the first that I can think of anyone's done in Canada as exporting and licensing their brand, and we're to see the success of our brand globally. Lastly, I'd say we're a very entrepreneurial team. We're a mix of some young hustling entrepreneurs who started this thing as, you know, a couple guys in their 30s, and now we've grown to 250 employees, as I've said. but we also have a diverse mix of CPG and large corporate and food and beverage on our team. One of the things to also mention is our board. The chairman of our board is a guy named Jürgen Schreiber. He used to be the former CEO of Shoppers Drug Mart, former chairman of All Those Shoes, and current CEO of the Cates Group, which owns the Edmonton Oilers. And next, I think last. There we go.
Awesome. Norton, thank you so much. That was a really great overview. And I, as you know, I'm a fan of yours, love what you guys are doing. I'm going to dive into a couple of questions. And one that came through to me here was about the pay to play that you touched on. So how does that factor into new brand launches? Product activation.
So, yeah, so when we launch a new brand or a new product or some sort of innovative product under a current brand, we submit to a product call in Ontario, right? They do a product call probably 2 to 4 times a year, and it's for a future delivery within 3 to 6 months. So we submit, and you know, for the most part, we've had an extremely successful success rate getting our products approved. The most recent product call, I think we had something like 90% of the products get approved. I think we submitted 13 and we got like 11 or 12 approved. That's just one part. The next part is getting the stores excited to purchase the product from the OCS, Ontario Liquor Board. Now, I think what's given us a decent amount of success is that our product sells itself. We did get some pushback from some stores previously that said, if you're not part of our data program, we're not going to carry your product. With some, I would say, a little bit of maneuvering and a little bit of hard data, providing them, you know, and these are some large chains that have 20 stores in Ontario. We provide them data of the sales that we do in any store within a 1 kilometer radius. So there might be, you know, 5 or 6 stores. We provide them the data of what they're potentially missing out on as our products do move. And, you know, we started getting into chains and large chains that, you know, you can only get in if you do the data pay to play. So with that said, you know, at this point, we're comfortable continuing to grow the rec business without having to do pay to play. Will that change in the future as it gets more competitive and stores start behaving like Costco and Loblaws? We might have to explore that in the future, but for now, I'm happy with where it's at.
Excellent. That's a great position to be in. So I hope it continues. You mentioned about the export market, and I know that's a huge growth area for you. There's various diversified revenue streams that you have coming in. Is export, would you say, is that going to be a core component of future growth?
I think export's a core component, and the reason there's a couple of reasons for that. So when we ship to the provincial liquor boards, we're shipping $300,000 to $500,000 at a time. That product has to be hand packaged into, for the most part, 3.5 gram jars or pre-rolls. It's very labor intensive. For us to maintain our craft designation, we have to hand dry, hand trim, hand package. So what export allows us to do is we don't run into bottlenecks with the rec side of things. Our guys can slowly grow the logistics and infrastructure side of being able to handle increasing volumes with rec without going from, you know, X amount of kilos a week to doubling that, right? That's just not realistic. We need to slowly grow that. So export allows us to ship in one kilo bags. It's fast money. Government typically takes on the rec side 60 to 75 days to pay. Export side, we get 30% before we ship. 50% before we ship, and the balance within 30 days. So it's high volume, lower selling price, but you know, low labor. One thing to keep in mind too is on the rec, we can't package everything. So if we get a 100 kg harvest, we package about half that. The other half is what I call smalls. That has to go in the pre-rolls. Our pre-roll demand isn't enough to move down to the 50 kg. So that gets a little bit tricky too. So if you know, rec is a higher selling price, but if you took the two, if you took 100 kg export and 100 kg rec, I'd argue that the dollars that come in, the net profit, gross margin dollars are going to be fairly similar with much larger volumes, right? Export, we're talking $1 million to $2.5 million per shipment, which is significantly higher than our domestic ones.
Excellent. Thanks for that. And then just to conclude us here, Norton, talk a little bit about the industry in general. What are your views? How are you positioned today to kind of capitalize on the opportunities ahead?
Yeah, so I think the industry is trending in the right way. Overall, data tells us that the industry is growing, transitioning significantly from the unregulated market into the legal market. I'm starting to see a lot of the cannabis companies find their niche, like where they're gonna fall, right? In the early days, most companies, including ourselves, want to be all things to all people. We want to own retail stores. We want to do our own extraction. We divested from all that, pivoted. We got out unscathed. I think we made a small profit. But we most of the companies have the same mindset. They want to do everything. We're going to be in Latin America. We're going to do this. We're going to set up a facility in Europe. And what we're finding now is that they're starting to find their niche. So, I think Canopy will be a leader in beverages, obviously, because they're backed by Constellation. I think Aurora is going to be a leader in medical. They already dominate the Canadian market in terms of medical, and they're starting to become a leader for medical exports. But I would say their product is different than ours, right? They would be like the Budweiser. We're a little bit more craft and high quality, right? And I would say our product in export medical markets, our consumers are probably quasi-medical. They want high THC, kind of like what Canada was before we legalized for rec. So I see consolidation up top. It just has to happen. These large producers can't continue to just not capture the synergies of reducing their SG&A by consolidating. I see a lot of companies probably in the ranked number 8 to 15 in terms of market cap size dropping, going into bankruptcy, like we saw Tantalus go into bankruptcy recently. That's going to happen. There's no capital. They're not able to grow the business, and it doesn't make sense for some of these companies to be public when they're a $3 to $5 million market cap, right? It just doesn't make sense. So I do see in the next couple of years a shakeout happening. I think where we have somewhat of a moat and a competitive advantage is that you can't throw money and simply replicate what we have. Canopy and Aurora, the companies with hundreds of millions of dollars, can't just throw $50 million to build what we have. It's the genetics, it's the facilities, it is the entrepreneurial drive of our cultivation team. It is the quality of the product, the whole plant, hang, dry, hand trim. You can't just do this stuff overnight. But even say if they pulled it off, even if they said, if you did a blind test, the product came on par with ours, they still have that negative connotation that they are the big corporates. And I think cannabis consumers are the most finicky of anything. One of my colleagues, David Lynn, who's our chief operating officer, has worked in alcohol, food and beverage, CPG, and he has said he's seen nothing like cannabis. One of the examples we laugh at is we don't go into the keg and say, what breeder's that steak from, right? What strain of strip loin is that, right? What strain of cow is that? We don't. But in cannabis, they do. They want to know who the breeder is. They want to know where the lineage came from, the phenotype. It is the most finicky thing I've ever seen. So, I think we have a good moat, and we don't really have much competitors playing in the category that we are. I believe our market share of the ultra premium far exceeds any of our peers. It's hard to capture the data on all of that, but I would say for similar price product of similar quality, we are probably doing double of our next closest competitor in terms of our black market brand.
Norton, keep staying laser focused. I think that's what's really set you apart from the others, as you've painted a really good picture of. With that, if anyone would like to connect with Norton, please reach out to us. We would be more than happy to make that happen. And please be sure to add Avant AVNT on the TSX to your watch list. Norton, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a good rest of your day. Bye.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, everyone, for those who've just joined us, thanks. We're almost through our day. For those who've been with us since the crack of dawn, we are just going to wrap up with a company that just went public this week. Absolutely perfect timing. I'm really excited to introduce you to Web3 Ventures and our CEO and founder, David Nixad. He'll just be joining us here shortly. Thanks again, everyone, for your incredible support. Hey, David.
Hey, aloha.
Aloha, how are you?
Good. I can't see myself, so it's
Okay, well, you look good, so if that
okay,
helps.
great.
Okay.
I've been up since 2 in the morning, so it's all good.
It's
We
been
need
a really big week for you. I'm was just letting everyone in the audience know that you're just celebrating your go public this week. And Web3 Ventures, for those who aren't familiar yet, a diversified investment company focused on identifying, incubating, accelerating, and developing world-class projects and applications for the decentralized web. Focused on supporting founders and entrepreneurs, Web3's core investment pillars are blockchain-based transparency, secured identity, verified communications, gamification, focusing on early stage, small and mid enterprises in the Web3 space. Basically, this means if you want to have access and diversification to Web3 investments, Web3 Ventures functions kind of like a private equity fund with a portfolio of curated assets. Web3 Ventures began trading on the CSE on Monday on the symbol WebV on the CSE. Please be sure to add them to your watch list. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to our founder and CEO, David Nixad, and David's going to walk us through what Web3 Ventures is and why Web3. Over to you, David.
Awesome. So where would you like me to start? Okay, what is Web3 Ventures? So I feel like Web3 Ventures is a culmination of sort of when I look at it, I look back at 2017 when the ICO boom started happening. There was an element of a lot of tokens that came onto the market. People were using the Ethereum blockchain. Security tokens came into the market, and at that time, we had come to the idea that we wanted to do a Berkshire Hathaway style holding company that would be a security token that would use the blockchain. And at that time, we, which we still are, we are in the cannabis and psychedelic business with our other businesses. And we felt that, the laws weren't there as they aren't right now still. And we were definitely concerned with, regulatory premise in terms of doing something like that. But what I would tell you is I think this idea evolved from, back since 2009 when we started building our holding company and constantly looking at a way to figure out liquidity and, be in the confines of being involved with crypto, the blockchain, and being this somewhat liquid fund. And I think that I've been seeing this meme come out a lot that says, if you made it through FTX, you made it through the ICO, you made it through Luna, you're definitely a crypto OG, or you're gonna make it to the next level. And I think that you kind of have to look at the story in a whole to understand how we got here. We have basically a liquid fund that allows us to invest in lots of projects, and it's fully auditable, and it has liquidity through through the CSE. And I think having that gives you a level of comfort because it's not somebody publishing a token and you're not sure when lockups are going to come out and tokens are given to different people. There's an element of control with this and regulatory bodies where it allows you to sort of have a hybrid. I sort of look at it as, driving a car that's part gas and part electric, and you get the best of everything. Should we go to slide 2, Alyssa? Or? Okay. Yeah, so says we have exclusive access to institutional private market venture capital opportunities. We're looking at everything. I mean, we're looking at private deals, we're looking at public deals, we're looking at subsidiaries that we're going to do in the AI space, and everything from energy to AI to figuring out how to bring truth and transparency to everything from payment gateways to longevity, regen, food. we're looking at all different types of businesses. As I said in my CSE interview the other day, we see Web3 Ventures as a company that eventually will have 500 plus assets under management. I do believe the best version of this has been Galaxy Digital, which is on the TSX Senior. And really, we've sort of mirrored what Mike Novogratz has done, which has been absolutely exceptional. I believe that stock at one point traded at over $30 billion. So, you know, we're sort of using that playbook as we move forward. I would say with number two on early adopters, yeah, I mean, I think at the end of the day, AI and blockchain just really go really well together. You know, I was listening to Elon Musk's book today, and they were talking about him leaving Stanford to go work on his city search product, so to say, his mapping product. I think we're in a time right now where it's almost like the internet is going to be very, very brand new. You have a couple things coming down the pipeline. You have digital assets that are just going to become the norm, because the next president of the United States is going to have to understand Bitcoin. We'll probably have a Bitcoin wallet. And at the end of the day, AI and blockchain is going to be part of, you know, everybody's life, whether they like it or not. I feel like we've sort of been playing with this idea for the last decade. And as the gentleman before me was talking about in cannabis, which, you know, we've been in the cannabis world for over 20 years, things reach a threshold. As Einstein says, it reaches critical mass, and then, you know, basically all the rivers run together into a waterfall. And that's sort of how I see AI, blockchain, Bitcoin, sort of everything coming together at once, where it's a whole new internet model. Deal flow and due diligence. I mean, I couldn't say this better. I sort of got my main training when I was an investor inside of Y Combinator. I had been investing with Y Combinator companies since 2010. I saw the likes of everybody, Paul Graham, the founder of OpenAI, Sam Altman. I've had the joy of working with many different entrepreneurs like Alan Grant, Brad Cam, just many companies inside of Y Combinator. Our deal flow is exceptional. I probably get 50 to 100 deals a day. But I think what has happened, which is really great, is during this consolidated market, our checkbox system has sort of expanded, where we really are starting to look at what does liquidity look like? Does the founder understand liquidity? I also think that, you know, as we've gone public in Canada, usually a lot of deals that I'm in go 10, 15, 20 years sometimes. So we took Web3 Ventures and we took it public within a year. And I think that that's a result of a lot of the crypto movement and what happened with ICOs and different things. Is, you know, everything at some point is going to have assets will be tokenized, liquidity will come quicker. I would say that most of the deals that we're looking at right now within AI and blockchain, they have a token attached to equity, and that has worked for us. We've done a lot of deals like that. And, you know, we're really willing to make sure that the founder understands is it's not just getting lots of money in and working on their product, but also what does liquidity look like for the investor? So our check boxes look at all of that. If you want to go to the third slide. Our edge. I mean, I think our edge is that, you know, we have a phenomenal team. I mean, we have IR Labs. My co-founder of 20 plus years, he's a securities lawyer. I've been investing for almost 25 years. I think we've always been ahead of the curve. I think another part of it is we have a lot of our own money in the deal. We are the largest shareholder in Web3 Ventures. I always told founders, your cap table tells a story. And I think our edge, if I were to think about this, is our cap table tells a story. And it tells a story that this is something that we believe in. We are the biggest investor. And when I'm journaling, which I've done for 30 years, I'm writing a 10-year plan of what this company is going to look like. In the next 10 years, we should have 1,000+ investments inside of this investment issuer. This investment issuer will be working on everything you can imagine that is what I call utopian. So again, I think our edge is wisdom and a lot of people that have been involved in investing for a long time. You want to go to the next slide? Capital structure. So yes, our capital structure is, we just listed on the CSE. I think the stock today hit a high of 71 cents. I don't know what I can get into about super specifics. As I said, our family office, as well as our subsidiary and me personally, are the biggest investors in Web3 Ventures. I can tell you that our partners have probably done over 100 go publics. So we are partnered up with a really great team. Our last valuation, which was our 10-cent round, was at 21 million. I know we started trading on Monday at 10.5 cents. Today, my understanding was the stock was well over $100 million. Again, I think that when we built the cap table, I looked at it like tokenomics. I had been involved with a lot of companies that were, we had worked on our own token model back in 2017. So we were very conscious of the capital structure, who came into the deal. I could tell you that I think 80 to 90% of the cap table is locked up for a year. So just a very, very, very tight float, which can be dangerous. But what I would say is, when you're in deals for 10 or 15 years, you're not really thinking about selling. Community, first mover adoption, market timing, artificial intelligence. I mean, I think, given that Jason and I were first into crowdfunding, we were the first check into WeFunder at Y Combinator. We understand building community. We were also seed investors in Republic. I know we've done a number of crowdfunding deals, so we understand community. First mover, I mean, the only real person that's ever done something like this is Galaxy Digital. So I think given the timing of where the market is, there needed to be like a 2.0 of what Galaxy Digital has done. Market timing, listen, I'm long Bitcoin. I don't want to, put any forecasts, but, in my view, February 2025, Bitcoin should be well over $100,000. Remember, Bitcoin is always going to achieve a new high. If I didn't mention this, during the bear market, which is when we took over Web3, we put together a big mining component. So we're constantly mining Bitcoin. Artificial intelligence, I can't really say much today, but we are going all in. We think AI and blockchain goes very, 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 very well together. Next slide.
All right, David. That gets
Thank you for listening.
That gets us to a wrap. I was very fortunate to spend time with you and the team this week in Toronto. Just got back in last night. What a cool experience for you and everyone to be at the CSE doing that market open.
It was awesome. And you were phenomenal.
You're so kind. So I have a couple questions I'm just going to throw at you. One thing that you shared with me very early on in our journey together, which has actually stuck with me in a pretty profound way, and I've used this analogy with a few other CEOs that I'm working with. I asked you how you choose your investments and what your criteria is, and you've talked about this checkbox process that everyone's got their own lists of why they're going to invest. But I loved how you said, I'm going to invest in someone who I can trust with the keys to my home. And I thought that was just such a good way of putting it. Some call it a good gut feel. Like, what's your secret sauce for picking these investments?
I mean, yeah, I think everything's a frequency of energy. I mean, I yesterday was with a gentleman that is about to disrupt the entire healthcare space. And we were talking about Richard Feynman and Albert Einstein. And, you know, you can even put Elon Musk into that category. I think that you either feel it in your gut or you don't. And I think it's something you develop. And you know, I think what's so great about where we are going in the VC, hedge fund, private equity, and the investment world is the old tricks that used to work are not going to work. Um, it's going to be frequency of energy. There's going to be a lot of other ways that liquidity happens. So I think when I talk to founders today, like I'm going to give you a great example. Brad Cam from Unstoppable Domains. When he explained it to me in Maui that he was building the GoDaddy of Web3, I didn't get it then, but you got to talk to people that understand. Like, there just has to be a vibratory connection. And I would say to you, just, you know, very candidly, when I look at our entire portfolio today within all of our companies, we hold about 100 investments. Realistically, we had one investment go wrong, which was Luna. So I would say we don't have a bad track record. Not saying that we don't make mistakes, but I listen to the inside, and you just know, you know, I don't know who said it. It's either and I'm just gonna say it's either a fuck yes or a fuck no. And I just go with that. And when it's a fuck yes, it's a major fuck yes.
I love that. David, I think there's such a huge opportunity. I know we both have kids. Our kids have actually spent some time together, which has been super cool. They're so far advanced as it relates to sort of that whole world of Web3, which is essentially everything we're doing in our lives today. There's got to be like this like people that have not gotten into the Web3 space yet. Like, we're only scratching the surface at what's to come. So maybe just touch on that a little bit or expand on my thought there.
I mean, I think the best thing with Web3 is look at Twitter. I mean, I think Elon Musk is the best provocateur. He says Web3 is bullshit. Twitter is Web3. Twitter is the biggest community you can imagine with no censorship. That will be your phone, so to say. It will be your messaging center. It will be the place you transmit money. You probably will end up doing some taxes off of it. It's going to be the place where the community comes together. And listen, I think we all saw when Tucker Carlson did the interview with Donald Trump, 300 million people watched it. That tells me where Web3 is going. So when I see Twitter, that even gets me more excited. I can talk about it now because it's public knowledge, but one of our portfolio companies, Fortress, was sold to Ripple. Fortress is not an investment inside of Web3 Ventures. It's an investment inside of our family office. But just seeing Fortress sell to Ripple just reignites me that this bull market is about to happen.
David, it has been, I don't even like, I'm almost speechless in words. You and I work very, very closely together. It's been such a fun journey. I feel so grateful to be a part of this with you and the Web3 team. It's only just beginning. Like, literally, we're 3 days into being a publicly traded company.
Can I? I'm gonna leave everybody with this. You know, this isn't a promo or pump and dump. We are 30 seconds into, you know, I love soccer. We're 30 seconds into a 90-minute game. So again, we're building something that's going to be world class. We have world class investors, and yeah, the frequency of this product is really, really good. And if you were there, like Alyssa was there, you could feel the energy at the CSE the other day.
It was a very fun moment, and something we'll never forget. David, thank you so much. Really looking forward to hearing more. If anyone would like to connect with David directly, please feel free to reach out to me. I would be more than happy to make that intro.
Can I leave with one thing?
Go for it.
We could not be here today without the team from IR Labs. I will say, if I look at one part of the puzzle, they are one of the biggest pieces to the puzzle.
Thank you, David. That means a lot. And
of course,
I know our team really appreciates it. Thank you.
Of course. Aloha, right, guys.
Aloha. Be sure to add WebV on the CSE to your watch list.
If you can't tell, I'm excited.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, a little bit. A little bit.
Like, what's going on? Bye, guys.
Okay. Thanks, David. All right. Well, I can't believe we've made it to the end, and very, very blessed for everyone who's been here all along the way. Thank you so much for joining us. You can tell Caroline's back on her stool, standing next to me here. So we've heard a lot of really insightful presentations from our diverse portfolio of companies, and had some really engaging conversations. And thank you everyone for your participation and questions that you were firing our way. We want to extend our appreciation to each and every one of you, to all of our panelists and speakers, for their sharing their expertise and their stories with us, to all of our attendees who lent their enthusiasm and time today. Thank you, and to our entire team for making this happen, and working tirelessly to bring this to life. If you're leaving here today with more questions and more ideas, we're available, and we'd love to have conversations. That's what we do. That's why we're here. And we will have the recordings from today's sessions shared very shortly. So please stay tuned. If you'd like copies of investor presentations, or answers to any other questions as it relates to what you saw or heard today, please feel free to reach out.
Yes, and please join us in one of the cities starting next week. We're going to be here in Vancouver, in Calgary, Montreal, and Toronto. So I know Angela's got the roadshow schedule up on the screen. So make sure to sign up on our website, and we'll see you in person soon.
And one of you are going to find out very, very soon if you're the winner of the Canada Jetlines giveaway. And we're going to pass it back to you just to do final wrap up. And thanks again, everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Yeah, it was a wonderful day. There was so much insights. We had a great lineup of all of the executives that joined us today. Very interesting discussions. And yeah, check us out in any of the cities close to you. And for anybody still watching and attending, we will be in touch. Good luck with the contest. So thank you guys so much.
Thanks, everybody. Take care.
Bye.